Hello, darkness, my old friend. It's episode 50, everybody, of the Lookout Sir 40k podcast. Who would have thought that we would have made it to 50 episodes of this fabulous journey through the wondrous world of Warhammer 40,000? My name is Dan, and it is my duty, privilege, and honour to present to you episode 50 of the Lookout Sir 40k podcast. You know what I'm going to say. A Warhammer 40,000 podcast made, produced, developed, and now delivered to you, my beautiful make-believe friends all around the world. And joining me to celebrate this 50th episode, I didn't say 50th very well there, but I'm still going to roll with it, are my actual real-life friends, starting, of course, with none other than the beautiful Philip. How's it going, Phil?
Hello. Yeah, I'm good, thanks.
There you go, Phil. Yes. I like the enthusiasm, the energy, the raw, exuberant power of your, hello right there.
Bringing back those early episode enthusiasms before I lost the will to live.
Well, exactly, mate. Exactly. I mean, did you not at any point clock the relative sarcasm there? It sounded like you had just watched someone drown one of your cats, mate. You all right?
Yeah, I'm perfectly good, thanks.
Is it because we're recording this relatively late in the evening and you've lost the will to live?
Well, there's already been, on the bits we've pre-recorded, lots of tangents into, the strange minds and childhoods of Dan and Joe and childhood TV shows. So maybe that's why.
Well, indeed. I mean, most of that was occupied within the quiz bit that we just got done. And that's going to be at the end of the show. So in many ways, people who are looking for their fix of 40k news and or stuff will be well furnished for the next few hours, because there's quite a lot to get through today.
Well, that's true.
There you go. And joining me, in addition to dear old Phil, is, of course, the incredibly sexy man known only as Joe. How's it going, Joe?
I'm good. I thought you were going to say someone else's name then.
I was toying around with introducing Richie off the back of that, but I went with you, Joe, because in the old tradition of things, we like to give you an unnecessarily, grandiose introduction, as it were.
But Phil's always first. That makes me feel that you rank him higher in the friendship scale.
Obviously that's true.
I mean, I don't know, Joe. I mean, what have you done for me lately?
I don't know. I've given you brilliant stories about life.
Well, exactly. And that has obviously been appreciated, mate.
And I eventually painted that night,
You did. I mean, credit where credit's due. You have slowly chipped away a rather large debt that you owe me.
Yeah. One day, I'm going to wake up and you're just going to be in my room and you're like, I need a kidney, Joe.
And see, that might not be all I take.
Yeah. You're just like, so whilst I'm fishing around in there, I'll take some other stuff.
Exactly.
All adults are donors now.
That's true.
Hold on.
Is that actually a legitimate rule now? Is it we're all automatically in donor status now?
Yes, we all are, unless we opt out.
Oh, wow. Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
And on the topic of a man whose organs you would probably be happy to own, I can only be speaking of the Quizmaster extraordinaire, Rich.
Thank you very much. It's the most interesting introduction I've had for a while.
You've got a beautiful organ, mate.
Yeah.
I have the human organs. They're pretty good. Some are in better condition than others.
Hey, Joe, do you remember that episode of Invader Zim where he tried to pretend to be human by harvesting organs from other humans, and his logic was that he would be more human if he had more...
Stop it! Stop it!
Isn't there that film? There's that film
now.
There's that film Bicentennial Man where Robin Williams tries to become human by getting all of these organs made. That would have been a much better film if he'd just gone around harvesting people's organs.
Well,
as like a horror film.
Mate, honestly, if you're looking for that kind of entertainment, that Invader Zim episode is top shelf. But anyway, on the topic of shelves and other things, Rich, how's life treating you, mate? You doing okay?
Not doing too badly. I'm one of the working from home during a pandemic people, as opposed to those who are in worse situations than what I am. But it's interesting, tricky being working from home at this time. I'm cracking with more the hobby stuff. I'm working on the painting. Primarily is what I've been doing. For the one or two of you who follow me on the old Instagrams, I've been working on some. Can I mention non-40k stuff?
Of course you can, mate. Of course you can.
Okay.
It's all still Games Workshop. It's not like
It's still
when
Games
Joe-
Workshop, isn't it? Yeah, it's still in the same club. And I've been working on a bunch of Warhammer Underworld's little bunch of the boxes. I bought them just at lockdown. Started working through those because it's a nice fun change of pace. I mean, it's a small little squad with a different theme and style to it. It's actually I highly recommend it actually. Just as a palette cleanser for whatever like sci-fi stuff you're working on. It's been good doing some more like organic models as well.
Nice.
It's been good fun cracking those up.
Brushing up on some skills. Stuff. Brushing up on some skills before you dive into that Sisters of Battle army, right?
I mean, it's just a big pile of boxes at the minute. They're sitting there like just eyeballing me, saying, "When are you going to build us?" And then behind them is the last of my Elysians that are like, "Don't forget about us."
I mean, Adam Shepherd-Jones sent me a photo via WhatsApp today where it was just literally boxes and boxes of AdMech stuff. So, yeah, it seems to be a lot of that going around at the minute. But on the topic of people getting around at the minute, I could only be talking about the last of today's contributors to the Lookout Sir 40k podcast, our regular. It's good old Tim. How's it going, Tim?
It's going all right, mate. Thank you very much. Thanks for having me back.
It's always a pleasure, mate. It's always a pleasure. I mean, you are in many ways a, key contributor to the show. It wouldn't be the 50th episode of the Lookout Sir 40k podcast without us all here, the collective gang that, to be honest with you, is the core talent that make the Lookout Sir 40k podcast what it is, wouldn't you say?
Oh, totally. I'd like to say congratulations for getting this far as well.
Oh,
like when you guys first started doing this, it was, we chat about this topic quite a lot. Let's do a podcast and see where it goes. And look where you are now.
Look where we are now. Look how high we've climbed.
I know. Joe's appearing on different podcasts. Phil's been on Winters. So is Joe, but enough of that.
I've been on there more than Phil has. Yeah.
We know, Joe.
Well,
we know.
Yeah, we know, Joe. I was trying to give
I
Phil
just want
something.
people to remember how important I am.
You'll be recognised in the street soon, I'm sure. Oh, no, wait. Didn't that happen?
It won't be for a good reason, though. That's the problem.
That is
No,
the
it'll
problem.
probably be for a bad reason and why you should be locked up. But moving on.
People will start throwing plums at your house, Joe.
Plums, specifically.
That's what you're
And
getting.
dates. Plums and dates.
You're getting a plumbing.
Oh.
I mean, Joe, Tim has sort of queued that up quite nicely. I mean, this is a bold and exciting time for you, isn't it? Because now, officially, you're starting your new job, aren't you?
Yeah, so I work for Foreground. And they're officially foregroundpublishing.co.uk.
There you go. I mean, they get that
they
one
make-
for free, Joe. But remember, for future instances like that, I will expect a small financial contribution.
What about a small wooden house or tree?
Oh, as in like a piece of terrain.
Yeah.
I mean, we could work something out, Joe. We could work something out.
It's like $10 a second, isn't it, including all prattling on?
Quite possibly. Quite possibly. But yeah, congratulations, Joe, on your new job, mate. That's quite an exciting change of pace for you, isn't it?
I know, it'd be well good to be making the videos and hopefully I'll be making like tutorial videos on how to make terrain and make it look sexy.
It's incredible, mate. To think all those years ago when I first met you, you were a hopeless waste of space that was just bumbling through life. And now look at you. You're a real
I
life
still
boy.
am. Yeah.
It's an incredible
Yeah.
achievement.
I've been pushed around to these different businesses.
It's a beautiful thing to behold, my friend. Well done, you. So on the topic of the quality of the service, or talking about the quality of the service, it's only reasonable as well that I call out yet another 5-star review. Ooh, we really should make a jingle for this 5-star review segment, don't you think?
Oh yeah.
It's sort of becoming jingle worthy, but nonetheless, in a staggering couple weeks of reviews, I feel like, given that this is the 50th episode, I owe it to the 3 people that have left us 5-star reviews in the last couple of weeks a shout out and to give them a little bit of credit for what they contributed. So, first of the 5-star reviews comes from Decock17, which I assume is Death Corpse of Krieg 17, because it's DKOK. That sounds about right to you, doesn't it, Phil? Is our Death Corpse of Krieg man?
Yeah, I would have thought so. Yeah.
Is he not French like that sports brand Lecoq?
Maybe. Maybe. Although he does herald from the United States of America, spitting in the face of the assertion we made in episode 49, where Americans don't like our show.
Oh, I know. He's swung in just to show off.
I know. Maybe that was the call to action that he needed. Phil might appreciate this one, though. So, my favourite 40k podcast. As a Krieg player, I love listening to this. I put it on every time I'm in the car and have nearly listened to every episode. Keep up the work, guys. Boosh. So there you go. I for whatever reason in my head, I assumed he was going to praise the Krieg-specific episode, but he didn't. But
that's probably the episode he has on loop that he puts on. He just puts that one episode on.
Quite possibly. I mean, it was some of our finest work. But Phil, seeing as you're our, Krieg extraordinaire, rather than Joe throwing a thank you this guy's way, which would be hollow and insincere, maybe you would like to do the thank you to DKOK17.
DKOK17, I salute you. You have done the core proud. Very notable, very, very strong, good words. And obviously, duty into the death, go onto the breach, cross over the trenches, cut that barbed wire, get tangled up on it slightly, get yourself out of there, carry on through that machine gun fire, and then just get, mown down by those bullets. And, your name will be remembered in the hallowed halls of the Emperor. Well done.
Well, they don't Krieg not have names.
No, they're just numbers.
Well, no, they get
You're
names
lying.
They get names when they die. That's the thing, if they're honourable enough.
Oh, is that how it works with the Krieg? They get names when they're dead?
Yeah, well, I think it's if you've done like certain achievements, you can then have a name at the end.
I see. Well, I suppose that at least helps with the early onset of bullying, doesn't it? At least they don't get mocked for a silly name early doors.
Yeah.
What if your numbers spell out like a funny word,
like boobies?
Like boobies on a calculator, yeah.
That's true. 8008 is in trouble there.
How do you know if you've done an achievement? Do you get like a little trophy that pops up, or?
Well, like in Steam, yeah, like a little award pops up in your high tech gas mask lens.
That's it,
because they're all like semi VR. Yeah, it pops up there.
Bronze award, killed 10 Gretchen.
They release a special chemical compound via your respirator to give you a sense of euphoria.
Yeah, just before you go out. Yeah.
That's it. That's how it works. Whoosh. There you go.
Modern version of LSD then.
Yeah, basically. But more 40k. So yeah, thank you DKOK17. That was super awesome of you. Moving on the topic of 5-star reviews, we also have Martin Out Fishing, and this comes from Canada. So Canadian iTunes podcast store, and it reads, fantastic show, give it a listen, 5 stars. This is a great show that deserves 6 stars. Too bad I can only give it 5. So obviously thank you very much to Martin Out Fishing, and this one seems appropriate for a Joe thank you. Go on, Joe.
Well, I only hope that you listen to us every time you are out fishing, Martin, or when you see a fish in the market and you're like, I love lookouts there, they're brilliant. I think every time you look into those cold, wet, dead fish eyes, you think of us.
As the life goes out of them.
Yeah. Thank you for supporting us from so far away, yet so close in our hearts.
There you go. Like those fish, we are cold on the outside, but warm on the inside, wouldn't you say, Joe?
Yeah. We look better covered in batter.
And we stink.
Yeah.
And the very last of our 5-star reviews, and apologies for this kind of, ongoing, patting ourselves on the back thing, but it is episode 50, so we figure why not. Comfortable Rambling said, Kitchen Mad. This is quite a lovely one. If you are in the market for a 40k podcast for life, you have come to the right place. A perfect balance of hobby, tactics, faction focus, and random yet strangely satisfying, Phil, blathering. You hear that, Phil?
You're a blatherer.
Well, no, I don't think he's talking about Phil's blathering.
I think they like it when they keep the blathering to a minimum at the end of the show.
Well, I mean, he has speculated here that 55% of the show is blathering, which seems like a low estimate by my numbers, but
Completely agree.
Okay. It's like when you watch any TV series on Sky, they can stretch a 40-minute documentary over a good 2 hours. Just fill it in with adverts.
There you go.
I was going to say that's normally just because they have a bunch of adverts in there.
That's how we roll. So Dan hosts the show and uses 5 words for every one a standard human would use, which I like as a statement because ultimately he's elevating me. No, don't lie. I mean, he's elevating me beyond a standard human. I mean, that's something quite extraordinary, isn't it?
Yeah,
it's quite accurate.
Well, exactly. I am nothing but exceptional.
A Primaris MC.
I am a Primaris. That's it. I would be a Primaris. Yeah. Phil is locked in a futile struggle to keep the other two on track.
Oh, totally Krieg.
Yeah.
Completely true.
Yeah. And Joe splits his time between defending his decisions and talking about wearing Phil's skin.
Mm.
I mean, that's very true. My favourite podcast in the whole wide world. So, Kitchen Mad, this is from us to you. Take it away, Joe.
Oh, I thought you were going to do one.
Oh, have I got to do one? Well, I do the whole kind of talking about what they are thing. Do you want me to do a thank you?
Yeah,
maybe actually
do one each.
Well, should we could try and finish each other's sentences. Like I could say a word and then Tim could say a word and see how that works. That's not going to work, is it?
That's not going to work.
All right, fine. Well, look, genuinely, Kitchen Mad, thank you so much for that, mate. Actually, was really, really lovely to hear, and obviously we massively appreciate that.
Yeah. How mad are you in the kitchen as well, is what I want to know.
Or is he mad at a kitchen?
Yeah, like, are you, like, mad in the kitchen? Like, you're like, today I'm going to bake a cake, but I'm only going to use ingredients that I can find in this cupboard. And you open it, and it's just whatever's in there, like cat food.
It's an interesting quandary.
I mean, that's not going to make you a good cake.
No. But
or it could be the other kind of mad where he's just like trying to balance on a beach ball while juggling kitchen utensils, trying to make something.
That is mad.
That would be mad. That would be a dangerous game.
Yeah.
But bad.
There you go. I was trying to remember the name of the horse that balanced on a beach bowl in Adventure Time, but it's left my mind.
Seabiscuit.
No, it wasn't Seabiscuit. It was...
Moving on.
Anyway, there we go. Moving on. Anyway, this is episode 50. Genuinely, thank you very much, everyone who's been with us for all 49 prior episodes and is with us today for episode 50. Equally, for those that are just here right now, thank you very much. I mean, obviously, we love and appreciate you all. Although those that have been with us from the very beginning, obviously, slightly more, because we're biased like that. Yeah, honestly, I don't want to labour the point. It's super awesome that we got here, and we're hopefully going to be able to keep going for at least 50 more, but we'll see how it goes. Phil, what's your thoughts and feelings on all this episode 50 malarkey?
Well, it's quite an achievement. It's great to get here. I don't think we ever probably thought we would get this far, and now we've kind of, it's like we're too big to fail, so to speak. We've committed too much that we're just going to have to keep going on until one of us dies, basically, and then we can end it.
Is that the criteria for the conclusion? Is it our death?
Didn't they say too big to fail about the Titanic as well?
I mean, possibly.
You're too big to fail, Joe.
You're going to hit an iceberg and slowly fall into the sea.
I will hit an iceberg lettuce and then collapse.
It's true. The insert of some kind of vegetable into your system will send you into a cardiac arrest.
I know. I don't like it. Gross.
There you go. Joe, what's your vibes then on this?
I'm impressed. I am slightly amazed that it's gone this far, and as I keep saying, I'm amazed that people do listen to what we have to talk about, because I don't really feel like it's ever helpful or useful in any way.
I mean, a great ad for the show there, Joe. Thank you for that.
But no, it's good. It's good. It gives me something to do.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. Catch up on your painting.
Yeah, I know. Not that I do it ever.
No, of course. You're always so well behaved.
And it's nice to be the new camouflage for Phil's painting noise, you know?
That's it. That's how it goes.
But no, it's all good. I'm really enjoying it, and I hope it continues with me here, in case like the other guys get angry. I would like to do it, seeing as we're live. I would like to see if we can get a vote out to get the old music back on.
I mean, I don't think anyone remembers the old music except for us.
Yeah.
And I think you've made Phil's eye twitch.
I know you're sending me into some kind of coma or spasm at the very thought of it.
Yeah, that is true. Richie, Tim, what's your vibes on all of this, seeing as you're here with us as well and have been key contributors to the show thus far? Episode 50, lads. Whee!
It's proper exciting.
Boosh.
I'm happy to be. I mean, in episode 1, I was mentioned a few times, but I wasn't actually in it.
That's true. Well, you were in America at the time, mate.
I was an American. It was mostly Phil complaining about the fact that I hadn't sent in my doubles list, so he could talk about it on the podcast. When actually it turned out I had. He just hadn't read it.
That's entirely likely.
Classic Phil.
Classic Phil. How's about you, Tim? Happy to be here?
Oh, definitely. It's been an amazing journey for sure. Like, considering I was a fledgling 40k player or returning 40k player, it's been great just to like have the random banter and chats and listen to you guys talk about all these things as well. And especially our little side chats when we come up to tournaments and stuff. It's great.
Yeah, looking forward to going back to those tournaments at some point. That's going to be a winner. But yeah, awesome. Well, there you go, guys. So episode 50, really happy we got here. Really happy you're here with us. Let's crack on and get on with it. We're going to be talking about Harlequins, although before we get on to Harlequins, we are also going to talk about the Goff Ork bits from White Dwarf. So for those of you who don't already know, White Dwarf had new Harlequin rules. They also had some non-match play rules. So they had narrative and open play rules for Goff Orks. So we are going to talk about that briefly. Then we're going to get into Harlequins. Then we're going to do King of the Characters tournament, where Asurmen goes up against Abaddon in the second round of the King of the Characters tournament, the Kotuk. And then closing things out, it's the return of the end of the show quiz. Thank you very much, everybody. Please consider liking, subscribing, doing whatever you want to do to engage with and get involved with the podcast. We always love hearing from you and seeing what you have to say about the show. Genuinely, thank you for listening. And yeah, it is now my privilege and pleasure to ask Richie, in fact, no, Tim, because we already had one from Richie at the end of the show. Tim, give us your transitional noise. So, in this part of our lovely podcast, we're going to talk about Index Xenos, found within the pages of the latest issue of White Dwarf, which I can't remember. Is it just months now, Phil, or have they gone back to issue numbers?
It's issue numbers, so it's issue 454.
454.
Is this one actually out, though? Because they've got this weird delayed thing on at the moment. So is it only subscribers that have got this copy?
I normally get it the week it comes out. So at time of recording, it officially comes out Saturday.
So it will have been out for a week by the time this comes out, Joe.
But GW put out this weird post saying that they're delaying some.
I can't remember exactly what it was, but I think they're not doing 2 issues. Yeah. And for subscribers, they're refunding you those 2 issues, so you'll get them 2 extra issues. So basically, they're doing less issues, but I think they're still coming out.
You can't buy the physical copies, though, can you, of these current ones? But
that's true. Yeah. Because none of the shops are open. But they did say some will be open in certain countries, so those ones might have it.
I usually buy my copy of White Dwarf from the local Sainsbury's, so it's entirely plausible I could still do that.
Yeah, potentially.
That, or I guess you might be able to order it online, or at least get the EPUB version.
Yeah.
I mean, it's potentially an option for these fancy Xenos rules, which almost certainly will be out of date in 6 months when they release a new edition. But, buy entire armies based on this, guys. I'm sure that's an advisable plan. So, before we get into the meat of Index Xenos, there is something of an appetizer in the form of the Green Tide. The Orks are making a fabulous appearance here, and they've got a few data sheets that they've added that represent some of the most beloved historical characters of the Ork faction. So why not, Phil? Why don't you start by telling us about Gruk Face Ripper?
So Gruk Face Ripper,
Oh, Gruk,
as with Gruk, I guess.
Gruk.
As with the other two, these are all for narrative play, open play, so they don't have match play points.
Oh, do they not?
And they don't. So it says at the top.
Oh, yes, it does. There are the words. I apologise.
Yeah. In Index Xenos in this issue is the Orks, and ironically the Harlequins, which has much more meatier rules, isn't part of the index thing. It's just there.
But they are Xenos, though.
I know, yeah. But it's in a different...
It's almost like they were rushing around at the last minute to make this make sense.
Maybe. Anyway, so Gruk Face Ripper, he's got a movement of 5, a weapon skill of 2+, a ballistic skill of 5+, strength 6, toughness 5, wound 7, 5 attacks, leadership 8, and a 4+ save. He's a single model equipped with combi weapon with a rocket launcher, 2 sluggers, an attack squig, Git Ripper, stick and stick bombs. You can only have one of him in your army. So he's got a combi weapon with rocket launcher, which fires in 2 modes. You can choose one or both profiles. If you choose both, subtract 1 from the hit rolls. It's a bit like a normal combi weapon for Marines. Your rocket launcher is 24 inches, assault 1, strength 8, -2, 3 damage. It's pretty tasty. Or your shooter variant is 18 inches, assault 2, strength 4, no AP, and just 1 damage. So that's his main gun. Then he's got a slugger, which is a 12-inch pistol, pistol 1, strength 4, no AP, 1 damage. Then he's got an attack squig, which is range melee, type melee, strength 4, -1 AP, 1 damage. Special rule is each time a model with the attack squig fights, it can make 2 additional attacks with this weapon. And then his Git Ripper is a melee weapon again, strength ×2. His base strength is 6, so that'd be 12. AP -4, 2 damage. And when resolving an attack made with this weapon, you may re-roll the wound roll. And then stick bombs are 6-inch range, grenade D6, strength 3, AP 0, 1 damage. And then he's got a bunch of abilities. So he's got the generic stuff, which is here we go, mob roll, Daka. Then he's got Wah, which is friendly Goff infantry units within 6 inches of the model at the start of a charge phase can charge even if they've advanced this turn. And then he's got break-in Eds, which is if a Goff unit fails a morale test while is within 3 inches of a friendly model with this ability, this model can restore order with a brutal display of violence. If they do so, the unit suffers T3 mortal wounds, but the morale test is then considered to be passed. And then he's got two tough for death. This model has a 5+ invulnerable save, and each time the model would lose a wound, roll a d6. On a 5+, the wound is not lost. And his faction keywords are Ork and Goff. And then he's a character, infantry, warboss, and Gruk Face Ripper as other keywords. And if he is your warlord, he must have the following warlord trait, which is foul temper. While this warlord has fewer wounds remaining than its wounds characteristic, so basically if you take him 1 or more wounds, add 3 to his attack characteristic. So that would bring him from 5 to 8. Then he gets his 2 additional attacks with the squig as well.
Wow.
So it's pretty tasty.
I mean...
I'm
Sorry, Joe, please.
I'm pretty sure that Gruk Face Ripper is the basic plastic Ork Warboss you can buy anyway.
He is, yeah, and that's why I thought it was interesting that they've made these rules, not match play rules. Given that this is just the normal Ork Warboss kit. I mean, he's got match play rules in Kill Team, because in Kill Team you could buy him as a Kill Team HQ thingamabib, or a commander, sorry. But obviously they've moved him over to 40k. I mean, how many points do you think something like a Gruk Face Ripper should cost you?
120-ish, maybe 110.
Are we definitely sure he doesn't have points, Phil?
Yeah, Yeah, it just says at the top that it's designed for narrative and open play. The following pages contain 3 new datasheets for orcs, so you can field certain famed Goth units of the 41st millennium. And then if you turn over the page, you just get a painting thing. So
okay, fair enough.
the points. I mean, what they could be doing though is they'd be writing these rules now for match play. Sorry, for narrative play, but then maybe later on in an updated orc codex. But then maybe these guys will get match play rules.
Yeah, I'm surprised.
Maybe they're. Because I wouldn't be surprised if the next edition, if there is one, is fleshing out all these sub-factions to have more characters and make them more unique. Sort of exactly like what they've done with Space Marines.
Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if they moved this into, the Legends side of things, but at the same time, it's nice to see them adding some flavour to things. I mean, I think ultimately, okay, fair enough, you can't use this in a match play scenario. I mean, even then, though, I get annoyed when they don't at least kind of feel like the need just to put a token points cost against them, so as people wanting to run them in open play but wants to use points.
Have at least a rough idea.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, don't get me wrong, obviously, you could probably just kit him out as a regular Warboss and for the sake of playing a friendly game against your mates, just go, yeah, can I use him as this, but I'll pay the points for him to be the equivalent as a Warboss, and that's probably reasonable. But even then, I mean, I think actually as a character, the fact that he's going to get, if he's your Warboss, the fact that he can have as many as 8 attacks is pretty incredible. The gear he's armed with is pretty tidy, and, he seems like a really nice, well-rounded character. It's difficult to assert 100% without seeing the points cost for him, but I like the sound of him. He seems good.
Yeah, for sure. He's quite flavoursome, with his attack squig.
Was the Face Ripper based off of, or Gook Face Ripper based off the old Black Reach Ork Warboss, Joe? Do you know?
The pose is near on identical, just slightly adjusted, but there's no major difference between the two.
Yeah, I can't remember if narratively if they. If they have the same name and it's an evolution of the model or anything, but
could be. He's picked up a little pet, a squid peg.
Lost a hand.
Well, he just gone, here, you can come with me.
Yeah. I mean, I think again, it's cool to see him adding that flavour to it though, because as Phil has sort of said, and as we've seen in some other instances as well, right? They've gotten into the habit with. I mean, let's use the 8 as an example, right? The 8 are just 8 battlesuits, but obviously one of them's Commander Farsight, so is actually a fully fledged character with a model, but the remaining 7 members of the 8 are just general battlesuits with names and abilities, which has always been super cool. I'm trying to think if there's any other, because I think actually recently, and I say recently, this is probably getting on for 3 years ago now, they ran an article where they released the rules for Sly Marbo on the community website, and they said, yeah, okay, fair enough, the Sly Marbo model at the time doesn't exist anymore, but don't worry, you can just kit bash it out of some Catachan jungle fighters, which I thought was quite profound for them. So maybe they're having a change of attitude, and they're starting to actually, well, clearly they are starting to inject some characters into these generic miniatures, which is really quite cool.
I'd quite like to see some characters that you can just plug into any army, like Space Marine hero, insert name based on what your army is. This is what he can do, kind of thing.
Because that's always. Oh, Gunjay, sorry.
As here is a tank commander, equivalent to Pask, but not called Knight Commander Pask. So therefore, everyone can take him.
Yeah, I mean that's what I've missed in 8th edition is being able to run Pask, because before you could just take him for any army, and he was kind of cool. But now you kind of limited. So it'd be nice that they do sort of generic stuff.
It makes sense with humans though, because there's so many of them. He can't be the only one who's that good.
I mean, maybe he could be, but regardless, I think that's the thing as well, though, because I think, again, not to get into this again, but 5th edition was pretty spectacular for that, because in 5th edition, you could take characters from any faction and just put them together, because there was no significance to keywords or the notion of being a certain chapter plays a certain way. You could paint an Ultramarine army, put Vulcan Heston in it, and be like, there you go, that's my Ultramarines army.
They released a box called the Vanguard box set, right? And it had Vulcan, Pedro Cantor, Kronos, the new metal sculpts for Vanguard Marines, and the new metal sculpts for like Sternguard Marines.
Which I guess should probably be called the old metal sculpts now.
The old metal sculpts. But the fact is that they released 4 different characters from different chapters that can all be run in the same army.
But that was cool, though, because you could inject your flavour into it. And also, they even said it in the Marine Codex back in 5th edition. They were like, if you want to run, Marnie as Calgar, but you want to use him as, your version of a chapter master, go for it. It's totally cool. Whereas now we're in the edition of, are those painted red, mate? Yeah, they are. Okay, they're Blood Angels. No, they're whatever I want them to be. No, Blood Angels. That's the rules. It's like, flipping hell. I think, in a way, that's... we've gone around the houses on this topic 1,000,001 times, but I think that is one of the more regressive elements of 8th edition that really frustrates me. And I think it really annoyed me early doors, and we've talked about it at great lengths anyway. But anyway, it's nice to see that they're injecting some character into these miniatures, and even if you're not going to see these things in match play, the oh-so-important match play, it's still nice. It's cool. I'm sure someone out there will have a lot of fun running Grook Face Ripper as what he is, which is cool.
Should we talk about the other 2?
Well, I mean, the other 2, in a way, are super exciting. Can I talk about the Goff Rocker?
Sure.
I'm going to talk about the Goff Rocker. So for those of you out there who aren't familiar with the Goff Rocker, let me just tell you, the Goff Rocker is a beautiful Ork mini from the olden days that embodied all of the mad, over-the-top kind of style and grace of 1990s, maybe late 80s, kind of, rock wargaming culture, back in the old days when we were all, sweaty metalheads that listened to bands like Saxon and, I can't remember the name of any other band similar to Saxon.
Magnum.
Yeah. All right, fair enough. We'll go with that one. So the Goff Rocker, I mean, admittedly, the Goff Rocker isn't actually just one miniature. There are a multitude of Goff Rockers. But seemingly here, you only get the one. The assertion being, I guess, that if you own a Goff Rocker, it's highly unlikely you own more than one. I mean, obviously someone will, but, now and again you find someone with the odd old model from the 1990s.
What makes the model so special? Has he got a guitar or something?
Well, sorry, if I wasn't being clear, he does have a guitar. Yes, that's he follows on in the spirit of the Noise Marine, except these guys have much more of a kind of Guns N' Roses 80s metal vibe to them, I suppose.
I'm pretty sure there was a full band.
There was a full band. Yeah. They had like the main singer bloke wearing a top hat and sporting, I guess, what sort of looks like a bass guitar, but they all sort of look like a bass guitar. I guess these guys were like the old popular band from the 90s and early noughties, presidents of the United States of America, where they all played broken guitars with only 2 strings, which would probably seem appropriate for the Orks. Although looking at the Google image search, there was actually a drummer as well, Joe, but I don't know how much of that is a conversion and how much of that is an actual miniature.
It's difficult back in those days because they used to chuck any old thing in White Dwarf at the time.
It's true.
Like they had like, here's how to build a spaceship, and it's made out of 2 aerial tubs, a margarine tub, and a Pringles tube. And here's the rules for it. And it's like, oh, okay. This is where we are now.
Better times, I would say, Joe. Better times. Anyway, so the Goff Rocker, you won't surprise you, is slow because he's an Ork. By the way, anyone out there who plays against Orks, always be mindful of their movement, everybody. Every time you see someone playing an Ork, you would assume they move 6. I would assume it, you would assume it, but you'd assume wrong. Orks move 5. Remember that, because the amount of times where people forget it, and it's not because they're cheating you or being unreasonable, just everyone assumes that they should be moving 6. So they, it's just one of those things that people tune out. You know what I mean, don't you, Joe?
Yeah, they got weird little stunty legs.
Hey.
So you'd go like, because I think a lot of people haven't touched their Ork army since 7th edition when all infantry moved 6.
Mm.
And you'd be like, it was infantry, innit?
Yeah, move 6, isn't it? Of course. Well, no, they move 5. Anyway, weapon skill 3+, which is totally reasonable. Ballistic skill 5+, it is an Ork. Strength 5, which I think in many ways embodies this Ork's kind of extreme rock-in lifestyle. Obviously, he's out there on the road, performing every night, throwing TVs out of hotel rooms. It's going to get a bit stronger, isn't he, than your average Ork?
Yeah, living on a diet of like some weird mushroom whiskey.
That's true, mushroom whiskey, and I mean, Orks don't really have ladies, do they?
According to Blood Bowl, they do.
Well, that's true, and you know,
they are terrifying.
They look like they'd be a fun time.
Yeah.
Anyway, toughness 4, because, Orks, 4 wounds, which is pretty reasonable. 3 attacks, leadership 6, and a 4+ save. A Goff Rocker is a single model equipped with a rocker shooter, and a rocker chopper. I love the idea of a rocker chopper. It sounds too cool to mention. You can only include one of this unit in your army. So only one Goff Rocker. You would imagine that over time, though, the influence of the rocker would lead to more Orks kind of mimicking its style, much like in reality, right?
Yeah, someone's going to pick up this magazine and be like, huzzah! And then be like, oh. And then they're going to look over to their full Mad Max music-based army and then just push it out of a window.
That's true.
In a huff. Like, waste of my time.
I mean, even that, or, I suppose my point was more just how, like, music influences culture and people's personal appearances. So, like, maybe people would look like the rocker, but obviously the rocker would still be unique in as much
like
as...
how everyone in 2005 wore a red baseball cap, white t-shirt, and big baggy jeans.
That's true. With a chain. Don't forget the
With
chain.
the chain. I had a chain.
Of course you did. Everyone had a chain. Did you go through the choker stage? Did you wear one of those necklaces that was a bit too close to your neck?
No, I was never one for wearing jewellery.
Was that because your neck was too fat?
Yes. And I couldn't wear a baseball cap for the same reason, because my head was too big, so I had to wear a beanie instead.
My thing with baseball caps when I was a young child was I was obsessed with the idea that you had to wear them backwards, but then you had to have like a tuft of hair coming out the front because
Because of recess.
Yeah, because of recess or VidKid from Burger King.
I was McDonald's. I was a Pizza Hut kid, kind of thing.
Of course, you were a Pizza Hut kid. You couldn't just be a normal, Burger King / McDonald's child. You had to be the Pizza Hut person.
Yeah.
You were all about those chili flakes.
Yeah. I used to love wearing baseball caps as a side, but I could never pull them off because they always looked too small. And then as I grew up and lived in the countryside, I just associated that the only people that wore baseball caps were chavs and thugs. So I was like, no. But as my hair is slowly thinning, and I was on a live stream the other day. I say the other day, it was like 4 months ago. I noticed that I've got this massive bald spot where the top of my head is not designed for top-down live streams. So I'm going to have to invest in a baseball cap now.
That's true. Or you could become Jewish.
I could do.
You could embrace the Jewish way of life and get one of those nice yarmulkes.
Yeah, could you get like a burqa for men?
I mean, maybe just stick with the hat, mate.
But maybe the rest of my face probably needs covering as well. It's a face for radio.
You need one of those beachcomber hats that cool people wear when you're out there doing your metal detecting.
What, like those, like, it's like a cowboy hat, but it has that thing that hangs down to cover your neck. Yeah,
and then you can pin your badges to it.
Yeah, and I have my socks and sandals.
Exactly. Have I said on this podcast before? I definitely have that. I'm so looking forward to the years where we all become those old blokes at conventions playing old war games.
Yeah, we're all playing plane-based World War II games, games with biplanes.
I can't wait till I'm ridiculously fat, like my belly hanging over a table, sat across, looking at Joe for the 40th year on the trot. Yeah. Yelling about my Napoleonic.
He'd be like, can you remember that time that I won Knight of the Inner Circle? Do you remember, Joe? And I'd be like, yes. Now move your little biplane.
Now,
I think we all know Dan's going to be playing 5th edition.
Yeah.
well, I don't get to play it now, even though I've got all the rules and I'm excited about it.
I sort of feel like we've gone quite a way off topic. Should we go back to the Goff Rocker?
Okay, I was going to just talk about my Knight of the Inner Circle award, seeing as Joe queued me up, but it's probably for the best. Right, anyway, so he's got the Rocker Shooter, which is range 24, assault 4, straight 4, -1, which is pretty reasonable. But then obviously he's got the Rocker Chopper, which is a melee weapon, strength +1, so he's strength 6. He's going to be duffing up those Elder like no one's business, or Tau, or other toughness 3 things, Sisters of Battle, Imperial Guard, Astra Militarum, stuff like that. Each time the bearer fights, he can make 1 additional attack with this weapon, so he has 4 attacks when fighting with his Rocker Chopper. His rules are, here we go, mob rule, Daka Daka Daka. He's also got music, written in a kind of extreme language. At the start of each battle round, select 1 type of music below for this model to perform until the end of the battle round. He's either got Goth Rock, or Gothic Rock, while friendly Goth infantry units are within 6 of this model, add 1 to the strength characteristic of models that turn. Ooh.
Not bad.
And then, when he obviously wants to go more extreme, he's also got heavy metal, which is while a friendly Goth infantry unit with no mucking about cutler is with it. Hang on. With the no mucking about cutler is within 6 of this model. Who's no mucking about cutler?
I don't know.
With the no muck, whatever, it's within 6 of this model. The additional hit as a result of that ability.
Oh, that's the culture.
Oh, is that the Goth culture?
But is that how they spell it? The culture.
No.
So yeah, it must be.
Oh, I see. I've got that. Okay, fine. So while a friendly Goth infantry unit with the no mucking about culture is within 6 of this model, the additional hit as a result of that ability is generated on an unmodified roll of 5+ instead of 6+, Joe.
Jesus.
Crikey.
I can see all those people having these fun thematic games of orcs. It's going to last a long time with him.
Well, indeed. He is also, though, interestingly, I noticed this before, he is the exact same power level as Gruck Face Ripper. Now, okay, fair enough, he's got that kind of aura buffing nonsense that he does. But I don't know, do you think that's appropriate that he should be the same power level? Because he's a lot less wounds and a lot less fighty.
Yeah, but there's a Gruck only really buffs himself, where he can buff like 90 boys in a oneer.
That is true.
I think that's why he's probably pointed.
Yeah.
Well, fair enough. Anyway, there you go. I like the sound of the Goth Rocker. If you own one of these, then obviously, well done you. You absolutely should be fielding this in your next game of Warhamster 40,000s. But if you would like to purchase one, I'm just going to quickly look on eBay and see what it'll cost you.
I sort of feel like they should sort of bring back that kind of fantasy element of musicians within squads.
Yeah. I think they actually brought him back as a last chance to buy, briefly.
Oh.
I think that's why he's here, because they brought him back, but then there was no rules for him.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, there's none of them available on eBay right now, so I can't tell you how much it will cost you, but judging by the fact there's not one available, it might cost you more than a £5. But there you go. Joe, how about you see us through this Ork medley by telling us about Skrak?
Skrak! Skull
Or
knobs.
specifically his collection of skull knobs.
Yeah.
Which maybe, if the algorithm, holds true, might hurt our chances of our non-explicit rating.
So Skrak's skull knobs with a Z.
Yep.
As a unit, contains 1 Skrak head smasher and 4 skull knobs, and you can include up to 5 additional knobs. For every 5 knobs in this unit, you can have 1 ammo round. So Skrak Head Smasher is equipped with a slugger, chopper, Skrak's Honda's helmet, and stick bombs.
And stick bombs, you say, yeah?
Yeah. So, Scrack's Head Smasher is movement 5, weapon skill 2, Jesus, ballistic skill 5, strength 5, toughness 4, 3 wounds, 3 attacks, leadership 7, 4 up save. That's pretty good, isn't it? So you've got heavy armor then, basically. And then the skull knobs are also movement 5, weapon skill 2, ballistic skill 5, strength 5, toughness 4, 2 wounds this time, 3 attacks, leadership 6, 4 up save. Very exciting. And then they've got the sluggers, which are pistol, 12-inch range, strength 4, and choppers. But that gives them extra attack each when they fight. So then you've got 4 attacks each, not bad. And Scrack's horned helmet. Each time the bearer fights, it can make 1 additional attack with this weapon, and only 1 attack can be made with this weapon. When resolving an attack made with this weapon, if the hit is scored, the target suffers 1 mortal wound, and the attack sequence ends. So basically, he just pokes him with his helmet.
Seems legit.
Yeah, very orky thing to do. And then you've got Yamo Run. Then you've got Keep in Order. Roll a d6 for each model that flees from a Goff unit that is within 3 inches of any friendly Goff units. With this ability, when the morale test is taken on a 6, that model does not flee. It's not bad.
Not
and
bad
then Gruck's Meanest Lads. So I'm assuming these guys hang around with Gruck then. While this unit is within 6 inches of Gruck Face Ripper, add 1 to the attacks characteristic of each knobs in this unit. That's not bad. So they go up to 5 when he's about. And then you could put like a banner guy nearby, which gives them 6. And then you have
your Goff Rocker.
Your Goff Rocker.
For +1 strength.
Or exploding 5s.
Yeah, and then you give them Warpath, which puts them on, what are we on? 6 attacks. And then you have Gazgol, 7.
I can see why these aren't available in match play now. They're pretty good.
So, Scrack is the main knob of the squad that goes with Gruck's boss mob box set, basically. So, essentially, this is just a normal box of Ork boys, but I guess one of them has a helmet, making him more important than the others.
Yeah.
I assume there's like a spiky head helmet in the box set somewhere.
Yeah.
So there you go. It's interesting, man. I mean, I enjoy a bit of extra orky goodness. In a way, I'm sort of saddened that we won't see these guys in match play, because I actually think these are actually some pretty fun additions. Certainly the Goff Rocker. I think of all of them here, the Goff Rocker is actually the one where you're like, oh, because like the Bone Singer from for the Craft Worlders. One of those units that actually is pretty good.
Didn't he get he got Legends, didn't he?
Yeah, the Bone Singer got Legends, which is fair enough, but obviously you can't use him in most tournament play. But you can still run him perfectly viably in match play. And I think that's the thing, it's sort of weird in a way that they didn't just put points in for these guys, but is what it is. Maybe we as a community can collectively agree that the Goff Rocker should be 80 points. That seems
Good luck with that.
Seems about right, doesn't it, for a Goff Rocker?
Well, he's basically a lieutenant, isn't he, really?
80 points seems alright for a Goff Rocker. Because you can still get one-shotted by a Vindicare.
Yeah.
You know, that does happen. Anyway, there you go. So that's for some orcs, which was nice because, let's be honest with ourselves, everyone out there is going to already be talking about the Harlequins, which we're going to go on to talk about next. So we figured, why not talk about the orcs? Because I bet no one else has mentioned them. Although, I don't know, I guess someone out there can take that bet. Joe, what do you reckon? Do you think other people will have talked about the orcs?
They might give them a cursory nod.
I doubt it.
I
doubt it. Phil, what do you think?
I think more people are going to be excited by Harlequin rules.
It's reasonable to say. So why don't we now transition to the next segment where we talk about the Harlequins. Transitional noise. Woo! And now it's the bit of White Dwarf that everyone pretty much cares about, except for those who really like playing narrative Goff Orks. It is the new and additional rules for Harlequins. Harlequins didn't get a Psychic Awakening book. Like the Death Watch, they have been relegated to the pages of White Dwarf. But unlike the Death Watch, and unlike the Drakari, they've actually got quite a lot of rules, which is very exciting for them. I think, based off of what we saw for the Death Watch in the previous issue, I think a lot of people were expecting the Harlequins not to be all that exciting. But it's reasonable to assert, isn't it, Joe, that they're actually pretty good.
Oh, God, yeah. They are well good now.
How do your Drakari brethren on that other podcast you do feel about the fact that the Drakari have been done over in favour of the Harlequins? There
was a bit of group therapy kind of crying, going on, just like we just can't take it anymore. Why GW? Why the hate? I mean, but I think it's more of a time that the Psychic Awakening, when it was done for the Drakari, was written, we imagine, before GW FAQ'd Eldari, them not being able to use the psychic powers. So at the time, they didn't really need all that stuff because they had access to everything that they needed. But now they don't. So. Well,
there you go. I mean, if you want to talk about being, mucked about by Games Workshop, I mean, I think Phil's got you pegged with his devotion to the Krieg, wouldn't you say, Phil?
Well, exactly. Yeah. Exactly. I'm holding out for that future Forge World book because actually, it's quite a, like if you're getting into Krieg now, you literally can't buy the rules anywhere because they've discontinued the indexes.
Oh yeah, that's a point.
So you would have thought by now they would have replaced them with actual new rules.
Come on, Forge World and Games Workshop, sort it out. And while you're at it, sort out my virtual voucher purchase, would you? Come on. Bloody ridiculous what's going on there at the minute. It's only showing half of the money that I spent. Madness. Grumble, grumble. Anyway, let's talk about Harlequins. So, Harlequins got a bunch of new rules, and the first new rules that they got were the pivotal roles. Now, for those who aren't familiar with Harlequins, I hope you enjoy the next hour and a half, because it's going to be pretty tedious. But nonetheless, for those who don't know Harlequins, they have 4 distinctive character types. Those are Troop Masters, who, if you don't already know, are the ones in charge, sort of. Shadow Seers, who are their Psychers, although, rumour would have it that they all kind of have some kind of inherent psycherness about them because, they're Guardians of the Black Library and so on and so forth. But in the way that that's represented on the tabletop, only the Shadow Seers have psychic powers.
Well, technically, the Harlequins are made up from all the different Eldar races. So it's kind of, they're almost like the Night's Watch from Game of Thrones.
But Joe, there's only actually one Elder race.
Okay, well, it's all the sub-factions joined together.
But no, it's just a separate faction in and of itself, mate. You don't get recruited to it from all the... I mean, you do now because of what it is, but in the...
Yeah, but they changed it. They changed the law on it. So people could just go and join the Harlequins.
Wow, But, technically, a craft welder can go and join the Drakari.
Oh, yeah.
And a Drakari can go and join the craft welders. And an Exodite can go anywhere.
Probably wouldn't they?
Well, they have done.
Yeah, weird though.
And they can all be Yanari.
Exactly, they could all be Yanari as well. Even the Harlequins, who kind of, I don't even... The fact that Harlequins could become Yanari was a bit dumb to me, but we've got a lot to talk about.
They worship the laughing god. They worship an entirely different god.
Well, exactly, and it's their entire kind of culture in terms of their appearance and their entire kind of thing. I mean, the whole kind of warrior aspect thing that the craft worlds do when they become Yanari. They go, oh, it's cool, I just won't wear this face mask anymore because I myself am a Yanari person and I don't need to be the representation of a warrior god aspect thingamabib. I'm just going to be myself. Fine, okay, that kind of works, sort of, even though I don't think it really does. But Harlequins, definitely, of all the things that shouldn't be Yanari. Anyway, it doesn't matter. The point is, there's 4 distinct characters. There's the Troop Masters, there's Shadow Seers, there's the Death Jesters, who are the most death-dealing of all Harlequins, unless of course you're talking about the Solitaire, which within the play that the Harlequins represent, the Solitaire represents Slaanesh. So there's a little fun, bit of Eldari culture for you there. If anyone asks, what's the Solitaire all about? Slaanesh. That'll do. So, the Troopmaster. The Troopmaster normally, I believe, as part of its pivotal role, gives you the ability to re-roll wounds. Isn't that correct, Joe?
That is correct, yes.
And now,
but only in combat.
Only in combat. So now, if you don't really like re-rolling all your wound rolls, you could instead be a Prince of Light. And what does being a Prince of Light give you, Phil?
While a friendly mask unit is within 6 inches of this model, you can re-roll charge rolls made for that unit. If you could already re-roll the charge rolls for that unit, add 1 to the charge roll instead.
What do we think of that, Joe?
Pretty good.
Pretty good.
On an army where everything wants to be in combat, getting into combat better and more efficiently is always nice.
It is true. I think, personally speaking, given the fact that these guys are so whippy, it's highly likely that you're going to be where you need to be anyway. But obviously, having extra buffs and abilities that allow you to reroll charges is quite useful. There is a Warlord trait, isn't there, Joe, that allows you to do this as well?
Hang on.
I'm fairly sure there was a Warlord
I've
trait
got the
or a
codex
relic or a thing.
Well,
while Joe is looking to discover if that's a reality, just in the interest of time.
Reroll failed charge rolls made for your Warlord and any mask units within 6. So yes, there is already a Warlord trait that does that.
Exactly, so you can go double bubble. You could have 2 lots of rerolls on the same reroll, yeah?
Well, no, you get +1 if something already gets a reroll, you get +1 instead. But then obviously you still have the reroll as well. So +1 with a reroll is not too bad.
I think you might spread them out on 2 different characters.
I'd say so. I don't think the combination of 2 quite useful abilities to get +1 and rerolls is as useful as you'd hope for. But then it is also quite good, I suppose. Maybe that could create some.
But with a whole army that moves 8 inches per model, can advance and then charge, like they're quite good.
Yeah, I mean that is not too shabby. Joe, tell me about the Darkness Bite.
The Darkness Bite. Each time this model fights, after it has fought, you can select one enemy unit that does enemy unit this model made an attack against. That unit suffers 2 mortal wounds.
It's all right. Isn't it?
Yeah. It's not that great though, is it?
No, I mean again, in the rare instances where you're going character hunting with a Troopmaster, could be handy if you've got 2 wounds left on a thing and you're going to go blop. But
yeah, because it's one of those oh no, I've messed up. Oh, I'll deal 2 more wounds to you anyway.
Yeah, the big thing though is it's 2 mortal wounds, and you don't even need to roll. Like normally when there's an ability to do mortal wound damage, it's always like on a dice roll, and it's like on a 5-up or 4-up if you're lucky. Normally it's on a 5-up, you do 1 mortal wound. So the fact that you just do flat 2 mortal wounds, that is pretty good.
Yeah, it's got those, but you have to pay the tax of committing your potential warlord into combat or something.
But still, I mean, the fact that it is a free 2 mortal wounds that you could potentially spread out, because you don't even have to hurt them. There's no stipulation. It's literally, I got in a fight with you, I swung at you, yeah, I mucked up, but there's 2 more wounds for your troubles. It's pretty good. And, obviously that's active in every single fight phase, so if you can keep the guy alive, you can keep that going. So, I mean, you end up in a situation where, I don't know, you end up kind of stuck in a fight with, something big and scary that you can survive fighting against because you've got a free up invuln and some other stuff, I don't know, but it's alright, I mean, it could be...
If he goes into a squad of intercessors, that's a dead intercessor, I suppose.
There you go, that is 17 points of value right there.
How does the pivotal roles work? Can you have 3 troop masters and each have a pivotal role?
Yes.
Yes. They could all have the same one as well.
I don't think you can have the same one. I think they all have to be different.
Oh, really?
Because, if you could have 3 that are the same and they're just going around doing
6
mortal wounds to anything,
Note on your army roster any pivotal role abilities each model in your army has. Each pivotal role ability models in your army must be different.
Okay, fair enough. Well, still, anyway, the fact is, it's not terrible, but it's not great either. But what might be great is Twilight's Grasp. Ooh. Each time a melee attack is made by this model against a unit that is not a monster or a vehicle, an unmodified wound roll of 2+ is always successful.
Well, that's flipping terrifying.
Exactly, especially if you're up against that rare Titanic unit that doesn't feature the word vehicle or monster for some mad reason.
Yeah, like battle suit.
That's true.
Or something.
Yeah. Oh,
Gargantuan Squigoff or something.
Yeah.
Who knows?
Yeah, because does the Tau big massive doodad have the monster or vehicle keyword?
I don't know if it does.
Well, anyway, it's not important. The point is that's pretty good.
But the thing is, though, that's quite terrifying when you think, like, Troop Masters have 5 attacks base, and then if you take them as frozen stars, so when it charges, you add 1 to its attack. So he's got 6 attacks, right?
Mm.
And he hits on 2s, and if you've got the Great Harlequin nearby, which is like an upgrade...
Or he himself is one.
Which he himself is one. And then you give him something like the Harlequin's Kiss, which is +1 strength, -1 D3 damage. Doesn't really matter, because you're hitting on 2s, re-rolling 1s, wounding on 2s, re-rolling 1s.
Why are you re-rolling 1s?
Because if you've got like another Troop Master
I
nearby,
see, there's another Troop Master here.
but you're going to run 3, let's be honest. You're going to run 3 of each character if you're running pure Harlequins.
Mm.
So you're cool, because he's getting buffed by another one. Okay, you re-roll to wound. So let's essentially say you get 6 hits through, and those are -1 D3 damage. It absolutely, like, on a unit of Marines, he can mince a load. He could wreck a character for sure.
He could definitely cause some problems. It's fair to say. I think it's good. I think of all of them, I quite like. In truth, I actually quite like the re-rolling charges of the 3. Always wounding on 2s is good.
Well, he could make a good replacement for something like a Solitaire, for instance, because he's cheaper. And they do have the option for a -3 flat 1 damage. So that's like 6 dead Orks, 6 dead Guardsmen, 6 dead Tau, kind of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, if you're going to take 3 of them, you can at least take 1 or 2 that are just going to buff your units up, and then 1 as a bit of a close combat monster.
Yeah. I don't disagree. I think the Troop Masters were always cool. Of the 4 characters, though, it's reasonable to assert, and I'm not suggesting that, because Troop Masters get access to other kind of, enigmas in the Black Library, and they get access to other stuff that makes them useful. But I think, I don't know, of the 4, they're probably not immediately like the standout of the 4. I mean, you're still going to take them because they're useful to have, and if you're running this as a pure army, I think you're going to always want to have a couple of these guys in there. But yeah, it's good.
This is the Troop Master you put the Star Mist Remnant on, which means that he's flying around ignoring Overwatch,
and he gets free up invuln.
Yeah, and you're not kind of you're not throwing away your like proper warlord kind of thing.
Yeah, totally.
When you throw him in.
Yeah, I mean, it's good, man. I mean, again, another fantastic option for the Eldari race. Yay! So the next one out of the blocks is the Shadow Seer. So if your army is Battleforged and contains a Shadow Seer, you can replace that model's Shield from Harm ability with one of the following Shadow Seer pivotal rolls. Shield from Harm was -1 to wound, correct, Joe?
Yes.
So
all friendly infantry units within 6.
Which, let's be honest with ourselves, was a flipping amazing ability.
Oh, it is. It is incredible.
Indeed, and that's the thing. You'd have to get something really good on top of that to want to replace it. But as Joe's already said, you're definitely going to see 2 Shadow Seers in most people's Harlequin armies moving forwards. Wouldn't you assert so, Joe?
I would assume that you're going to see 2 to 3.
I mean, in competitive play, 3, but for normal people playing in a normal way, probably 2.
Probably 2, because they've got a good amount of psychic power access, and they're the ones that make the army work.
Mm.
They're
So
the
maybe
ones
you will
doing-
see 3 as the default setting, I guess.
Yeah,
I mean,
because without them, you're not getting all your minuses and all your good psychic powers.
that's true. That is true. So why don't you tell us, Joe, about the Veil of Illusion?
The Veil of Illusions while a friendly mask unit is within 6 inches of this model, when determining if that unit is in range of attacks made by enemy models with the ranged weapon, add 6 inches to the distance measured. For example, if this unit is 22 inches away from an enemy model for the purpose of shooting, it is treated as 28 inches away. Note, for the purpose of determining if this model is in half range, it is the distance after applying the effects of the ability. So a normal bolter, the new bolter that the Primaris have is 30
The bolt
inches.
rifle.
The bolt rifle, minus 6 off of that, becomes 24. So that's its range. And then the half of that isn't 15 anymore. It's 12.
Well, again, because the way they've worded it, though, you're not minusing, you're adding, aren't you?
Yeah.
So
It does the same effect, I guess.
Yeah, you're adding to the distance, but it essentially achieves the same thing. So effectively, these guys are, for the purposes of gameplay, are 6 inches further away than they actually are.
Yeah.
In terms of interacting for shooting.
Which is well good, mate.
It's utterly stupendous. It's literally bonkers good.
Because it applies in Overwatch as well.
Which is where it gets a bit crazy, I think.
Yeah.
The thing that it absolutely does over, as me and Joe were discussing before, is flamers. I mean...
Yeah.
Flamer. So the average range of a flamer is 8, right, Joe?
Yes.
So you can't shoot these guys when they're 3 inches away from you with a flamer.
Or 2.1 inches away.
Well, indeed. Which is... I mean... Wow. It's so mad how that neutralizes flame weapons. I wouldn't be surprised if they issued an FAQ saying this ability doesn't work on weapons that automatically hit or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In a way, it's a shame that they never established a flamer type amongst the weapon variables, because that would have been a much cleaner kind of FAQ situation. Although maybe, just maybe, in the future, they might reintroduce the flamer as a type.
I hope they do, because you've got like the heavy flamer, which can't be shot when you advance, but normal flamers can. So that even when the heavy flamer's on a vehicle, like a dreadnought, that dreadnought can't shoot. Flames work exactly; they don't change.
I mean, they do change.
Yeah, but fire is the same, whatever it's coming out of, kind of thing.
Well, fair enough.
Yeah.
What I should say is that you can't fire a flamer at all when you move, because if you're moving too fast, you're just going to get backwash and just run straight into it.
Oh, exactly.
Unless, of course, you're an elder hemlock, in which case you're flying at supersonic speeds and somehow still able to flame harm-free.
Incredibly accurately, and hit one single model who's in an army of like 100.
Yeah, indeed. But anyway, the Veil of Illusion is bananas good. I mean, the fact that you can be standing 13 inches away from a guardsman unit, and that guardsman unit now loses, 10 of its shot. This is assuming the guardsman unit is 10 models, but all of a sudden it's crazy the distance game you can play with these guys.
A lot of the time, no one will ever be able to rapid fire you when you charge.
Yeah,
it's the way to look at it.
And the thing is, the Shadow Seed doesn't even need to be that near the units that's doing the shooting, because it just needs to be 6 inches from any of the models within that unit that you want to buff, and you can like daisy chain them around.
Which again is bonkers.
If it was like, this would make more sense if it was 6 inches and you only affect the models within the range of your aura. Then that would be a nice way of balancing out the ability. But the fact that it just affects, the whole unit means you can do a lot of shenanigans with it.
I think the thing as well, the fact that there's no minimum range on this, like normally it's like if you're within 12 inches, you can negate the effect of something like this, but they haven't even done that. It's like
Or if they said if the weapon has a range of under, say, 12 inches, it doesn't affect them,
Yeah.
for example.
Yeah.
Because it like completely nerfs pistols, for example. Like if that's all you've
pistols.
got.
Yeah.
Well, because if you've got the fusion pistol, you can't shoot them
Yeah.
because your range goes to 0. It's literally like you could be in combat with these guys with a pistol and you can't hit them.
Brilliant.
Amazing.
Yeah. Bit mad.
That is so. I didn't even think about the pistol situation with those 6-inch range pistols because there's 6-inch range flamer pistols and 6-inch range melter pistols and things. So yeah, you can't shoot these guys in combat with a pistol of range 6.
Jeez, makes them super good.
Unbelievable. Well, on the topic of that, I'm sure the other two are just as good. Gloom Wake. While a mask unit is within 6 of this model, each time a ranged attack is made against that unit, models in this unit, model in its unit, gain the benefit of cover to their saving throws. I mean, yay!
Well,
I mean, it's pretty good.
well, So if your invulnerable gets taken away from you, like Death Hex or whatever,
Yeah.
or the other one was Null Zone.
Null Zone, yes.
It means you'll get a 5-up save. Whee!
Way! My 6-up
Or
save
imagine
becomes
if
a
you're-
5-up. Yeah.
If you're playing that old chapter approved 2017 mission,
But
Yes.
Sky-
everyone-
is this-
everyone's
Is
favourite.
this just mask units or troops?
It's
Mask
mask units, yeah.
Oh, that's right. So, because the bikes, Skyweaver jet bikes actually have a 4-up save, which means they then go to 3-up.
Okay, well, in that instance, it's okay if you're getting shot by AP- weapons.
Yeah.
But in all others, I can't actually think of anyone other than, like you say, the Skyweavers and the not the Skyweavers, sorry, the Starweavers and the whatever they're called that benefit from this.
Void Weavers.
Void Reavers. There you go. Or Weavers, sorry, yes. But yeah, there you go. Whatever. That was clearly the typical Games Workshop new rules writing of, we got to come up with 3. Give them a cover save. Yeah, sure. No one cares.
Yeah.
We've already done the one good one. No one's reading anymore.
Yeah, there needs to be a bad one to make the good one look better.
Yeah.
Well, I guess if you had this on like any other army, you would think, oh, that's pretty good. Like, if guardsmen just get like an aura effects cover save, you'd be like, great. But then now you remind me that everyone's got an invuln save in this army. It's like, yeah, it's a bit pointless then.
Why, on the topic of these sorts of things, why don't you, Phil, tell us about the Agent of Bedlam?
So while an enemy unit is within 6 inches of this model, subtract 1 from the attack's characteristic of a model in that unit to a minimum of 1. Yeah, I mean, it's okay.
It's alright, isn't it?
Quite good.
It's alright.
It gets rid of shock assault
No, yeah, that's true.
I
and
mean,
chain swords or whatever.
it is reasonable to assert that if you're playing Harlequins well, you're going to end up in a grindy fist fight with people. So an ability that neutralises the amount of damage that you're going to take in return is actually quite handy because, to be fair, these guys charge into a unit of Space Marines, but it can go wrong for them, right? I mean, a unit of Primaris Marines in round 1 of combat could still turn around and duff them up.
Well, you've got to think that if they survive the first round of attacks, right, when the Primaris Marines got 3, you've used a psychic power, so the Primaris Marines are -1 to hit, and then you're -1 to hit, so the Marines are hitting you on 5s, right? So you go in, and then you lock them up. They don't do much damage, they might kill 1 or 2. And then in the next combat phase, if they strike before you, those Primaris Marines are only getting 1 attack each. Then it's paying for itself.
Oh yeah, totally. It becomes in the attrition game, long term, it's valuable because obviously the thing with the Harlequin army is although it does hit like a truck, there are some very, very durable units out there. So
and to stay alive, you need to hide in combat so you can't get shot.
And you think about as well some of the units like, I don't know, say Dreadnoughts, for example. Things like that are going to really feel the pain of losing one of their attacks because they've only got like 4, so 4 becomes 3 for a Dreadnought is actually quite a big loss.
The downside of this one, though, is the Shadow Sea actually needs to get stuck in himself because it's an enemy unit within 6 inches from him, whereas the other 2 are 6 inches from one of your units, so you can kind of daisy chain it and sort of buff them from afar. Whereas this one, he needs to get stuck in. I guess it's like what's more important for your troops or for your other units is that are you struggling to get your unit in the first place because you're getting shot off the board before you even get into combat, or are you dying once you get into combat? And that really determines whether you're going for Veil of Illusion or Agent of Bedlam.
I think, let's be honest with you, shield from harm is probably better than Agent of Bedlam. I think realistically, if you're doing 2 of these, one of them's going Veil of Illusion, the other one's sticking with Shield from Harm, and you're probably going to just have 2 with Shield from Harm if you're going for 3 because you can only have 1 Veil of Illusion. Maybe you take an Agent of Bedlam just because you might be in a situation where you get it in the right kind of place, and obviously if you're a crafty Elder player, which many of us Elder players are, you probably will be able to position him within 6 without actually being in combat because you can obviously maneuver and do things that way. So it's possible that you can do some nonsense with it. It's just it's fine. It's good, but Phil raises an interesting point. Basically, Veil of Illusions is stupendous. Everything else is good, except for giving them cover saves, which is useless. Which is a crazy thing to say, but again, maybe in the next edition, giving cover saves will be good at some point. I don't know.
There is a stratagem in their codex which allows you to pick a Shadow Seer, a Troop Master, and a Solitaire, and then redeploy them as a unit anywhere on the table.
Yeah, outside of 9.
But they could be your little strike force, couldn't they?
They could be, yeah. They could definitely do some interesting options there. But obviously in terms of being able to exploit the within 6 thing, you wouldn't be able to do that till the following turn anyway.
Or you'd have to get that charge off, though.
Oh, yeah, of course, unless you charge him in, but then you're exposing him to some potential risks. But it depends what you're charging and what you're up against. Anyway, now for one of the units that prior to this probably... people like them. I think Death Jesters are definitely cool. They're iconic. But it's reasonable to assert that if you were taking Death Jesters, it's because you were just trying to fill out a Vanguard detachment as opposed to really valuing them. They did have a place and they were cheap. These guys are coming in at 45 points a model, so they're pretty reasonable, but... They
were half decent objective holders, weren't they?
Yeah,
for
definitely.
Like 45 points.
Definitely that. But now it's reasonable to assert they're getting pretty good. So we're replacing Death is Not Enough ability. Joe, what is Death is Not Enough?
Death is not enough. If any models flee from a unit in the same turn that has been attacked by this model, then you can choose the first model that flees instead of your opponent choosing.
There you go.
But it was quite rare that they'd actually kill anything in the first place. So it very rarely went off, kind of thing.
There are actually, and it's worth highlighting, there are some really interesting leadership debuffing synergies within the Harlequin list that comboed quite nicely with the Death Jester. So they have a mask formation where they can make you -1 leadership and roll TD6 and discard the lowest for leadership tests. So there were some interesting ways that you could shenanigans these situations, but it's reasonable to assert that within the game of 8th edition there are some armies that can really effectively weaponize leadership, but on the whole it's a very difficult mechanic to make work appropriately. So you can replace that ability with Harvester of Torment. So each time this model shoots, if the target unit contains 6 or more models, each successful hit roll... So if it contains 6 or more models, each successful hit roll scores 3 hits instead of 1. Crikey! Okay, flipping heck. I thought there was some... Sorry, the reason I got all stuttery and weird is I assumed that I'd read that wrong, and it's when you roll a 6 to hit. But no, if you just hit, you hit 3 times. This is not cumulative with any other rules that cause additional hits. So each time this model shoots, if the target unit contains 6 or more models, each successful hit roll scores 3.
So
How many shots does it do?
So you can either fire 3 shots, assault 3, strength 6, no negative AP, the shuriken one, or you can do the assault 1, strength 6 -1, and each time an infantry model from this unit is slain by attack with this weapon, its unit suffers D3 mortal wounds. If any of the models in the unit are slain by this weapon, subtract 2 from the leadership.
I mean, good God.
So that one shot becomes 3. If you killed 3 models, it would then take 3 D3 mortal wounds. Is that right?
Yeah, that is right.
Yeah.
Good
So
God.
that would like you'd be scything through orcs then.
I mean, yikes. That is
Yeah.
that is a change.
If you hit a Death Watch infantry squad of the Stormbolter Storm Shield guys, he'd just annihilate them.
The thing is, though, right, and again, I wouldn't get into this at the end, but that level of power increase is mad when taking into consideration the fact that this guy is 45 points.
Yeah.
Wow.
That on its own is bonkers.
What's his role normally? Is it meant to be a bit like a Vindicare where he's taking out characters?
No, he's
So
not.
this
he's,
is just-
he's not a character killer. He's always just been a dude with it's basically like one guy with a heavy bolter, to put him in Imperial terminology.
Yeah, and what you can do as well. So if you keep in the Shrieker camp, they've got a 1 CP stratagem, right? Which is in their codex. Use a stratagem before the Death Jester from your army shoots its Shrieker cannon or curtain fall, which is one of the relic ones. Using this weapon's Shrieker profile, which is the 1 shot. Right. Increase the weapon's strength by 1 and its damage characteristic to D3. So then it becomes strength 7 -1 D3 damage, and then it does mortal wounds on top.
Bananas. Absolutely bananas. I mean, that is going to do some serious work, isn't it?
Yeah.
Amazing. I mean, again, such a buff. Like now, as a Craftworldy player, the idea of not taking a Vanguard detachment of Harlequins and just taking 3 Death Jesters based on stuff like well, obviously 1 with this, but let's talk about the other abilities. The Jest Inescapable. Phil?
So add 12 to the range characteristic of ranged weapons this model is equipped with. Each time this model shoots, an unmodified wound roll of a 6 inflicts 1 mortal wound on the target, in addition to any normal damage that the target does. In addition to normal damage, and the target doesn't receive the benefit of cover to its saving throw. So adds 12 inch to range, mortal wounds on a wound roll of a 6, and ignores cover.
Which is pretty tidy, given the fact that this gun's range is normally 24.
Yeah, that gives him a bit more of a hang back.
Can I go back one quickly?
Yeah, sure, please.
Right. So that each shot creates 3, right?
Yeah.
If you take the Dreaming Shadows mask, it's 1 CP. Use this stratagem in your shooting phase. Select a Dreaming Shadows character from your army. Until the end of the phase, each successful hit roll made by this model causes 2 hits. Hit rolls of a 6 by this model cause 3 hits on the target instead.
Yeah, but it's not cumulative, so you can combo them.
Well, you could, because that 1 shot generates 2, and
Yeah, but it specifically states in the Harvester of Torment that this is not cumulative with any other rules that cause additional hits.
oh, fine, whatever.
But
It's as if Joe was not listening, as usual.
Well, indeed. Come on, Joe, we're going to talk about the Jest Inescapable. The 12-inch range, ignores cover, and does mortal wounds. I mean, that's still pretty tidy, don't you think?
Yeah. Yeah.
He's just bummed out now, isn't he? He's like,
then-
I wanted my, well, how many would have that actually been? I wanted my 12 hits of one guy, or whatever it was.
The thing is, though, you add 12, it then becomes 36-inch range.
Mm-hmm.
And if you're doing the one-shot variant, you might do a mortal wound. It's like a 1 in 6 chance.
Mm.
It's not that exciting, really.
It's still good though, right? Because I think one of the major issues with the Death Jester has been is that it doesn't do very much early doors because it doesn't have the range. So the fact that you can take a version of it that has that range advantage is no bad thing. It's just not as good as the Harvester of Torment. But Joe, why don't you finish out on the Death Jester by telling us about Humbling Cruelty?
This is the one that makes him an incredible ally for Drakari, by the way.
Okay.
Each time an attack made by this model against an enemy unit scores a hit, that unit is pinned until the start of your next turn. While a unit is pinned, subtracts 2 from the movement characteristic of models in that unit, and it cannot fire Overwatch.
It's very cool.
It's really good.
But,
I mean, that makes him a great ally across the board, you know.
oh god, yeah. Well, I really like him for Drakari because Drakari have access to only one relic that gives them Ignores Overwatch.
Mm-hmm.
So that's a massive help.
That is true. And I mean, even then, I mean, like, you know, don't get me wrong, I think Shining Spears are durable enough that they can take most Overwatch, but the fact that you could take this guy alongside some Shining Spears and neutralise incoming Overwatch is pretty massive.
Yeah, it's huge.
But the verdict has been, though, for most players at this point, though, is that this will not neutralise for the greater good, though. Yeah,
so because although you can, so the target, so say you hit a unit, you hit a Riptide, for instance, he can't fire Overwatch, but his 2 buddies can.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
So, you know, I mean, but still, it's nice to neutralise one of the options, isn't it?
Yeah. But the thing is, though, you got to think, you have this, you have the Star Mist Remnant, which is a relic, and there is a 1 CP strat, which ignores Overwatch. For
the Star Mist Remnant being the item for the Troop Master that ignores Overwatch, right, and gives him the free.
It's anyone can take a Star Mist Remnant.
Oh, sorry, apologies. What, even troops?
Troops can't because it's a relic.
Yes, that's what I thought. Okay,
but you can take this. There's 2 CP on the Silent Shroud unit from the army. Enemy units cannot fire Overwatch against that unit. So a big 10-man blob can just fly in and tie up a whole Tau army.
Yeah, which is pretty remarkable.
Yeah.
Well, there you go. I mean, massive boost for the Death Jester there. And now for what was previously the poster boy of Harlequin characters. How much better can the Solitaire become? So the Solitaire is giving up his Blitz ability, which is a iconic ability of the Solitaire since they introduced the miniature back in 7th edition or maybe it was late 6th edition. Regardless, when they introduced the Solitaire, the Blitz was an integral part of its character profile, which is that essentially you're boosting his movement with additional D6 when advancing, and he goes up to 10 attacks, right, Joe?
Yeah. So once per battle, instead of making a normal move with the Solitaire, you can make a Blitz move with it. If you do so, add 2d6 to its movement characteristic, and then increase its attacks by 10. So, but if you take the Silent Shroud or whatever it is, then it gets 11 attacks.
And the thing is worth mentioning with that is that this guy has a movement of 12, right?
Yeah, and because he's a
Harlequin,
with a flip belt, it means that he ignores all intervening terrain and models all the time.
Yeah, absolutely. And he can advance and charge.
Yeah.
And if it's not enough as well, he can also leave combat and charge as well, which is another fabulous thing that they can do. But there you go. So, Joe, why don't you tell us about his shocking emergence?
During deployment, you can set this model up shimmering instead of placing on the battlefield. If you do, then at the end of your movement phase, one of your movement phases, you can set this model up anywhere on the battlefield that's more than 9 inches away from enemy models. Each time a charge roll is made for this model, it's set up on the battlefield as reinforcements during this turn. Roll 1 additional d6 and discard one of the dice.
So you get 3d6, discard the lowest, essentially, for charges.
Yeah, I don't think it's that good.
Does this work with any of those redeployment strats you were talking about, though? So if you were doing the whole kind of weird cast of players thing, or whatever it's called, where the 3 of them go somewhere, does that come into effect, or is it only when he does it?
It's called the Hero's Path.
Sorry, Hero's Path, yes.
Use this stratagem at the start of a movement phase in which a Death Jester, a Solitaire, and a Shadow Seer from your army are within 6 inches of each other. Remove all 3 models from the battlefield. At the end of that movement phase, you can set up each model anywhere on the battlefield that is more than 9 inches away from enemy models. So I don't think it does, because...
Although, sorry to cut you off, Joe, I've just read it again. The wording for this is, each time a charge roll is made for this model... Yeah. Oh, if it was set up on the battlefield as reinforcements, So it only can happen if it's set up as reinforcements. But being redeployed is treated like being set up for reinforcements, right?
Yeah.
So there is some technical opportunities there, but let's be honest with ourselves.
You'd have to have all 3 in the same place. I don't think it's that good for the simple fact of that he's already got a 12... When he blitzes, he could potentially go 24.
Yeah.
But you're looking at about 20-inch movement, roughly, with a reroll. So, and then he gets to charge. He is going to go exactly where you want him to go anyway. And you could probably end up a lot closer. So when I was running him, he would just loiter around for like 2-3 turns, like near the front of my deployment, but like out of like line of sight and stuff. As a threat. And then once my opponent opens up a gap next to a character, you just hammer him in there like a torpedo.
But you can still do that. Like you
can still do that. But if your opponent's clever, they'll just screen him out.
It's so hard to screen like one model though. Like screening out a squad is pretty easy. Screening out one model, you can sneak him in.
This guy is designed for murdering characters. Like absolutely destroying characters or elite squads of models. But so they can just have those models safely 9 inches behind a unit of guardsmen, or 18 inches away from a unit of guardsmen, and he ends up 9 inches on the other side of them, kind of thing. Whereas if he's already on the table, he can just shoot straight over the top.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's sort of match-up dependent. But I like the fact that he can sort of sneak in somewhere in a gap, and then you get +1.
It's just not accurate enough.
Well, no, what it is, because you can charge multiple units in that turn and still get the buff. So you want to basically position yourself so you can get like 3 charges off.
Yeah, but
that gives you 3 attempts to do it with effectively 3d6. Well, 2d6 with a reroll.
But the problem then is that you're not using him to the proper effect of what he's there for. And if you're just throwing him away willy-nilly on a unit of guardsmen, he'll just get shot the next turn.
Well, it doesn't have to be. I mean, you're the one saying it's a unit guardsman. It could be 3 elite squads and a character that you can target. It really depends up. Like against a sort of marine army that can't screen very well, that has a load of characters that tend to linchpin the army together, this sort of one might be a bit better, because they could do what you've done with your lions, like, you know, have a backfield blob of like thunderfires and whirlwinds and a bunch of characters that your solitaire wouldn't normally be able to reach because they're the back of the board. And this is a way where you can just lob him across on turn 2.
That's the thing with the solitaire, is he, more than most units that perform this kind of function, he's the only one of these like assassin style characters who doesn't normally have access to this type of deep strike ability. Okay, he does, because obviously you can pay CPs and use webway, but the fact that he gets that natively is valuable, because the solitaires do really struggle trying to get in when there's a lot of open ground. Now, okay, fair enough, in ITC, you can move this guy around from ruin to ruin and do some shenanigans with him, but in most normal games, there does come a time where that solitaire needs to make that big bold play where he's got to run out into the open and hope for the best. But regardless, I mean, I think it's not tremendous, but at least they've given him 3d6 discard the lowest to make his charges more reliable, which is a lot more than they give most people in this situation.
Yeah. I mean, it's a good option to have in your back pocket if you want to tailor your army to give you that choice.
One thing to compare this specific thing with, you compare it to the Eversaur Assassin, who gets 3d6 natively and has that ability inbuilt.
But let's be honest with ourselves, the Eversaur Assassin isn't about killing characters, he's about killing screens.
Yeah.
The Eversaur loves getting stuck into units of guardsmen or units of whatever. Like, the Eversaur is all about the chaff. Plus, also, you can take 3 Eversaurs. You can only take 1 solitaire, so I don't think you're going to necessarily see too many people prioritising this version of it. In truth, I mean, well, let Phil quickly tell us about Chromatic Rush before we start making sweeping assertions.
Yeah, I mean, I was just going to clarify. So the solitaire is the only one you can have 1 of, and all the others you can take in up to 3.
Yeah, as the name suggests, there's
well,
only
that's
one.
true. So Chromatic Rush. When this model advances, do not make an advance roll. Instead, until the end of this phase, add 6 inches to the move characteristic of this model. Each time this model piles in or consolidates, it may move an additional 3 inches.
Now, I had a question about the way they worded this. Now, normally when they word your adding to distance, normally they state a number. Now, if I'm not incorrect, I believe there are abilities already in Harlequins that make your pile in and your consolidation 6 inches. Is that correct, Joe?
They've got a 1 CP strat where they just auto advance 6.
So they've worded it that you can move an additional 3. Now, the thing that I'm interested about with that can move an additional 3 is how does that work with relation to the sequencing that you're doing, right? Because here's the thing. You have to move closer to a model still. So is it one of those things that, like, you move your 3 and then you stop, and then you move another 3 and you have to sort of be closer again?
I would say it's all one single movement.
Yeah, but normally when they clarify that, they state it as a single movement. This time they've specifically stated that you move an additional 3.
Yeah, so instead of instead of piling in 3, you pile in 6.
Ah, yeah, but normally they would word that as add 3, not additional 3.
Well,
But the reason they say additional, you can.
I'm assuming it's because of the abilities that buff it in other ways, so it's fine. I mean, obviously that's real nitpicky nonsense that no one's going to really apply. I'm just throwing it out there. You know what this ability would be really good with?
What's that?
Blitz.
Yeah.
But you don't have that anymore, so...
Well, you might once we get to the stratagem section.
Oh, okay, there you go.
Yeah.
Well done,
Spoilers.
Phil. You've kind of given that away already.
Spoilers.
But no, the ability to heroically intervene... Not heroically intervene, is it? It's only pile in and consolidate. The fact that you could take this model, pile in, consolidate an additional 12 inches now is pretty maddening. So, depending on how you position him... Because the problem is you have to be within an inch. But technically, consolidating and piling in still maintain the effects of flip bouts, right?
Yes.
So you can still move over stuff. So, yeah. If there was is there a Harlequin, forgive me if I'm wrong, isn't there a Harlequin thing where you can move towards the closest character when piling in and consolidating? So rather than having to move to the closest unit, you can nominate to move towards the closest character.
I'm just having a look.
Because if there is, then this actually seems quite hilarious, because you could do some real mad shenanigans where you sort of like get in and then jump over and then jump in and all the rest of it. But again, I mean, obviously that... Because again, depending on how the screening scenario goes, you could basically get like within an inch of something, and if you could then use another ability to move towards a character, one of those sorts of abilities that most people in most circumstances thinks a bit rubbish, it's not when it's all of a sudden on a character that could just leapfrog the fix. Anyway, it might.
I'm not, but one it does work well with. The enemy or opponent's charge phase, select a veil path unit from your army. That unit can immediately perform a heroic intervention as if it were a character on it. But the one it would work with is the War Dancers one. Use a stratagem at the end of the fight phase. Select a Harlequin unit from your army that has already fought this phase. That unit can immediately pile in and fight an additional time.
Oh, I like that.
So you can pile in your 6 inches or whatever.
After having consolidated 6 at the end of your fight, so you can move 12, then pile in another 6.
Yeah.
Oh, hello. That's
But you'd
hilarious.
have to do it. So you'd only be able to do it on units that you'd already declared on.
Oh yeah, which is the complexity, because you would never really ever be in a situation where you're going to get to that 12-inch away scenario.
But you might be. But you could charge multiple units, go into one, or multiple characters, kill one, pile into the next one, and kill it, kind of thing.
Well, you say that as well, though, right? There is this weird nebulous time within combat where obviously there's the charging bit, but if you stayed in a fight or someone fired you, then all of a sudden that doesn't matter anymore, does it? The whole declaring charges becomes moot if you were the one getting charged.
Yeah.
You just have to be within an inch.
When you reactivate, as long as there's a unit within 6 of it, kind of, or within 1 inch of it, you can fight it, kind of thing.
Yeah, so that's where it sort of gets weird, right? And that's the thing I really don't... Well, okay, listen, no, leave it alone. The combat system's fine. I really like it. Yeah. Anyway... fine. So, reasonable. Could have some fun shenanigans about it. And then there's unnatural acrobatics, which is each time an attack is made against this model, subtract 1 from that attack's hit rolls. Yes, mate. That's a a thumbs up.
This is my favourite one. Just because my favourite relic to give this guy is the suit of hidden daggers.
Oh yes, mate. Yeah, and then obviously give him...
the wording on it. I'll give you the specific wording on it. Let's find the page. Right. It's the suit of hidden knives. Roll a d6 each time a hit roll of 1 is made for an enemy model targeting the wearer of this in the fight phase. On a 2+, that model's unit suffers a mortal wound after resolving all of its attacks. So that 1 now becomes a 2 because you're -1 to hit, much like an overcharged plasma gun.
Mm-hmm.
If you lightning fast reflexes, that 2 now becomes a 3. Right? So any 3 or less, you roll a dice and that unit takes a mortal wound. Now, using the Shadow Seer, you cast a psychic power on it, which I can't remember the blooming name of.
Veil of Tears
on him. So he is an additional -1 to hit. So any 4 or less.
And then Fog of Dreams.
And then Fog of Dreams on the unit that he's charging into is -1 to hit in Harlequin's infantry unit. So any 5 or less. Right? So it means that your opponent, if he hits on a 2, will only be able to hit you on a 6. If your opponent's weapon skill is 3 or higher, they will not be able to hit you. Fun fact, though, because of it being FAQ'd, if you are within an inch of someone, you must attack them.
Yeah, I think the thing there, though, is if you're the opponent, you just won't pile in any of your models. So you may be hitting with like 3 or 4 people.
Yeah,
and you're trying to mitigate the number of attacks you have to do.
Fun story, Phil. I used him in Heat 3, or the one that we qualified in. He charged into a unit of Ork boys, and I had it so that any 4 or less, basically, I rolled a dice on 2+. 5 orc boys attacked me. I took no wounds, and 16 orc boys died.
It's pretty tidy.
Yes. And then,
yeah, because they've got so many attacks.
Because they've got like 2 attacks each. The chopper
Yeah.
gives them additional 1. And then he had a banner nearby, which gave them 4. And then he'd cast Warpath on them the turn before, so they had 5 attacks each.
The thing that gets super interesting as well there, right, is like, what do you do? Because obviously this Death Chest is still going to fight first, right? So in the example you're giving...
The Solitaire.
Solitaire. The Solitaire is still going to attack first, so you're still going to have your 10 attacks if you're blitzed, or your 8 otherwise, or your 11, whatever it might be. So you're going to kill probably, like...
4 or 5?
Like 6 or 7, maybe 5 orcs anyway. And then what does your opponent do? Do they take away from around you, then freeing you up to pile into more of them? Or do they, like... It's a bit of a... It's a mad old situation for a big horde unit, isn't it?
You almost want to remove all but one around him.
Yeah,
So
but the problem is that will rarely, certainly for a 30-man orc unit, it will rarely create a situation that's more beneficial for you.
And if because you remember, the Solitaire only has a 25 base. If there is a gap big enough in your opponent's unit, he can just blop himself right in the center.
Yeah.
And be like, I am next to 7 of you. Way!
Yeah,
boys.
He's a scamp, isn't he? The old Solitaire.
The Solitaire is my favourite model and unit in this army. Probably one of my favourite Eldar units entirely.
Indeed.
Yeah, I mean,
ironic that he is one of the most hated of all the Eldar.
I had so much fun with him at that heat because
you spent the night together. You had a good time.
I know because I charged him into a
unit of all boys. We just heard.
Not boys, but I also did the same thing to a unit of Bullgrins, but the Bullgrins charged him and racked him.
Oh wow!
And
Did you not tell him beforehand?
I said I've cast the power on him, blah blah blah, and he was like, yeah, but I can still get hit you on 6s, right? And because he was like, I have to kill this guy. He has to die now. But the problem was, he had these Bullgrins who got 3 attacks each, and then he had Strachan nearby and a priest, so they've all got 5 attacks each.
That's unfortunate.
I was like, oh great, 6 Bullgrins have just died. And he's still alive with his free up invuln. Whee!
Incredible.
I mean, you almost want the chromatic rush to combo with the unnatural acrobatics, just so you can do your consolidation move into more models.
I mean, in some respects, I would actually argue that although that additional -1 is super useful in some instances, or a lot of instances, I think maybe, just maybe, the ability to add the extra movement for the pile-ins and the consolidates and things might actually be one of the trump cards for this guy. Especially because well, sorry, yes, Phil.
I mean, it sounds like you can already do this ability because you've already been doing it, Joe. Like, I mean, maybe it saves you a CP if you're trying to do a stratagem to give you an additional -1.
2 CP, Phil. 2.
Oh, it's 2 CP.
I know.
But yeah, so maybe that's a useful perk.
Oh yeah, because it's innate as well. So gate like turn 5, turn 6, you might be a bit sparse on the old CP, and it's still quite useful because you can still make him -3 through psychic powers. He can still run into like a demon prince or something. That demon prince is hitting him on 4s now, and any 3, 2, or 1. He's like, oh no, it'd be a 4, 3, 2, 1. I roll a dice and he takes mortal wounds, so they're still hurting themselves.
Though what I would say is that really, obviously, where we're seeing that the real effect of this ability is in the -to hit for the purposes of a shenanigans involving the cloak of hidden daggers.
Yeah.
In the general sense, I don't actually feel it's actually as flexible as always advancing 6 and adding some additional movement to things. And the reason I'd say that is because I've never really ever seen an instance where a Solitaire is being shot at before he's done what he needs to do.
Yeah, he's already in there.
Yeah, so I don't know. I think the fact that you've got this fixed 18-inch move all the time is probably more beneficial for this guy than the -1. Unless you're really focusing on that combo and maximising that combo's potential. But that combo already has stuff going for it, and again, I don't know. I think in tournament play, if we can go back to that mindset, I think always guaranteeing moving 18 is possibly more valuable.
But then at the same time, there's like, how much do you pay for mortal wounds though? That's the thing.
Yeah, but you can still take that combo in it. It's just that you're not getting the additional -1.
Yeah.
Because you're going to get it from other places. But whatever, eh? Awesome. Okay, well, let's move on and talk about their stratagems. Joe, why don't you kick things off by telling us about the first of the stratagems, Pivotal Roll.
What? Hang on. Let me get to... Pivotal Roll is one command point. Use a stratagem before the battle. Select one Troopmaster, Shadowseer, Death Jester, or Cellator model from your army. That model gains one of their respective Pivotal Roll abilities. This does not replace their existing ability. Each model from your army can have no more than one Pivotal Roll ability, and each Pivotal Roll ability models in your army must be different.
So, essentially, you can keep your original one.
Yeah.
For 1 CP.
For one command point, that is power cheap, mate.
I mean, you're definitely going to keep Blitz on the Solitaire, aren't you?
Yeah, I'd go Blitz and -1, but that's how I like it.
Well, exactly. Well, we just had a conversation about your love of Blitz and -1. Personally, I'd go Blitz and always advance to 6.
Yeah.
Can I say something really stupid about the wording?
Well, please. You know, it wouldn't be the first time.
Because it says that model gains one of their respective Pivotal Roll abilities, but then it says each model from your army can have no more than one Pivotal Roll ability. So it sort of says, is it saying they don't have Pivotal Rolls to start off with and they're gaining 1? But it surely should be you're gaining 2, because you get the original and then an extra one.
I think it's just really shonky writing. I think you have to go for the rules as intended on this situation, and it's just they get an extra one.
It's almost like they rush these out the door.
I guess, because what are they also called Pivotal Roles in the Codex? Because here it says additional Harlequin rules, Pivotal Roles. So it might be these classed as Pivotal Roles, which is different from
they're not classed
basic
as
ability.
Roles. They're not classed as Pivotal Roles on their data sheets, no.
Right, okay. So that's what it is. All these bonus ones, you can only have one of.
It is, Phil.
Okay, that makes sense.
It is now, Phil, another fabulous example of how this horrible Frankenstein monster of a rule set continues to dumbfound us. But
don't worry, it'll be impossible to get hold of this codex in 6 months' time, but the rules will still apply.
Indeed. But yeah, there you go. So look, I mean, ultimately, you're going to always be looking at this as a potential solitaire fun time. Although, to be honest with you, the Shadow Seers also have viability. So yeah,
I think it depends on your build. Like, why are you taking the Harlequins like in the first place? So I kind of just want to take a Shadow Seer, a 10-man troop, and a solitaire. Although, looking at it, I might chuck a Death Jester in as well. Or you just go Shadow Seer, 2 Death Jesters, and the Solitaire. And they just kind of just run around causing mayhem.
And also, I mean, I suppose as well, though, what you were saying about with the Death Jester's original pivotal role of being able to decide which models flee. The fact that you can have a ridiculous amount of mortal wounds being flung around, and they get -2 to their leadership, and they get this, that, and the other. Actually, there could be an argument for doing the 1 hit becomes 3 mortal wound nonsense with choosing who runs away as well. There's every one of them has good options because they have good native abilities. Again, the Troopmaster being able to allow people to reroll charges and reroll wounds. I mean, it's all It's all pretty good stuff, to be fair. So I mean, the fact that that's 1 CP though seems a bit crazy, but
Yeah. I think it's based on the fact that Harlequins just have such a limited access to stuff. So it's one of those, like, how do we make the most out of, which is essentially three characters that you can have 3 times and it's all the same model.
Yeah,
basically.
Yeah. Well, it depends. You can go back into the history of the range and buy one of the old Death Jesters from around 5th edition time, where they did the
one that's
ones.
the one that's like stood on a rock.
No, it's like weird. It's
also...
like it's a pincer thing. It's like a piece of metal he stood on.
Oh yeah, and there's one that has got the flares.
Yeah,
the disco flares.
The disco flares. Yeah. Sorry, Phil, you were saying.
Isn't there that new one coming out as well with the Sisters of the Battle character?
Yeah, I think he's going to have his own specific rules, though.
Yeah, he's not a troop master nor anything, because he's showing his face, you see, and that's one of those other things. I guess he must be like a Yanari Harlequin, because he's showing his face.
I think he's an outcast. So.
Okay, fair enough. So potentially,
but you could quite easily use that model and add a mask onto him and count him as a troop master, I guess.
I imagine a lot of people will.
100%. 100%. Anyway, why doesn't Phil tell us about the Polychromatic Storm?
Okay, so this is a 2 CP stratagem. You use this stratagem at the start of the first battle round before the first turn begins, so right at the very start. Select up to 3 Harlequin units from your army that are on the battlefield, remove them from the battlefield, and set them up again. When setting them up, you can use any abilities or stratagems that would allow them to be set up in a different location during deployment, i.e. webway assault. If both players have abilities that redeploy units rolled off, the winner chooses who redeploys their units first. You can only use a stratagem once.
I mean, that is exceptionally strong because of the fact that you can essentially go, see these 3 units here? They're all in the webway. Admittedly, you can't because you're going to put 2 units in the webway. But the point is, you could say, see 2 of these 3 units. Pop! Off they go.
You could do one of them with the Shocking Emergence or with the Solitaire if you so chose that ability.
Oh, look at you with, bringing that back.
Yeah, I'm trying to make it work.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that, mate. That's good insight. Yeah, no, that is cool. I mean,
it's pretty good because I've had this done to me before with just regular Elder, and your opponent can really bait you into going down a particular side of the board or thinking you're safe, and then just depending on who wins the roll off, you can be like, if I'm going second now, I'm going to hide all of these models back.
I mean, it's so incredibly strong. I mean, I've used Phantasm so much in Craftworld Elder Armies, which is the Craftworld name for Polychromatic Storm, and it's just been insanely powerful.
Oh, good, yeah. It's crazy good.
Like, how are Harlequins for CP? Do they have a lot of it, or are they...
Well, you can, in 2,000 points, you can fit a triple battalion.
Yeah, because I mean, I suppose troops are relatively cheap, aren't they? Or at least you can take them cheap because you can take relatively small squads of them.
Yeah, they're like I think the basic model, the basic troop guy is 9 points or something. So, yeah, so you just take 5 of those for 45 points and just spam them. But then they've only got basic close combat weapons, which are just knives. And then, but any of the decent close combat weapons that you give them are 7 points each, I think.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah. So any attachments you give them get quite pricey.
Yeah.
But I think if you're running pure, you're averagely and you're running a bit of everything, you're gonna see double battalion, at least.
It's like a decent amount of CP then.
Oh yeah.
So the next of the stratagems is Murderous Entrance. And I'll talk about this one because, Phil and Joe did the last 2. This is 2 command points. Count them 2. Use this stratagem in the fight phase. The first time a Harlequins unit from your army is selected to fight in that phase. Until the end of the phase, if that unit made a charge move this turn, add 1 to the damage characteristics of melee weapons models in that unit are equipped with. Ooh, that's pretty good.
It's ridiculous. It's just so good.
I mean,
so would you be putting that on your generic troops with the base weapon rather than a squad that's all kitted out?
No, you'd put it on the guys with. So you'd either have kisses or caresses. So 1 is +2 strength, -2 1 damage.
Mm-hmm.
So their strength 5 then
caress.
minus. That's the crest. So that instantly becoming 2 absolutely annihilates Primaris Marines.
Mm-hmm.
Stuff like that. Or you go for the one which is +1 strength, -1 D3 damage.
which is the kiss.
Which is the kiss. But then which means that it's D3 +1.
I mean, in a lot of instances, you're probably not going to probably spend the 2 CP on D3 +1, but in the case of the caress, flipping out. That's terrifying.
Or the other option is you put it on the bike boys with the Zephyr Glaives, because the Zephyr Glaives, they're strength 4, but it's -3 flat 2 damage.
Ooh.
So then it becomes flat 3. That's like aggressors are just evaporating to that.
I mean, that's really, really good.
Yeah, and if you've got
a flat 3 damage.
Yeah, and if you've got a troop master nearby, they're re-rolling to wound anyway. And then they're threatening dreadnoughts and stuff like that.
Yeah. I mean, anything that adds damage, though, is still terrifying, because even if you chuck these guys into Imperial Knights, as we love to say round here, they could still do some work, right? I mean, the fact is that, yeah, okay, fair enough, you're probably only going to get, 4 or 5 wounds through based on 10 models with truckloads of attacks.
You say that, it'd probably be a bit more, because so a basic troop has
4 attacks each, isn't it?
4 attacks, right?
Yeah.
And you take them as the soaring spider wavers, or the midnight sorrow.
He loves this. He loves this midnight sorrow, doesn't he?
Yeah, it gives them +1 attack. They got 5 attacks each. That's 50 attacks hitting on freeze.
Mm-hmm.
And say you take the troop master, the Great Quinn kind of one, who's then so they're hitting on freeze, re-rolling 1s, wounding on 6s, admittedly, but that's you're looking at 40 attacks re-roll into wound.
Well, if they're taking the caress, though, don't they become strength 5?
Yeah, they do.
So they're only wounding on 5s then. Woo!
That's still pretty good. I'd still
Very
take
good. Well, they're still going to be, and again, obviously they're -3 with the caress as well. We're saying, or is it -2? -2, isn't it? And then it's one of those things where you're like, okay, cool. The knight doesn't get the invuln in that situation, so yeah, you could theoretically, and if your Harlequin got the pivotal roll stratagem and it's re-rolling wounds, you could get as many as 20 wounds off on a knight out of 50 attacks.
And you only need 12 to go through.
To kill it, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's nothing to turn your nose at.
It's one of those I'll hedge my bets on this kind of thing.
Oh yeah. Right. I mean, it's a 10 of these guys is 150 points, 160 point, maybe 200 point unit. Sure, give it a go.
If you don't kill it, it ain't going to be hitting you back very hard.
No, potentially not. Especially if you've done that thing where you got a free up invuln as well. Yay, fun!
Yeah, because most likely, if you don't kill it and it hits you back, it's hitting you back on 5s with its 12 attacks, and then you go, cool, lightning fast. You're now hitting me on 6s, and you're wounding me on 3s because there's a shadow scene.
Because everything's going our way.
Yeah, you always do the best situation.
Of course. No one ever got into this, trying to come up with
You're
strategies.
never going to send 10 Harlequins in to a knight with no support, are you?
No, you're going to send him in after the thing can't overwatch you and every buff is coming your way. No, incredible. There you go. Joe, the curtain falls. Tell us more.
The curtain falls. Use a stratagem in the fight phase when the Harlequins unit from your army would consolidate. Until the end of the phase, instead of consolidating, that unit can fall back or move as if it were your movement phase, but cannot advance.
2 command points for that.
Yeah.
So, until the end of the phase, instead of consolidating, that unit can fall back or move as if you were the movement phase.
Yeah. So hit and run, basically.
Yeah.
So your solitaire can run in, smash someone in the face, and then be like, bye-bye! And then go hide in another building somewhere.
Here's a question, though. If you are changing the dynamic to moving as if it's the movement phase, could you re-enter a transport?
Yes.
Yeah, I would have thought so.
So that's an interesting aspect to it as well.
Well, actually, it depends, because if that only happens at the end of the move phase...
Transports are instantaneous. They're not end of.
Yeah, it's end of your move, isn't it?
Yeah, if you move within a range of it, you can enter it. And that is said to happen in the movement phase. This is treated as being the movement phase. You just can't advance.
Yeah, I guess.
I don't know. I mean, is that a weird little loophole-y thing, or is that something quite interesting?
Well, one of the masks does already have that ability.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
So I would imagine that it would work similar to that.
Yeah, and the fact that you can take it with other masks and do it. I mean, the fact that you can just move 8 out of a combat situation is still pretty incredible.
Oh god, yeah.
And because it's treated as being your movement phase, you can ignore vertical distances. So if you're playing on some mad table where someone's got a 50-foot high piece of terrain, you can go, cool, bloop, I'm out of range of everything now. Whee.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's no bad thing. Phil, Twilight Encore. I mean, that's a terrifying prospect if we're talking about the Twilight films, but clearly we're not. Well,
it's an odd spelling. It's like Twillet.
Yeah,
Twillet
I assume
Encore.
it was supposed to be Twilight, but maybe it's Twillet.
No, I think it is Twilight. Yeah. For 1 CP, use this stratagem in your opponent's movement phase when an enemy unit within 1 inch of the Harlequin's troop unit from your army falls back. After the enemy has moved, that Harlequin troop unit can consolidate up to 6 inches. Each model in the Harlequin's troop unit must end their move closer to that enemy unit or the nearest enemy model. It's very similar to a White Scar stratagem.
So essentially, as they're trying to get away, you can continue to hug them.
Yeah, so you could potentially catch up to them because you can go up to 6, and if their move is only 6, then you should,
This
have them trapped.
This combos really, really well with the Death Jester.
How so?
Because you use the Death Jester, who has the ability to reduce your movement by 2.
Yes.
So you shoot someone, reduce them by 2. If you don't kill them and they try and run away, they ain't getting away.
I mean, it's a very, very situational situation, but yeah, it's totally viable.
Say you run into a unit of Centurions who have movement 4 anyway.
Yeah,
so that would work on them. Yeah. Ork boys wouldn't be able to escape from you.
Yeah, but they couldn't anyway.
Yeah.
No, it's the only stuff that is basically that can move 8 inches, is what you're saying. Because if they can only move 6, they can't escape from you anyway.
So other Harlequin players.
Other Harlequin players. Dreadnoughts and vehicles with like a high movement, I guess.
Yeah, true. Dreadnoughts are pretty consistently movement 8, aren't they?
Yeah. A knight. No! Don't leave me!
Well, the knight's movement 12, mate, so I think it'll probably do alright.
Unless it's been damaged, of course.
That is true, unless it has been damaged, of course. There you go. Let me tell you about the next stratagem. The Foes of the Mind. 2 CP, use this stratagem at the start of the shooting or fight phase. Select 1 Shadow Seer from your army. Until the end of the phase, that model's Shield from Harm ability affects friendly mask units, not just friendly mask infantry units. Ooh.
I'm slightly annoyed this isn't a relic. It's 2 CP for 1 turn. It's quite expensive on this.
But you can use it on all your vehicles, though.
Well, what you want it for is your bikes, because you're going to be running a lot of bikes in a mono kind of army.
Because, I mean, obviously, toughness 4 bikes being boosted up to being, again, able to be shot by things like bolt rifles, but only wounding on 5s is pretty reasonable. And again, when you look at things like the Star Weavers or the Void Weavers or all the other bits and pieces, the fact that they're only toughness 5, potentially you could be wounding them on... I mean, again, same bolt rifle situation starts wounding them on 6s. I see your point, Joe. 2 CP is pricey, but actually, for certain types of Harlequin build, it is a game changer because a lot of the problems a lot of the solutions to Harlequins is mass firepower, whereas obviously this neutralizes that quite a bit. But it does obviously rely on you taking the shield from harm ability, which I think we've all acknowledged is highly likely to feature in your army, but regardless, it's still reliant on that. And additionally, it's reliant on you having a Shadow Seer that can keep pace with really, really, really quick stuff.
I think that the time you're going to do this is just turn 1, especially if you're not going first, because it means he's going to be with bubble wrapping your bikes and your vehicles anyway. Just park them all in the same place. If you don't get that first turn, you can just pop this basically.
Indeed. Well, there we go. I can't remember which order we were doing things in, so I'm just going to say, Phil.
I think. Oh,
all right, Joe. Do you want to go next?
I think it's me next anyway.
Well, there you go. Do you want to talk about Mythic Roll?
Yeah. So 1 CP. Use a stratagem before the battle. If your army includes a Shadow Seer, select 1 Eldari unit from your army. Each time that unit is chosen to shoot or fight, you can re-roll 1 hit or 1 wound roll for those attacks. You can only use the stratagem once. The thing I got is each time as well. So this works for all Eldari units, which is really, really good, and I quite like this. The guys in my Drakari group were instantly like, "Ooh, Drazar gets rerolls."
I mean, the fact that Drazar gets rerolls is pretty massive. The fact that you can also extend that to any of the Phoenix Lords is also pretty substantial. You're also, I mean, obviously in the general sense, Elder are always going to have this ability anyway in Craft Worlds because pretty much everyone's doing Master Crafters these days, so it's not going to be a massive factor for them. But Phoenix Lords that don't gain the abilities of Master Crafters, it's actually quite a nice little additive if you're thinking of taking an Asurmen or someone of that ilk, or a Drazar, as Joe has just said. I think it's all very viable.
It's good for Drakari because we only ever get reroll once to hit. That's like the only reroll we have access to, unless you've got a Kronos in your army, and that's reroll ones to wound in the fight phase. Or you've got, if you take Blackheart, it only affects Blackheart, and that's reroll ones to wound. So
Phil, do you find it strange now that Joe's been hanging around with all those Drakari lot, and now he actually refers to it as we?
No, just talking in the plural.
Exactly, as if he's become a Drakari.
The royal we, yes, exactly.
Do you do that about Krieg, Phil? I can't remember if you do.
He does.
I mean,
but he says I.
Oh, I said I because it's me. I'm the one that's doing it. What's interesting about this, though, is it's cool that they thought about this army not just as a mono build faction. That you might be taking it as like an ally unit or having some of the other mixed factions within Eldari. It's a nice touch for sure.
Chuck it on an Incarn, right?
Yeah. He only gets rerolls to wound anyway. But I think and he's got a psychic power that gives him reroll ones, and he hits on 2s.
Yeah. That's the thing. But you could then free up another psychic power because
Yeah, but it's good though because it's thematic in the sense that in the story, at most you'd get a troop of 10 players, a troop master one shadows, and one of each of the characters. That's like the maximum you'd ever see in one place normally.
Yeah. And solitaires are rare usually as well, aren't
Yeah,
they?
they're super rare. Kind of thing. But normally they're like the best fighter in the troop gets that role, kind of thing.
But yeah, no, I mean, I like it, the fact that obviously there's a buff there that you can apply to Eldari units. You can definitely see the viability and the options for it within the Drakari range. I think there are still options for it there for regular Elder, well, I say regular Elder, Craft World Elder. But yeah, I mean, it's probably less pronounced for them than it is probably for Drakari, who...
Alright, check it on a Wraith Knight. Check it on a Wraith Knight with the
but
big...
a Wraith Knight will have it already, mate. Because he gets he gets it from... I mean, unless, of course, you're taking a Wraith Knight as Iandan to take advantage of certain relics and also take advantage of other things. But then, you know, he'll be re-rolling because of Spirit Seers and other things. You know, it's all... There's no shortage of re-rolls in Craft Worlds.
But it'd be quite good. You could even just check it on the Solitaire because he works independently.
Oh, actually, now I'm thinking about this. You could take it on a Yanari Wraith Knight.
Ooh.
Oh, yes, there you go. Now you're cooking with gas. Yanari Wraith Knights. That's a whole different world of fun. Anyway, there you go. All right. Well, Phil, why don't you tell us about the Eye of Damnation?
The Eye of Damnation is a 1 CP stratagem. Use this stratagem when a solitaire unit from your army is destroyed as a result of an attack made with a melee weapon by an enemy model. That model's unit suffers D3 mortal wounds. This stratagem cannot be used in conjunction with the no price too steep stratagem, which I think, Jay, you'll have to explain what that one is.
Hang on, I will just...
He's so prepared.
2 CP, use a stratagem when a Midnight Sorrow character from your army is slain. Before removing them as a casualty, it can fight as if it were the fight phase. If that character was a solitaire, or it was slain by a chaos unit, add 1 to the strength and attack characteristics of the model. You do the no price too steep, to be honest.
Absolutely.
I mean, unless you're down to your last CP.
Unless you're down to your last CP.
Yes.
And then yeah.
Or the thing that you're fighting against.
It's like I'm down to my last CP. Here's my last spit in your face before.
Yeah.
Exactly. It's one of those things as well, though, right? If the thing you're fighting against is like something crazy durable to normal melee attacks, so say Abaddon, who could maybe soak up the damage normally, but can't do much against mortal wounds. There might be one of those instances where you choose this, isn't it? But there you go. And then the last one, I saved the difficult thing to pronounce. What is this? Virtuous of the Webway, or Virtuosos of the...
Yeah, Virtuosos of the Webway.
There you go. Words, English. I was doing so well up to there. I was like, oh no, this one's going to throw me. Use this stratagem at the end of your movement phase. Select 1 Harlequin infantry unit from your army, not within 1 of any enemy models. Remove that unit from the battlefield. At the end of your next movement phase, set up that unit anywhere on the battlefield, more than 9 from any enemy models. Good. Very useful.
Oh god, yeah.
Flexibility is always handy. I mean, obviously the fact that you can't blink these guys out of combat is a little bit of a nuisance, I suppose. But, you know...
But if they've been sat at the back of the table holding an objective, and then that use is done, or they're just needed somewhere else, you can just whip them over. Or, the same as said, like, they've done their job on the front line, and now they can just go chill at the back.
Yep. No, I mean, again, that level of flexibility and the fact that you can phase it in so many interesting ways, because this isn't a one-use only ability, so you could do this on different units every turn and start doing all sorts of weird, like, staggered things, because, you know, you could potentially just have an army that's blinking all over the place, scoring victory points and just being like, whatever, I don't care what you're doing, I'm just going to score points, blah, 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 you know. So for certain, like, Eternal War missions, you could be a right old pain in the bum with that.
Yeah, I mean, it could be. I mean, it takes like a turn to pull off, but could be quite good for Maelstrom missions.
Oh, massively. But
In fact, what you almost want to do is every turn do this, so you've got one in the webway coming back for the following turn. So you're not just doing it for the same one. You're just doing it with a bunch of squads, so you can blink around all over the place.
Yeah, you could just have this constant shifting thing that. Because again, in a lot of the Eternal missions where scoring objectives is so massive, the fact that you can always have a unit ready to go is huge. And it's a troop unit as well, right? So, and again, if you were able to kind of hide and maneuver the reroll charge guys into the mix and do some weird shenanigans with those, I mean, okay, fair enough. In your average game, you're going to need to accrue 6 command points just to do this nonsense. But in a way, this could be like a ridiculous combo that could easily, potentially, like win you games because you could just be accumulating points all over the place and they wouldn't necessarily have an answer, which could be fun.
I mean, the only downside potentially of doing that is you won't have the buffing characters coming with them, so you might need to sort of pre-position your models. If you know where they're going to go the next turn, you've got to chuck some models in that rough direction.
Yeah, of course. But then equally as well, it creates an interesting kind of dynamic of shenanigans, doesn't it? Because you can position stuff and make it seem like it's going to go over here and then it pops out somewhere else. And I don't know. I mean, again, I always love stuff that allows you to be tricky, and that definitely feels very tricky. Very Harlequin-y, for sure. Yeah. Not that that's a word, but you know what I mean. It feels really, really interesting. So, no, I love that. Of all of these stratagems, that's the one that's really kind of got my imagination working. I'm like, oh, actually, taking a battalion of 3 troop squads just to do this nonsense on people might be actually quite hilarious.
Oh, well, yeah.
Well, there you go. Awesome. All right. Well, let's close things out with the last thing that we need to talk about now, which is their Enigmas of the Black Library. So this is the Harlequin relics, and these are additional relics that they have added to the Harlequin range. So Joe, could you please tell us about the Shadow Stone?
Yes. Hang on.
There you go. He's always so well prepared.
It's because I closed it by accident. Shadow Seer model only. Add 3 to the range of the bearer's aura abilities. Add 3 to the range of psychic powers manifested by the bearer. Well, that's really good.
I mean, that's incredible.
Yeah.
That's made 9-inch auras for -1 to wound and minus -6 to the range. I mean, wow.
Yeah. That's
and you can double that up, obviously, for 1 CP on this one guy with a Shadow Stone.
It's really good because her psychic powers aren't miles of range either.
They're mostly like 18, aren't they?
Yeah, so 18, 24. It's quite 24. Good, actually.
Okay. But now 27.
It'd be quite good for like the double move. So Twilight Pathways, it's only you pick a unit within 3 and they double move. So having that putting that to 6 inches gives her a bit more versatility and can mean that she's not left hanging in the wind when that unit runs away somewhere else.
But also as well, if you've got a range 24 kind of aggressive power that you can use on other units, you can actually be in situations with this one where the Shadow Seer is able to cast psychic powers on other psychers without them being able to neutralise it.
Yeah.
Which is pretty mad. So you can sit 25 inches away and go, blap, have one of them.
This is fun. Yeah. Fun for everyone.
Yeah, that's pretty wicked. Phil, do you want to tell us about the next one, which I'm not going to try and pronounce because I can't quite get my head around it?
So it's Kigora's Lament.
Oh, it's old Kigora.
Kigora. It's a Death Jester model only. Kigora's Lament replaces a Shrieker cannon and has the following profile. So you get 2 ways of firing it. You get the Whale option, which is 36-inch range, Assault 1, Strength 6, -3 AP and flat 3 damage. Or the Shuriken profile, which is 36 inch as well, Assault 3, strength 6, -3, 1 damage, and then it's got some abilities. So before selecting targets, select one of the profiles above to make attacks with. Each time a model is slain by an attack made with the whale profile of this weapon, its unit suffers D3 mortal wounds, and until the end of the turn, subtract 2 from the leadership characteristics for models in that unit.
So you've got if you're using the 3 hits for 1 variant, you've got now AP -3, damage free, potentially 3D3 mortal wounds. Pretty good, isn't it?
Or it'd be the assault one then becomes 3 shots, strength 3 -3, flat 3 damage.
Correct, yeah.
So
Which is,
that's potentially 3 dead aggressors.
You know, the other thing that's actually worth mentioning about that as well, though, is there's also something to be said for the adding 12 inches of range to this, because then this becomes range 48.
that's mad. I mean, 36 is pretty decent. Like, you can cover a lot of the board with that as it is.
Oh, totally. But range 48, ignoring cover, is pretty tiny.
Yeah, it's really good as well.
Yeah. And there was another bit to that as well, wasn't there, that I've just completely forgotten about?
The subtract 2 from leadership.
I think with the add 12... Oh, yeah, if you roll a 6, you get 1 mortal wound. But, still... I don't know. Having a Death Jester with a range 48 gun massively changes how that unit operates.
Yeah.
Anyway. It's just good. It's good. I mean, I think, pretty good.
I mean, you could. I don't think you could game it this way, but it does say each time a model is slain by an attack made with it's made with the profile of the weapon. Because I was going to be like, does the extra mortal wounds, if that kills someone, does it then generate more mortal wounds? But obviously it wouldn't.
Oh, maybe, but probably not.
No, it doesn't.
Nah. Anyway, there you go. So, next thing we have is the Twilight Fang, which I assume is some kind of lovely decorative element to their mask. There is some flavour text explaining what it is, but I'm not going to read that. All I'm interested in is the rules. So, Troopmaster model only, the Twilight Fang replaces the Harlequin Blade or Power Sword and has the following profile. Obviously, you're going to always seek to replace the Harlequin Blade variant rather than a Power Sword, because the Harlequin Blade is cheaper. So the Twilight Fang is a range melee, type melee, strength +2, -3 AP, flat 2 damage. Each time the bearer fights, it makes a number of additional attacks with this weapon equal to the current battle round.
Ooh.
That's well good, mate.
I mean, all of a sudden, this guy's gone a bit bonkers, isn't he?
Well, yeah, because you give him the ability to wound on 2s with that.
Indeed, give him that ability, and then obviously give him the thing that means he can't be overwatched and gets a free up invuln, and he's
just send him in like a loopy. So it gets to turn 3, for instance. He's got 9 attacks.
What happens when it gets to turn 6, Joe?
He gets a number of attacks. I think 12.
Yeah,
maybe.
there you go. Maths. I mean,
Maths.
Good God, that is. All right, fair enough. That's a bit of a game changer, isn't it?
Yeah. He's a
Crikey.
bit loopy.
All right, well there you go. That's really good. And it's flat damage 2 as well, which is insane.
Yeah.
And the fact that he's being boosted to strength 5 as well, because he's strength 3 normally, right?
Yeah. You know what you could do?
Please.
Could play the strat on him, which makes him +1 damage.
Oh, yeah. Then he'd go up to 3 damage, wouldn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's quite niche when you'd need to use that, but it's
If you want
to
to drop Magnus in a turn, here's how you do it. Basically.
I mean, if you wanted to drop Magnus in a turn from around battle round 4 onwards, but yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah.
You're like, oh, I've got 1 model left. He's gonna get me the moral victory.
Oh, of course. He's going to go ham, as they used to say. Why don't you tell us, Joe, about the Veil of Tears? It used to be, still is, the psychic power, but now it's also a thing. What's that?
Once per turn, the first time a saving throw is failed for the bearer, the saving throw is treated as being successful.
I mean,
It's not bad.
It would be better if you could call upon it at a time when you needed it, i.e., this is the saving throw I need to auto pass, as opposed to the first time you fail, it's an auto pass. Because obviously, I'm being shot with a pistol. Oh no, now it's an auto pass. And now the las cannons! It's like, oh, good. So yeah, I mean, if you had some agency over the decision making, I think that would be a big plus, but is what it is, isn't it?
Yeah, it'd be good for like the solitaire because he's like one of the few characters where you actually get to choose where you put him most of the time. Like the situation is normally dictated by where you want him to be.
Yeah.
So if he flies into someone like Abaddon, you're like, I really need to live through this from his 1 million attacks.
Yeah.
Then that would be the time kind of thing.
No, I do agree. Phil, what's the deal with the Domino Shroud?
So once per battle at the end of any phase, if a bearer was not set up on the battlefield as reinforcements this turn, they can use the spectral apparition. If they do, place a marker within 12 inches of the bearer, then remove them from the battlefield and set them up again within 1 inch of the centre of that marker and more than 1 inch away from any enemy models. The bearer is not eligible to charge in a turn in which they are set up in this manner, although the bearer can use this relic in a turn in which it charged. So you could charge, attack, kill some things, and then at the end of your combat phase, run away 12 inches.
Yeah. Run back to the sanctuary of your lines.
Yeah.
So you can run into that big orc unit, kill a bunch of them with... Oh, wait, hang on, because obviously you wouldn't be wearing a Domino Shroud, would you? Because you'd be wearing the Cloak of Hidden Daggers. So forget that statement. But the point is you can run into something and then not be there anymore. You do still have to get hit, though, before you run away.
Yeah.
But even then, though, the idea that you sort of went in, wrecked face, and then just go, cool, now I'm 12 inches over here. Because it allows, I suppose, if you remember, like, warp spiders from 7th edition, warp spiders had this really annoying, janky thing that you would declare them as a target, and then they'd move 2d6 in any direction.
And your shots would then be wasted.
Yeah, because they go behind a wall and be like, you can't see me now. Oh, good. Wonderful. But in a way, this is sort of one of those interesting things, because you can chuck a solitaire, for example, because they're the most fighty, into a unit that would otherwise leave your solitaire exposed, and then just be like, and I'm out of here, which is massive.
Well, it's one of those, like, because he if you want like a character murdered, you'll go in and murder it, and then he's just kind of stood there, doing nothing. So this gives him that ability to just kill someone and then go and hide.
Yeah, which is massive.
And then,
I guess it also combos with the virtuosos of the webway, as we were saying. You can get some troops darting around the board, but they've got no characters hanging out with them because none of them can move that quickly. But then potentially you could use it with this to jump someone around to be near where they're going to be. It's only once per battle, which is a shame.
This would work well, Phil, with your deep striking solitaire.
No.
So we could deep strike in, kill someone, and then jump into cover somewhere. Right, it's very situational, but and then he can blip somewhere else.
I mean, it sounds amazing, actually. When you put it like that, that's actually quite a hilarious thing. The idea that this dude could just pop up, jump in, kill something, and be like, and I'm out. I love it. I absolutely love it. Well done, whoever wrote that. That is good. Destiny's Jest.
Child. Child.
Destiny's Child?
Yeah.
All right, Destiny's Child.
I was getting a Joe Katona joke.
I was going to go, is this another... What, was Kerry Katona in Destiny's Child?
No, she wasn't.
Okay, so it's not really a Joe Katona joke, is it?
No, I've ruined it. I've Joe Katona'd a terrible joke.
Exactly. What have you done, eh? What have you done? Go hang your head in shame.
Oh, no.
Anyway, so Destiny's Jest. During deployment, select one of the following effects to apply until the end of the battle. Alternatively, you can roll 2d6, re-rolling duplicate results, which is big because sometimes with these abilities you don't get to do that, to randomly determine two of the following effects to apply until the end of the battle. Wow, okay. Good lord. +1 to the bearer. Oh, okay, so it goes on to one thing. This isn't going on to the whole army. Fair enough. +1 to the bearer's attack characteristics is the result of a 1. The result of a 2, if you're rolling this, obviously, is +1 to the bearer's strength. 3 is +1 to the bearer's toughness, which is pretty massive for Harlequins. 4 is +1 to the bearer's wounds. 5 is +3 to the bearer's movement characteristics. Whew. And 6 is improve the armor penetration characteristics of the bearer's melee weapon by 1. Okay. I mean, I personally believe that for the lulz, I would always roll the 2d6 because I don't think anything in there is especially bad. What's your take on that, Phil? What do you think of Destiny's Jest?
I mean, I guess you're going to put it on the solitaire, right? Because everything here is a bit close combat-y.
I mean...
It does make him movement 15.
Yeah, or your late game troop master killer. Oh, but you can't take Twilight Fang, can you? With it as well. I think rolling would probably, unless there's a specific strategy that you're relying on the extra attack or +1 to strength, maybe.
The +1 to toughness is always useful, especially if you put it on a character who's going to take a bit of flack when stood next to a Shadow Seer, because then things like bolt rifles are wounding him on 5s. That's a big change. It basically means wounding him on 5s. And the improve the armor penetration by 1 is pretty good as well, really, because like the solitaire has a kiss and a caress, so the D3 damage weapon becomes -2, and the strength 5 variant becomes -3.
Both good.
And if he's blitzing, that's 10 or 11 attacks that he's getting at -3, 1 damage, or -2. Could you imagine that?
I mean, that would be
blitzing in with 11 attacks, hitting on 2s, wounding on 5s at damage, or wounding on 3s at damage 2.
I mean,
-3. That's pretty scary.
I think everything in this selection of enigmas of the Black Library, they're all pretty amazing, aren't they? I think that's the overriding sentiment here.
But I think there's no duff ones. There's no generic relic pistol that you get in all the Space Marine ones.
Yeah. The thing is that they're all good. So the problem now is which ones do you take, kind of thing. I think competitively, you'll probably end up only ever using the same 1 or 2 all the time.
Oh yeah, of course.
If you're just playing for fun, you can kind of mix up each time, or tailor it to your opponent if you're so inclined, or kind of thing. Just be like, this week I'm going to try this. This week I'm going to try this, and see what happens.
I take it they've got a generic stratagem which allows them to give other characters multiple relics, because that's pretty standard, right? I presume they've got that.
Yeah, you can take 3 relics in your entire army. Yeah. You can't obviously give one character multiple relics, but you can have.
If only.
Yeah, I know, right?
Because that's when you can actually start getting custom special characters that you're making yourself.
Maybe that's something we do for a personal campaign kind of thing.
True.
Well, that was the old trick, if you remember, from 7th edition with the Crimson Slaughter. There was the Crimson Slaughter special character that came in Dark Vengeance, and the way you created him was you gave him 3 relics from Crimson Slaughter, but obviously you can't do that anymore. You can't just go, here's my Chaos Lord, and he's got the horn of what's-it-ma-call-it, and the sword of blah, blah, blah. It's just, you just got one and done. That's how it is now. But yeah, cool. Well, conscious of the fact that this has actually taken quite a while to get through, so let's close things out with our final thoughts and summary of how we feel about Harlequins now that we've chatted about them for almost 2 hours. Phil, we'll lead with you as our resident hater of all things elfy. What's your vibe on Harlequins now?
Well, I've always struggled with them, as all Xenos races. They're a pain in my bum. And I assume they're only going to be more of a pain, so I need to get some cream to sort it out. It's a really solid, like... Is a really solid update. Like, there's not really anything where you why have they done that? This is stupid. With the exception of that cover save on the solitaire. Like, otherwise it seems really good. So if you're a Harlequin player, I guess you're going to be really happy. If you're fighting against Harlequins, you're not going to be happy at all.
Joe, what's your vibe?
They are like you're going to see Harlequins everywhere now, I think, because they have in the right hands, they have the potential to become a top tier kind of army, because they're just crazy resilient. If you are deranged and you go out and you buy 90 Harlequins and 3 of each character minus the solitaire, because you only have the one, you have a hyper resilient army, because then your whole army has because depending on how you put it on the table and which one units you present, you've got units that are -1 or -2 to be hit, and then they're -1 to be wounded, and then they've got a 3-up invulnerable save, and then you can give them a 6-up feel no pain kind of thing. They're going to be, unless you've got null zone or death hex, you are going to struggle to kill this army kind of thing. If you're playing with it, it's going to be a hoot. It's going to be so much fun, I reckon. If you're a Drakari player, they are an incredible ally, because they really give the army something that you don't have, which is character sniping abilities. Stuff like the psychic powers. Obviously, you can have the Incarn in your brain. If you take these as an ally as well, then you can put quite a lot of psychic in your army. Yeah, I don't think that they're going to be hugely helpful for running with Craftworld Elder, unless you just want to try something different.
I mean, I massively dispute that statement in as much as I think.
I think it's a solitaire working alongside, so a solitaire, a death jester, and a shadow seer working alongside a maxed out unit of shining spears would be hilarious.
But I think the thing is, again, I think the way you need to look at it for the Craftworld guys who are thinking about throwing these guys in again as allies, because obviously for a lot of us Craftworld players, we remember the good old days when Harlequins were just part of the army. But then I suppose for the Drakari players it was the same, because in the original 5th edition, was it a 5th or 4th edition? 5th edition Drakari book, or Dark Elder as it was back then, Harlequins were also in there. Although, funnily enough, Harlequins were one of the worst units in the Dark Elder book back in the day. Because once upon a time, Harlequins had nothing good, which was a mad old thing.
They just had close combat weapons.
Yeah, it was crazy. So yeah, all Craftworlders back in the day could fleet and still move and shoot their guns. And Dark Elder had power from plane. And what did the Harlequins get? Nothing. The Harlequins, mate.
And the Death Jester had to go in the squad as well, didn't he?
He did, yeah, awful times. Anyway, look, without being nostalgic for the olden days, I think they have done. Harlequins were always good, and they were, and I think they always had viability. They always had options. I think the problem with the Harlequin range has always been it's limited because most people have to play Harlequins a very particular type of way to make them work well. And I think as a hobbyist trying to collect an army, they are definitely a more intimidating force to get into.
There's a skill cap to this army, both painting and playing with.
Oh, there definitely used to be. There isn't anymore. They are plug and play all day now, which is to say... I mean, don't get me wrong. In normal circumstances where you're able to just play in normal games, they probably do have some frailty. But as long as you understand to snake your units out, and then obviously if you're looking at this from an ITC perspective where you've got ITC terrain...
If you're coming from like an orc, playing orcs or playing space marines, like that's like a whole nother level going to Harlequins. Because if you misplace like a character, if you misplace that Shadow Seer, like you could lose like a whole unit in a turn kind of thing. Or if you don't have all your characters in the right place with the right abilities at the right time, like your army will just fall apart.
Fair enough. Maybe I'm being a bit sort of flippant about that side of things. I think, I mean, I don't know. To me, it seems relatively obvious, but I mean, obviously, maybe.
Well, I guess the army is very like buff dependent, isn't it? Like, you need your characters to buff your troops to keep them alive.
Like a 10-man troop unit with no re-rolling to wound support and no re-rolling to hit support from a troop master, and no negative to wound from a Shadow Seer, and no negatives to be hit. They're just a toughness-free unit with a 4-up save.
Yeah, of course they are. But
then they'll.
Are you suggesting to me, Joe, that your average 40k player can't work out how to utilise all these buffs?
I'm not saying that at all. But if you're doing this on a mass scale, like for a full army, and you're trying to do like Maelstrom, for instance, or you're trying to do lots of different things at the same time, or you play ITC and you've got lots of moving parts and you're trying to stop your opponent from getting points and you're trying to move block, then it could all get a bit... I think like early on it'll be very overwhelming, but once you master it, then you'll be going crazy well.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. If you really, really muck up, you could probably have a bit of a hard time with it. But yeah, I think I don't know. Look, the improvements they've made to these guys makes it pretty obvious where the opportunities lie. It's just exactly as you said, Joe. The barrier to entry, more than anything, is cost, painting, and the fact that there isn't very much variety in it. Right? It's like it's another blunt instrument army. It runs at you and it wraps you up and it messes you up. I did well there not to swear. Again, it's another one of those armies that in ITC terms will linger around the big L shapes and then move out and grab you. And if you're crazy enough to move towards it, you're going to very quickly understand why that was a very bad idea.
But the problem is, depending on the mission as well,
you're going to have to move towards it.
You're going to have to go towards it, kind of thing. And that army's quick. Basic movement 8 plus D6 advance plus charging with some kind of reroll. So you've got to be like 22 inches away to kind of feel safe.
Oh yeah, which is near impossible.
Yeah.
And that's the thing. But as I say, mate, I think, genuinely, I think it's a really nice addition. Continues in the tradition of GW's ridiculous power creep with these books, which is it's not done anything to address units or things that weren't seeing much attention or love. It's just basically taken the archetype and rammed it home. So again, yet another reason for people to not be creative, which is frustrating because actually I think that's one of the worst things about these releases is it just continues to give us a bunch of reasons why an army has to be played a certain type of way.
I mean, to counter that, I actually think with this army, like you might go, or actually jet bikes, for example, aren't all that useful, and the rules here don't particularly buff them, but then there are some. I think that rule set gives you so many options because everything's good. It's like all the characters are viable. They each now have like several different ways that you can tailor them for different play styles. And the relics just sort of add on to that as well, and the stratagem. So it might be a bit of a generic thing that we said for other Psychic Awakening stuff, but it seems for... no, I'm not a Harlequin player, so I can't comment for sure, but it seems like it's...
I think what we'll see is a lot of experimentation a lot of different stuff happening with them, and there'll be like a golden age of Harlequins, and then, as always with all things Warhammer, in a few months' time, you'll just see the same one or two lists that kind of bed in. And
of course.
That will be the net list. Yeah, I imagine that will be what will happen.
Yeah, I mean, my expectation is, as I was sort of saying to Joe the other day, is you're going to see all of these guys running forwards with a bunch of vibro cannons sat behind them. Vibro cannons and some Crimson Hunter Exarchs, and then a bunch of these guys hoofing forwards, causing you no end of headaches.
with the Harlequins, though, mind, you do need to find an answer to planes, because they do, like, unless you're running lots of bikes, which can charge the planes, you cannot deal with them easily if you're running mono Harlequins.
I suppose that is the thing, though, isn't it? Actually, the bikes are still really strong from the original Harlequin book, so there is still a lot of viability in that option as well.
The only problem they suffer with is that they don't get any rerolls to hit in shooting, which is a massive negative for those haywire bikes, like huge, and they don't get any rerolls to wound either. Yeah. So, like, the Harlequin bikes actually work better as Ynnari because they can get rerolls of ones to hit, and I think they get to wound as well.
Yeah, that's a good point. I think that's the thing, isn't it? I think, the things that these Harlequin armies aren't going to necessarily be thrilled to bits with is stuff that can do lots of mortal wounds, whatever that is. I mean, maybe loads of Dark Talons or Void Raven Bombers or... Grey
Knights are going to just to make these guys evaporate.
Oh, Grey Knights will love them because it's literally a case of, like, you literally with the Grey Knights, for what the stuff is that's going to deep strike all over the place and then just start blowing them away with all the hundreds of shots they've got with their bolters.
Well, it's the fact that each unit puts out, like, 2 mortal wounds.
Oh, yeah.
So, in the psychic phase before it even shoots, and then some units will put D3 plus 1 out. So you'll lose a whole 10-man squad in the psychic phase in the first turn before a round's even fired.
I mean, Grey Knights continue more and more to sort of reassert themselves at the top of this non-existent meta, don't they? The more and more the good stuff comes out, you still go, yeah, but Grey Knights would have it.
Yeah, Grey Knights would smash it up good.
Yeah. Well, who knows, right? I mean, again, that's one of the most interesting elements of this weird time that we're in, is that there's no point of reference, is there? This could be amazing. It could just as easily actually be not that great because we're not thinking about certain orc combos that could potentially, grind it into the dust, or certain... I mean, I don't imagine Tau are going to ever have a fun time against this, but,
Oh, no, the Tau are like, turn 1, I get 1 round of shooting at you. I'm not incredibly efficient. Turn 2, I seem to be in combat and I haven't fired a round in Overwatch.
Yeah.
I mean, what will be good sort of post-lockdown is it'll be like the start of 8th edition again, where all the codexes or the indexes dropped at the same time, and there was lots of experimentation and sort of playtesting, and no one really knew what the combos were. And admittedly, there weren't stratagems back in those days. But it'll be like that all over again, because all the Psychic Awakening books will be out, but no one would have played with half of them.
Well, yeah, exactly, because like we said in the last podcast with Adam, is that, like, the rest of this, like, ITC season, as it were, is a bit defunct, because, like, all the prize money is kind of going away and half the events aren't happening. So a lot of people are just going to use, like, the rest of the tournaments, that if they get them available this season, just going to be experimenting on all different kinds of stuff.
Indeed. So there you go. Back to the 5 Storm Ravens. Not that you can use 5 Storm Ravens anymore, because that would automatically lose you the game and also be illegal. But, that was the early days, wasn't it? Remember that, Joe? The 5 Storm Ravens?
I do. I never actually played against the sort of 5 Storm Ravens. They're always like the boogeyman myth that kind of hid in the cupboard, but you never actually saw.
No, indeed.
A bit like the 7 Eldari flyer list that we regularly saw from Dan.
Yeah, I've played against that begrudgingly a few times, because he was like, I need to play test it. And I was like, I know you're going to win with it, so we don't really need to.
Yeah.
He's like, yeah, but I need to figure out the ins and outs of it. And it's just like, it's one of those games when you go into it saying, like, I'm doing this as a favour. It's like you could punch me, but don't punch me very hard, kind of thing.
Yeah.
I mean, it is true that Dan is basically the boogeyman of our group, isn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I had a brief period when Imperial Fists were really good.
And your Celestial Lions were count as Imperial Fists,
Yeah.
Those were the days. Anyway, guys, look, I feel like that's a pretty comprehensive view at Harlequins now. Hopefully you enjoyed that. I hope you found it informative. The broad consensus is they're really good, and we expect them to elevate the Elder game to an even higher level, because let's be honest with ourselves, the Allies' potential with this army is off the chain. It's ridiculous what you can do with these guys in conjunction with what we already have access to with Craft Worlds and Yannari and even Drakari, right? I mean, there's a lot of flavour, there's a lot of really exciting stuff you can do here. The combinations are really infinite now for Eldari players, which is something that we, as our, me and Joe and other Eldari players have been hungry for ages, because, ultimately, we've all been missing out on that same kind of treatment that the Imperium and even the Chaos have enjoyed for a good long while. So it's really great to see. Hopefully the Necrons will get equal love when their Star Daddy comes back. But I guess we'll talk about that later on. All right, guys, we're going to transition now to whatever it is that comes next. Cheers.
Look out, sir. King of the Character Tournament.
Now, everybody, it's time for the first of our second rounds of the King of the Characters Tournament. And joining us for this first round will be the characters Abaddon the Despoiler and Asurmen, Phoenix Lord of the Dire Avengers. And to remind you of the rules of the King of the Characters Tournament, let me now transfer across to this pre-recorded blurb that explains how all this stuff works.
The rules. The Kotek Tournament is a single elimination ladder tournament. Both characters start the engagement 24 inches away. Both characters must move their full distance towards the enemy. There is no advancing, no stratagems, and for the purposes of this tournament, the characters are assumed to be in battle-forged armies. There is no falling back. May the best character win.
Now that we are refreshed on the rules, joining me to play through this game will be, representing Abaddon the Despoiler, it's Richie. How's it going, Rich?
Hello, everyone. How you doing? Looking forward to destroying the pointy ears.
It's reasonable to assert from the outset that Asurmen likely isn't going to be having a good day today.
I mean, that's just my personal opinion, because I think Abaddon is the best.
Well, of course, mate. Of course. And also here to, spectate and commentate on things that occur is, of course, Phil and Joe. How are you going, lads?
All good.
Very good. Very good.
I think I'm going to be Team Abaddon in this one.
How about you, Joe?
I am 100% Team Abaddon on this one, just because that pointy-eared person knocked me out.
I mean, many different characters knocked you out at various points, Joe. Although you're still in the running with Gazkov Fracker.
I know, yeah. He's my strong lead.
Well, indeed, mate. Indeed. Some might say the favourite to win.
Presumably so.
Well, indeed. Well, and another potential favourite to win would potentially be Abaddon. And to remind us on the rules of Abaddon, Rich, do you want to just take us through the vital statistics? Noting that obviously we've done a whole kind of spiel on Abaddon before, so I guess maybe just keep it to the most prominent points that would affect him in this conflict. I
will do so, which is handy because a bunch of his rules are only really relevant against Space Marines and the Imperium. But his stat line is movement 6, weapon skill and ballistic skill of 2+. He has a strength and toughness of 5. He has 8 wounds, 6 attacks, and a save of 2+. He's also got leadership 10 for if that ever matters at some point.
Mm-hmm.
In terms of his abilities, he's got Dark Destiny, which gives him a 4+ invulnerable save and halves all damage, rounding up.
Crikey.
He has Death to the False Emperor, which previously mentioned every 6 to hit in combat gets an additional hit against Imperium units, so not relevant in this combat. He is Lord of the Black Legion, which means he can reroll all hit rolls and any friendly Black Legion units within 6. He is the Mark of Chaos Ascendant, which means people automatically pass morale within 12. He has Teleport Strike for if you're going to use that. But most excitingly, what is he armed with? Well, he is armed with the Talon of Horus, which is a Strength ×2, AP -4, damage D3 melee weapon, but also doubles as a kind of like a souped-up Storm Bolter, which is Rapid Fire 2, Strength 4, AP -1, damage D3. And most excitingly is the Demon Weapon, Draconian, which is Strength +1, AP -3, damage flat 3. And at the beginning of each combat, you roll a d6. On a 1, Abaddon suffers a mortal wound and may not use the sword this phase. But on anything else, he gets that many additional attacks with the sword. So he's a beast.
And in terms of how we've ruled it, the d6 additional attacks is just d6 additional attacks, so you don't actually need to swing once with the sword in order to unlock d6 additional attacks. It's essentially, if you use the Talon of Horus for all your attacks, you still get the d6 on top of that, correct?
Yeah, because it specifically says you have to roll every turn, so technically it is possible for Abaddon to die slowly. Yeah, every combat you have to roll a dice for Draconian because he may suffer a mortal wound, even if you don't want to use it.
I mean, it's reasonable to assert, based on everything that you just said there, he's a bit of a combat monster, and has built a relatively strong reputation in the world of Warhammer 40,000 for being something of a dueling specialist, a duelist of high social standing. So, based on the reminder, Joe, are you still feeling confident in Abaddon's credentials?
He is 100% a lad. So I am the Destroyer of Abs fan all the way.
There you go. Well, I knew I wasn't going to turn you away from the path of darkness, Joe, but maybe Phil could be persuaded when I remind him of the incredible statistics and or rules that make up the mighty Asurmen. So Asurmen, Aspect Warrior of the Dire Avengers. He's got a movement of 7, a weapon skill plus skill of 2+, a strength and toughness of 4, which in elf terms is double hard. He's got 6 wounds, 5 attacks, his leadership is 9, and he has a 2+ save. Additionally, he gets a 5+ invulnerable save against ranged attacks, he gets a 4+ invulnerable save against ranged attacks, and a 3+ invulnerable save against melee attacks, which is important. Other rules that he has is that he can perform Overwatch and hit on 5+ as opposed to just 6s. So that's something impressive. And in terms of his guns, he has 2 Avenger Shuriken catapults, which are exactly as what you would expect from Avenger Shuriken catapults. They are Assault 2, Range 18, Strength 4, Damage 1, and if you roll a 6 to wound, they're AP -3. And his killer application is the Sword of Asur, which gives him Strength 5, which is pretty impressive for an elf, -3 AP, D3 damage, and each time you make a 6+ for the wound roll with this weapon, they suffer a mortal wound, D3 mortal wounds, in addition to any other damage, which is pretty impressive, because obviously mortal wounds cannot be halved. So if I was able to do 6 mortal wounds on Abaddon, he'd have to take 6 mortal wounds. There's no halving of that, because each one is resolved individually. So Phil, based on all those words, are you willing to come across to Team Pointy Ears?
Well, I sort of feel like I should, just on the principle that there's one cheerleader for each person. I really think it's down to how many free-up invuln saves can you make.
Well, there you go.
Because if you can do that, you can win just through attrition. So I will come over to the pointy-eared team, somewhat reluctantly.
There you go.
Secretly a fan of the chaos, but just to balance it out.
There you go. I was expecting
hedging my bets as well.
I was expecting you just to bluntly go no, but I appreciate you coming on board. It's a good.
I'm just being fair.
Well, thank you very much, mate. I appreciate your fairness in these matters. So, Rich, as the defending champion of Abaddon and so on and so forth, would you like to pick higher or lower for going first.
I will go higher.
All right. You can see the dice. Yes, yes, Rich?
Yes, I definitely wasn't multitasking.
There you go. Right. Higher, you say? It's a free, Rich, which means Asurmen will be going first in round number 1.
Round 1.
So, it is round number 1, and Asurmen is going first. So, he is going to bimble along 7 inches. Bloop, 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 bloop. And now he stands a whopping... what would that actually be? 18 inches away from you? No, that would be 17 inches away from you. Yes, maths, words, numbers. So, that would be far enough that I can shoot you 4 times with me pew-pew guns. So, I'm going to be hitting you on 2s, Rich.
What's your strength?
It's strength 4, so I'll be wounding you on 5s. I get a whopping great.
That's much better. I prefer that to the last week.
1 wound, and this will be on your 2-up armor save. So let's see what happens here. Surprise, surprise!
No!
Taking a wound early doors, Rich. So you're down to 7, mate. So I can't charge you because, as we've established, I'm 17 inches away from you. So now it is up to you, Rich, to bimble across and try and get it done. So please move 6 inches towards Asurmen.
I will do so. I have done that.
Beautiful. So you're 11 inches away, mate. So you are well and truly in rapid fire range. How many shots is Abaddon pumping out with that gun?
He's pumping out 4 shots at rapid fire range.
Blimey heck. And he's going to be hitting
He's
on
be
2s,
re-rolling that
re-rolling.
miss.
Here we go. So re-roll. You've got to do the initial load of hits first. So you hit with everything. Boom.
I hit with all of it. Yay! Okay, his toughness is 5 or 4?
4.
So 4's to wound.
4's to wound. Here it goes. So it is 1.
Oh, that's not very good. Have I got any? I don't have any rerolls. What are
No
the rerolls?
re-rolls for this thing.
So 1 wound at -1.
Okay, so it's going to be a free-up save. Bam. Nothing for Asurmen yet. He's holding strong. And now, Rich, you get the joy of charging. You feeling confident about that 11-inch charge?
Let's go for it.
Here it goes. Oh, it's a 12!
Get in, boy!
He
Chaos.
flies in like a torpedo.
He is
I mean,
not
to be
having
fair,
it.
Dan, you probably should have. Well, I mean, that you said that was the charge roll because technically you should have done your Overwatch first.
Well, true, but I'm going to resolve my Overwatch now, so let's see
Right,
what
but
happens.
just for
with
the benefit of the listeners, that was a double 6.
that was a double 6, absolutely. So let's see what my Overwatch gets me. 1 hit from Overwatch. And that may well wound on a 5. It's a 6, so it's an AP -3 hit, so you're on
4
a
plus on my
4-up
invuln.
invulnerable save. It's a 4.
Right.
Solid, mate. Right, well, you initiated the charge, mate, so how many
wounds
attacks?
how many wounds have you got?
I have got 6 wounds, Rich.
6 wounds. Okay. I will. Okay. Well, let's roll my D6 for Draknian.
Okay, so kicking things off with Draknian's D6. It's a 4.
Okay. I'm
Four
okay. As I
Draknians.
do, you don't have any reductions to your wounds, do you?
No, I do not.
Okay. I'm just going to sort of use all of it with Draknian because it does flat 3 damage. So
Blimey.
that gives me 4. Plus my standard 6 plus 1 for charging. That gives me 11 attacks.
11 attacks. That's a healthy amount, isn't it? 2 more. There you go. 11 attacks, Rich. I'm feeling oh so confident.
Hitting on 2s.
Hitting on 2s. All right, let it roll. So you got
I'll
2
re-roll-
misses in there, Rich.
I'll re-roll those 2.
Well, yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. There you go. You hit with
Alright,
all
so
of it.
I've got 11 hits.
11 hits, mate. Boosh.
With strength 6, so freeze.
A freeze. Here they go.
Oh
my.
dear. That's a.
And there's any
That's not
rerolls
very
for
good
that?
at all. That's below the odds.
All right, well, let's get those out of there. Okay, fine. So I now have 3-up invulnerable saves. So I got to make 6 3-up.
Well,
invulns.
on the odds, you're dead.
Yeah,
So
I mean,
let's see how it goes.
That is how this goes.
You're dead.
I am dead. Oh, there's 2 in there. Oh, Asurmen. Fair enough. I mean, who was going to expect a freak charge of 12 inches? Madness.
To be fair, it was only just. There was no overkill in that.
There was no overkill in that, no. Does I was going to ask, actually, does Abaddon on his datasheet have the Mark of Slanesh?
He technically, he does. He has all the marks.
Oh, okay. Well, there you go. So I get to re-roll my my hits and wounds against you as well because of the fact that you got the marker Slaanesh. Because
Well, he has the Slaanesh faction. He has the Slaanesh keyword.
There you go. Yeah. So yeah, I get to use. I think it's called like the Ancient Enemy or something. I can't remember what it's actually called now. Do you remember, Joe? So weird it comes out. Ancient Doom. That's what it's called.
Ancient Doom, yeah, because Ancient Enemy is the stratagem name.
Yeah. Oh no,
Can you use that when you're dead?
Huh?
Can you use that when you're dead?
No, not when I'm dead.
Okay.
No, it's a moot point at this point. No, so I can re-roll failed hit rolls is what is in melee, which is a buff because I can't normally do that. So anyway, it doesn't matter. I'm dead. Let's move on to round number 2.
Round 2.
So round number 2, Rich, you're going first this time.
So
Not that
this
it seems like you need it. So off you go.
So Abaddon's going to move forward his 6, and then he will fire the Talon of Horus. So 2 shots.
Whoa, Rich.
It's not rapid fire range because he's moved. No, he's a Terminator.
He's a Terminator, mate.
So
yeah.
he does still get. He still does get his 4 dice.
So,
Hitting on 2s.
Here they go. So you've missed once, Rich. You've missed
I'll
once.
re-roll that one.
We'll be re-rolling that one. Here it goes. Okay.
Oh, it's still a miss.
So 3 hits. Wounding on freeze.
Yep. No, wounding on 4s, isn't it? Isn't he toughness 4?
Oh, yeah, it's toughness 4. Well, you got a 1-1
Doesn't matter.
and a 2, mate, so...
No wounds there.
No wounds there. And no charges at this illustrious range. So Asurmen will attempt to do what Abaddon did. And he'll bimble across. Boop, 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 boop. And now he'll shoot at thee 4 times, hitting on 2s. He misses once, can't re-roll because it's not the fight phase. And he has no other re-rolls. Wounding on 5s. He gets 1 wound. So 1-2 up save, Rich. You feeling good about this?
I mean, no, because I failed it last time.
Well, exactly. Let's see what happens this time. It's a 6 this time.
Oh,
Redeemed. So I will declare a charge on you, because I'm 11 inches away from you. We'll resolve the Overwatch first this
I'll
time.
do my Overwatch.
Here we go. All right, so
Let's
hitting
do
on
it.
6s. You got 1 hit
I
so
can
far.
re-roll all my hits, though.
Reroll all your misses. So 1 hit. It's going to be wounding on a 4. That is not a wound.
No.
Can I roll an 11?
Oh,
It's a 10!
oh.
It's a 10! It's so close, but it's not close enough. So, Rich, it is now for you to close the distance and be only 5 inches away and let rip with another hail of bolts.
Yeah,
of fire.
first I'll do the Talon of Horus for 4 shots.
Bing, bing, bing. So, 1 has missed, but has it really?
Re-roll it.
It hasn't
It
missed,
hasn't.
so 4 hits. Wounding on freeze.
4s.
4, so, no wounds again! The Talon of Horus is not going to plan.
Oh, that's been letting me down. Okay, do your Overwatch as I attempt my 5-inch charge.
Alright, here we go. So, no hits for the Overwatch. Can you make a 5-inch charge? You ready?
I predict I will not because of my luck last time.
Well, let's see how it goes. It's exactly 5. It was looking a little bit tasty there for a moment, but you are well in, sir. So,
Alright, let's roll my 1d6 for Drachnyan.
it's a 5. Oh, Lord.
Okay, so that's 12 attacks.
Well, I'm not feeling particularly confident at this moment in time. So, 12 attacks. Hitting on 2s. Here we go. Okay, so you've missed twice. Let's just get down to 2 dice. Alright, let's see what those get you. So again, that is 12 hits with Drachnyan. Wounding on freeze. Here they go. Okay.
Well, again, not too hot that time either.
Not too hot, mate. No, that's not been too great. But as we've discovered, it may be enough. So you've got 7.
Oh, 7 this time.
7 3+ saves. Here we go. Oh, again! Ah!
Only just again.
Oh, Asurmen, mate. What has become of you?
Can you just roll to see what Asurmen actually does?
Yeah, just see what he would do because that'd be interesting.
All right.
Because what would have happened if Abaddon didn't make the miracle boxcar charge?
All right. Well, let's see what would happen. So
Yeah, let's assume I didn't make that charge, and you get another round of shooting and a charge in.
Well, we won't worry about the shooting. We just want to see what a bit of combat makes. So 5 attacks, hitting on 2s, re-rolling because you have the Slaanesh keyword. So I missed once. So let's see what that delivers me for a reroll. So that is 5 hits, which is a pretty good start. I'm strength 5, so I'll be wounding you on 4s. So here's that roll. So I've wounded you 3 times, but 2 of those were 6s. So there's 2 D3s worth of mortal wounds. But before we resolve the mortal wounds, we best do the saves. So this will be on your 4-up invulnerable save, right, Rich?
Yep.
So 4-up invuln save, of which you failed twice.
Ooh.
So...
And how much are they? Is that 1 each or D3 each?
D3 each. So we're going to resolve the D3 for...
Or do each one, do them individually?
Well, we'll do the D3 for the straight damage first, because the
Yeah, that's
D3s.
not, yeah.
So
roll them
D3 for the damage first, that will be halved. So you just took 2 damage off of that. And now...
No, yeah, sorry, yeah, 2 damage.
Yeah, 2 damage off of that. And now for the mortal wounds.
Yeah. Oh!
Another 4 on top of that. So, yeah, you would have taken 6 wounds.
Now, would you like to do the shooting first? Because if you do 2 wounds in shooting, I'm dead. In fact, no. You're not. I'm just trying to remember in that first round, because you took 1 wound off me in the first round.
2 wounds.
So if you can take 1 wound off me in a regular round of shooting, which you skipped and you didn't have to, I'm dead. Abaddon's dead.
Well, indeed. But, again, I think... Well, I actually bizarrely... And again, we could... I'd have to listen back to it. But I think bizarrely I did 2 wounds to him in the first round.
No, you did... So...
I thought I got him on Overwatch.
My memory, you did 1 from the shooting and 1 from the Overwatch.
Oh, yeah. Maybe. Well, anyway, regardless. I mean, still, it would have been impressive. But, hey, it wasn't the way it worked out. I mean, I'll roll the 4 shooty dice just to see if it could have been a thing. So 4 shooty dice, all hit. Wounding on 5s. No wounds, so there you go.
There we go.
But he could have had a chance had you not done the miracle roll, but that's the way it goes, man. That is the nature of the Kotick. And let's be fair, even if Asurmen had stolen a round, he wasn't winning the whole thing, was he?
No.
But well done, Asurmen. You fought valiantly, but it will not surprise anyone to discover that Abaddon is moving through to the next round to potentially face the winner between Marnius Calgar and Gazcol Fracker. I wonder which one will win.
It'll be Gazcol.
Yeah, pretty conclusive. But we will discover in the next episode of the Lookout Sir 40k podcast. And now we're going to move on to whatever it is that comes next, which is the quiz. Here it is.
Fingers on buzzers, everyone, because it's time for the end of the show quiz.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the end of the show quiz for episode 50 of the Lookout Sir 40k podcast. Very exciting, isn't it, boys?
Ooh, very exciting. Episode 50.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Been a long time coming. There probably hasn't been. How many times have we mentioned it? Probably not too many times on the podcast this time. Okay.
It's difficult to say, because although this is at the end, it's one of the first things we recorded, so I can't really say how much smoke we blew up the whole episode 50 thing, although I imagine it will be quite a bit, given the fact that it's a milestone and we love banging on about those things if we can. Anyway, sorry, Rich, carry on.
You might find out that this isn't episode 50, there's actually like 49 or something.
No, I'm pretty sure it's episode... Well, maybe, crikey, unless I got the numbers wrong at some point.
I'm sure it is. We'll go with 50.
I mean, technically, we did do a test episode, so it could have been episode 51, if you want to be technical about it.
That was the pilot, doesn't count.
No, that's true.
Didn't we do that late night one that we recorded up at Nottingham?
Yeah, the secret
Does that count?
The secret one that you can find if you go to our YouTube playlist.
And there's the big fat quiz of the year.
Yeah, true. So if anything, it's actually episode 53.
Well, let's celebrate anyway.
Those like specials. They don't count towards the main.
Yeah, exactly.
The main narrative.
Good times. Anyway, sorry, Rich. Carry on.
So on today's quiz, we have a team of. We don't have a team. We've got 4 individuals coming to take part in the quiz today, and we'll start with our special guest, because I don't know if he's previously been on other parts of the podcast. But let's say hello to Tim.
Hello. I'm glad
How are
to
you
be
doing,
back.
Tim?
I'm doing all right. I'm keeping myself busy in these troublesome times. I'm looking forward to the quiz. I have no idea what your question is going to be, obviously. So my performance will hopefully be as good as the big fat quiz of the year.
Well, hopefully it's better than that.
Well, I came second. I thought that was pretty good for me. Yeah.
Did you come second? I felt like you came last, or did I come last? And I've just
No,
kind
you
of...
came last.
No, I did, didn't I? I just, when I remember myself and think about myself, I always elevate myself to some kind of, grander situation than probably what was reality. So in my head, I feel like I came second, or at worst third, but I came last, didn't I?
I mean, you definitely didn't win.
I recall it was Joe came first.
I won.
And then, yeah.
By the way, Joe, whatever happened to that red gobbo that we gave you as a prize?
No word of a lie, is still in my car.
Crikey.
Well, at least he's not on eBay.
5 months.
Yeah.
When are you going to paint it, Joe, and show it off on...
I might do it like the day before the next one.
Well, true. We can have it. We can auction it off.
I'll do a Richie and wait till the last minute, and then paint it.
Actually, I think you'll find I've got pretty good at this. I've even painted models I'm never going to play with at the minute.
Oh.
They're looking quite good as well. Quite a bit of contrast work.
They're going down the contrast bandwagon. Big fan.
It's good stuff.
But they're only just
your Imperial Fists do look very good.
Well, thank you very much.
There we go.
I nearly got a best painted army for a Warhammer World Tournament until I talked the guy out of giving me the point. Because he said, that looks a really cool army, and I said, nah, mate, if you look closely, they're not that good.
I remember, there was a guy whose army was literally painted by dunking Tau models into paint, and one of the miniatures was missing an arm, and even he got one vote for best painted army.
That's awful.
It was awful. Honestly, it looked terrible. I don't understand how he did it, but there you go. I'm curious what Tim's buzzer sounds like. How about you, Rich?
I was just about to say so, but thank you for leading the podcast and the quiz itself. Tim, let's hear your buzzer.
Okay.
I love the little critters so fluffy in the sky. Love the little critters. I'll tell you, I know why. Love the little critters. But I'll tear them to pieces.
Amazing.
A fine sound there.
It was a strong buzzer.
It's a strong buzzer, is it? Well, we'll find out when you add in the sound effects, Dan.
No. Obviously, it all happens in real time. You know that.
Of course, yes. Let's not ruin it for the listeners at home.
Exactly. I'm assuming Joe's buzzer is going to be the sounds of those flipping birds in the background.
Are they Joe's birds or is it Phil's birds?
There might be mine, actually.
No wildlife exists around here.
Well, let's move swiftly on to reigning Quiz of the Year champion Joe. How you doing, Joe?
I'm all right. I'm quite hot. My child has come in and stolen my fan, so it's just getting increasingly hot in here now.
So it's going to be a test of endurance for you as well as a quiz.
It'll be like the first podcast we ever did, where I was literally just in my bed in my pants because I was melting.
Well, on that lovely image, let's hear your buzzer.
Crazy Bruce's Liquors, we've got the bargains for you. Woo, woo, woo.
Glorious. El Glorioso.
Incredible buzzer, Joe.
That's a great sound.
I can only live in fear what has been given to me.
I don't know. It's difficult to get creative with the buzzers at this point. I mean, what do you think that sounded like, Joe?
I imagine it's some kind of cartoon reference
Probably.
from like the early 90s, late 80s.
Quite possibly. Although I've been watching quite a lot of Thundercats Raw at the moment, so I might take something from that.
Isn't that the new one that everyone loves to hate?
Oh man, I love it. I think it's a fantastic show.
I haven't watched it yet, but
Mate,
I imagine
you need to watch it. You will literally be in stitches most of the time you watch it. It's so funny.
Is it as good as
We Bear Bears? Yes.
If it's as good as We Bear Bears, then I'm on it.
Mate, it's better than We Bear Bears. It is top shelf. But they'll probably not get commissioned for another season because Thundercat fans don't like it because, Thundercats is serious and needs to be treated as such.
But there's three different. There's like a whole She-Ra series on Netflix, which is like 11 series long at the moment.
Actually, it's on its fifth. I think it's fifth series, and it's the final series, whichever one it is.
You do understand though, Joe, that She-Ra is a Thundercat.
Isn't she?
No, that's Chitara you're thinking of there.
You're thinking of He-Man spin-off.
Yeah.
Oh god, I don't know. It's all cat-based stuff, isn't it?
No, it's not.
the new Wonder Woman one, that's a cat lady as well, isn't it? I was so confused. I thought they'd done like a crossover.
I mean, they may well have done.
Like when the Teen Titans fight the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
Or the Power Rangers fought the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
Or Batman.
Or Batman. Oh, yeah, that happened. Or
Yeah.
Predator. Oh, no, he fought Batman. Anyway, we should probably move on, shouldn't we, Joe?
I think Scooby-Doo gets involved with him at some point as well.
He saved WrestleMania, didn't he?
He did. That was the best episode.
And as a great segue from that, Phil, why don't you tell us a bit about yourself, what brings you to the quiz, and introduce us to your buzzer?
Well, I'm here to keep you guys on track from talking about kids shows.
You've done a great job.
Well, I just thought I'd let you go on, because there's no stopping you guys, to be honest.
Yeah.
Anyway, on that note, here is my buzzer.
He's going over that cliff!
I'm thinking it might be a different one from my usual.
Is it an oldie but a
thoughts.
goodie, or is it a new thing for the repertoire?
Well, yeah, well, we'll find out, I guess.
It's your personal favourite, Phil.
I mean, it could be, because I'm currently doing more Minotaurs and Krieg. I think we could mix it up a bit.
Well, we could do, absolutely.
Yeah.
I could find some Minotaur references. There was an episode of.
I've got something. I'll send it to you.
Yeah, you
All
got
we
something.
do is put a gas mask on a cow and then see what noises it makes.
I mean, you're probably in the closest proximity to a field of cows right now, Joe. So off you go.
Yep. I'm gonna have to kit bash myself a gas mask though.
Oh, yeah, it's true. That's probably one of the difficult things to find. There was
There's a gas mask company near me somewhere.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
You are in the middle of the, war-torn lands of Wiltshire. It's all military compounds everywhere, isn't it?
I know, but there's a the soapbox races they have on like New Year's or like Christmas Eve, or Christmas or Boxing Day.
Sure.
They have on the telly. It's always like. And there's a company from down the road from me. It's like when they say the name of your local town in EastEnders, and you're like, "Ooh, exciting! We're real people too."
Did someone in EastEnders visit Melksham at some point?
No, but
right.
someone on Emmerdale went to Minehead, where I used to live.
Oh, I see. Well, fair enough. There we go.
And everyone in Minehead was like, "Why is he coming here?"
Phil, how are you not getting involved in this? This is ridiculous.
Yeah, you love Emmerdale.
No, not like that. He's supposed to move you along.
No, I'm just rolling my eyes. I mean, I'll sort of. It says, can we actually do the quiz now?
No, what we're going to do is me and Dan are going to leave you and go and start our own podcast.
Is it about TV shows? Because that's
what
you talk
we're
about.
just going to sit and watch kids' cartoons and talk about it.
Yeah, and
I'd honestly rather you did, and then we talk about 40k on this podcast.
No,
we've done all the 40k talk already now, Phil. This is probably outro talk, to say the very least. Anyway, carry on, Rich.
Thank you, Dan. And well, I say thank you, Dan. We are now back to yourself, and you can introduce yourself for the listeners who may not know or care about who you are, and then show us your buzzer.
I mean, very few people care about who I am. Because, it does not get too dark with it. This is my buzzer.
I am the cheese. I am the best character on the show. I am better than both the salami and the bologna combined.
In a weird way, I'm the only person who has a certain level of security in this moment, because I'm the one who does all the editing to make the buzz noises. So yeah, that's a great buzzer. I'm sure of it.
I think it's a solid sound. It really encapsulates what you mean to the listeners, I feel.
Absolutely.
There's a single blow, no clap.
Well, there you go. You're the sound of one hand clapping, Joe.
No, there's a great Greg Davies skit where he talks about different types of farts, and it's all about one hollow whoop noise. And the clap is where the cheeks come in.
I'm saying, so an unintruded guff, or gust, as it were.
Yeah.
There you go. Lovely. Well, thank you for that. Should we get on with the quiz then, Rich?
I mean, we're going to have to, because Phil's not really helping and moving this along. So.
I know. I mean, this is the thing. It's become me moving it on, which tells you something.
Yeah.
It tells you how bad things have got.
We've got to that stage now where when kids are being naughty and they're just staring at their parent like any minute now.
Joe, you're becoming more and more like Peter Griffin. It's like a series of Family Guy obscene references, or absurd references, rather. It's ridiculous. What's happened to you?
I don't know. It's being trapped indoors all the time.
That is true.
I finally got someone to talk to.
You've been drinking too much orange squash again, haven't you?
Yeah. All those E numbers. All the blue Skittles.
And on that note, let's start the quiz. Question number 1. How many Psychic Awakening books are there, and can you name them all?
Is this in terms of books that are released, or books that will be released?
It's in terms of books that will be released, and can you name them all?
No.
Tim has buzzed in first. Tim, how many...
I'm going to take a stab at like the number of books and see if I can get a half point.
How many
say 5.
You're going 5. You are incorrect.
Ah.
Next is Joe.
I'm going to go 7 on this one.
Joe's gone 7. Joe is also incorrect. Phil.
Oh, I'm going to go high and say 9.
You are correct. There are 9 books in, at least that we know, assuming that the one of them is the last one to come, which I won't say what it is because now I'm going to say for a bonus point. Phil, can you name all of them?
Well, if I say no, that is the correct answer because I can't name them all.
I mean, you won't get a point for it.
Okay.
I can have a go at naming them, I think.
I mean, the answer isn't no. The answer is the 9 names I have on my answer sheet.
No, I couldn't even remember any that have come out already.
Are you
okay? Then for the bonus point, who thinks they can name the most of the 9?
Me.
I can.
Okay, well you got to buzz in.
I am the cheese.
Me.
Dan has buzzed in first.
Okay, I'm going to go with Phoenix Rising.
Yep.
Blood of Baal.
Yep.
Saga of the Beast.
Yep.
Oh crikey! Hang on a second here. What was the name of?
You can't stutter, Dan. You've got to keep going.
I've already hit. I've already hit a wall.
You got to 3.
I got to 3.
Joe.
Right, so you got Blood of Baal, Phoenix Rising, Saga of the Beast, The Greater Good, Engine War, Faith and Fury.
Yep.
That was the one I couldn't remember.
Pariah. What was the Grey Knights one? I can't remember the Grey Knights one.
I think
there's 2 more.
Oh, sorry.
That's it. I can't remember anymore.
You got 4 of them. Dan got 3 of them. There's 2 left. Tim, can you try and guess what they are?
No, you said all the ones that I would have guessed. I'm struggling to think what the last 2 are.
The last 2 were Ritual of the Damned, which was the Grey Knights one,
Yeah.
and War of the Spider.
I remembered War of the Spider, bizarrely, but the weirdest thing is that I was so preoccupied trying to remember the name of Faith and Fury that everything else went away.
Faith and Fury was the one they released alongside Sisters of Battle, which had no Sisters of Battle in it.
Yeah.
So I always thought it was
What,
quite
on
funny.
account of the fact that they got their entire codex, you mean?
Yeah.
There you go.
But it was pegged as like a Sisters of Battle book as well at the same time.
Yeah. So how's that going to work, Rich? Is Phil and Tim going to get 1 point each or half a point each?
Phil's going to get a point.
Okay.
Because he guessed 9.
Oosh.
That's how it works.
And I suppose Tim didn't do better than Joe, so that's the end of it.
Yeah, I don't get anything.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah. So, question 2. What is the name of the new...
Reset the buzzers there.
Oh, I feel like I got at least one question about getting to do that. Question 2. What is the name of the new animated anthology series by Storyforge? And I specifically want the name of the anthology series. Phil has buzzed in.
Is it Bolter and Hammer?
It's close, and I can't really give it to you because it's not right. Joe.
Richard.
Is it Hammer and Bolter?
It is Hammer and Bolter.
Come on.
Oh, of course.
So unfair.
I mean, to be fair, that is a very specific order there, though, isn't it? You couldn't call it Hammer War. It'd be something entirely different then.
Yeah.
Okay, question 3. There have been lots of teaser videos released for this Hammer and Bolter by Storyforge. Only one of them has been given a name, though, of one of these anthology videos. What is the name of the first episode going to be called? Come on, guys, this isn't a lore question. At least one of you should buzz in.
He's going over that cliff.
Phil.
I think this is wrong, but I'm going to guess it anyway. Is it Angels of Death?
It's not Angels of Death. Angels of Death is a name of another series.
Okay.
Dan.
Inquisitor Warband.
No, it is to do with Inquisitors and things like that, but it's not correct. Joe?
Is it Faith and Fire?
It's not Faith and Fire. Tim?
Go with Fire
I know,
and
I'm pretty
Faith,
sure you
Tim.
didn't buzz in, Tim. I just want to give you the opportunity to have a go.
Fire and Faith, Tim. Try it.
It's already been said.
No, he said Faith and Fire. This is your chance.
What to go with fire? I'll go with Fire and Faith.
No.
Oh, it could have been. Could have
The
been.
correct answer was Death's Hand, and it focuses on assassins.
Oh, yes, Death's Hand.
Okay. Now, moving on to a few questions about the Warhammer previews that we've seen. Starting with Warhammer Preview 1. Which 40k models were revealed?
The
Warhammer Online Preview 1.
Online Preview 1.
Right.
It was so long ago.
It feels like a while ago now. My brain. How bad am I at remembering stuff?
He's going over that cliff.
Phil has buzzed in.
Was it more of the AdMech stuff?
It was not more AdMech stuff. Dan.
Was it the Inquisitor? No, it wasn't. I already know it isn't. The Inquisitor with the dinosaur
No.
thing and the neck.
No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't.
No, it wasn't.
Oh, I think I know the answer.
Joe?
Was it the Sister of Battle and the Harlequin?
It was not.
No, that was no.
Tim.
It wasn't the Necron.
No, it was not the Necrons, no. The correct answer was
Was it-
Fabius
could-
Bile.
Oh,
Ah.
Fabius Bile.
The War of the Spider tricked us again.
And for a bonus point, which special model was put up shortly afterwards for a limited time only to order?
the cheese.
Dan.
The Primaris Lieutenant with helmet in hand and power sword by his side.
Do you know his name?
Oh, flippin' hell. Lieutenant Gordon.
He's not Lieutenant Gordon. Joe has also buzzed in to steal the point, Joe. Can
I
you tell
buzzed
me the
in to
name?
say it was the Lieutenant, but I'm going to say something like, is it like Zachariah?
It's not Lieutenant Zach. Excuse me. It's not Lieutenant Zachariah. Phil or Tim, you want to try and steal with the correct name of the lieutenant?
Lieutenant
it-
George.
No, you're both wrong.
I was gonna
Dan,
Well,
say,
Phil did say so.
oh, no, is it Castor?
No, it's Lieutenant hang on, Lieutenant. Excuse me, Lieutenant Amulius.
Oh, Amulius.
Oh,
Yeah, obviously.
Oh, that guy. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's old Amulius.
Such
Okay.
a backstory.
Question 5. And you may detect a theme coming on here.
Good.
Which 40k models were revealed in Warhammer Online Preview number 2?
I am the cheese.
Dan has buzzed in.
That would be. Oh god, actually, I don't think it is. It's the Inquisitor and. No. The Inquisitor and the.
It's incorrect. Joe.
I was going to go with the Sister of Battle and the Harlequin.
Do you know their names?
Suzanne and Francois.
Incorrect. Phil, to try and steal, do you know their names?
No. No.
I definitely don't know their name.
Okay, then the correct answer was, and I might be butchering the pronunciations, Ephrael Stern and Kaiganil.
Oh yes, yeah. I mean that definitely is how it's pronounced. Kaiganil.
Oh, it's a Harlequin name. I don't know how you pronounce it. It might be
It's all made up words, isn't it? It'd be fine.
Kyle will do.
Okay, we have okay, so no one got a point for that. But actually, no, sorry, Dan got a point for that. No,
I
I got a point for that.
Joe got the point for that. Sorry, yeah.
There you go. He just didn't know their names.
I just got confused. Yeah, you didn't know their names. Okay, for a bonus point, do you know the name of the book which is being republished, which those characters were originally in? Joe.
Faith and Fire.
It's not Faith and Fire.
There's something to do with that.
I
know it.
I'll
now.
give a hint to the others. It's nothing to do with that.
I know what it is.
Well, clearly you don't.
I mean, he might now.
I do. I know what it is.
I've no idea.
Phil.
Can I buzz back in?
No, because I've buzzed.
You've gone. It's Phil's go.
Is it Inferno?
It is not Inferno.
I
Dan or Tim, would like to go?
I mean, no, I've got no clue, mate. I've literally no idea.
I know what it is.
Go on, let Joe go.
There's no points up for it, Joe, but you can say what you think it is.
It's Demonifuge.
That is the correct answer. There's no points for it, but I'm glad you pronounced it and not me.
Demonifuge. It's almost like Joe was reading it off a website as if he didn't quite know what it was supposed to be called.
No, I haven't actually, because I've got the big green button on my screen because I'm not allowed to use my phone apparently.
Well, you can use your phone, obviously. But, you know.
No.
Anyway, it doesn't matter.
Okay, resetting the buzzers. Question 7. Which 40k models were revealed at the Warhammer Online Preview number 3? Joe has buzzed in first.
Sorry. I forgot about the.
And for this one, I'm going to want all of them.
All of them, Joe. All of them.
Inquisitor What's-a-Chops and his little dragon bird. Illuminous Zeres. And I know Suzanne and Francois were back in it again.
Who's Suzanne and Francois?
Suzanne and who?
The Inquisitor and the Harlequin dude.
Those were those are in preview 2.
I know, but they're still in the artwork. They're still They're still involved.
There was 3 reveals.
Can I?
Yeah. Inquisitor the Doodad, Illuminous Zeres, and Jeff.
Nope. Next up is Dan. Dan, can you steal?
So it was Inquisitor. I can't remember her actual name. Do you need a name?
I mean, if you don't get the name, someone who does get it right can steal.
Something like Inquisitor Drax or some nonsense, but I can't remember exactly what it is. Inquisitor Drax, the Necron guy that Joe said. I never was able to pronounce the name when I knew it. And a giant spine drone.
Oh.
That's not. No, that's Blackstone Fortress. That's not. We weren't. That's not on the answer sheet.
What?
Oh, I thought that was a trick.
That's not the one I'm looking for.
I was feeling well smug for remembering the
not the one I'm looking for.
Drone. Well, I'm out of ideas then, mate. I can't remember the third one. Was it? Oh, actually, no. I do know what it is.
It's too late. Phil's going.
Come on! You've got to let me deal with
Dan,
my
you've got
remorse.
5 seconds to answer.
The new Sister Battle lady with the gun from the cover.
Fair enough. That is the correct answer. There were 3. Okay. Well. Now it comes to steal. Phil, can you name any of those characters that Dan has not yet named correctly?
Oh, wasn't the Inquisitor Draxus? Something like that. And then
I was close with Drax.
And then the Necron guy. Oh, how do you pronounce it? Seraraz?
Illuminous Zeres.
Yeah, something like that. I can't remember the other 2, like those characters, or the lady.
Latifah.
Yeah.
It's a strong play. I'm going to give. Well, Tim, do you want to raise anyone on those?
I think the sister is called Sister Palos. Palos.
Okay, at the end of that, I'm going to have to give you all a point.
Ooh!
Yeah. I'm
Because
the only
it was
one that
Inquisitor Draxus, Illuminor Caesareus, Sister Palos, and there was a bonus point if anyone said it, but nobody did, because they re-released Lexicanum Varos, the Terminator Librarian.
But nothing.
But you all
for
get a
the-
point after that.
Nothing for the giant spine drone.
Now, Giant Spine Drone is not yet confirmed to have rules in Warhammer 40,000.
He will do. But all right, fair enough. I'll concede.
That's me covering up my tracks for
Yeah. And
Okay,
the Giants as well. They had the Giants from AOS, but obviously that's not important unless it's
we're not-
about to be.
Yeah, we're not on. This isn't a AOS podcast yet.
No, true.
Okay, question 8. What is... Oh, Inquisitor Carrier Draxus is quite unique in that she has some very different
Reset the
armament.
buzzers there, Rich. Reset the buzzers.
Oh, sorry. Yeah,
there
yeah,
you go. It's all right, mate. It's all
there you
right.
go. Second time. All right. Inquisitor Carrier Draxus has some very unique armaments for an Inquisitor. What are they? Joe has buzzed in.
got a shuriken catapult, a little dragon thing, and he's wearing like Dark Eldar armor.
That is correct. Point to Joe.
Nice.
Unless anyone can steal a point by having the name of the dragon thing.
Well, I was going to just raise the point that Joe forgot to mention she has a power fist as well.
I mean, Joe. I mean, the answer's on the sheet where she has a shuriken catapult and an alien dragon thing.
Oh, okay.
So Joe, that's the more specific.
I got it word for word.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, there you go. I mean, it's like you've seen the answers.
Yeah, I mean, I would share my screen so you can see that's what's on the answer sheet, but then you see the next 4 answers. So
Oh yeah, that wouldn't be ideal.
No, but the alien dragon thing has a name. Dan, do you want to try and steal a point by naming it?
Sure, it's Harry Potter.
It's not Harry Potter.
Oh, okay.
Phil?
No, I've got no idea.
No idea. Tim?
No.
Okay, for the eagle-eyed listeners at home, the answer was Shang. Is the name of the alien
Shang.
dragon thing. Resetting the buzzers. Just reminding myself. Okay. What limited edition model was provided to independent stores to beat the lockdown? First buzzing is Joe.
It's the Catachan Colonel with the power fist.
Correct, it was the Catachan Colonel.
You're going to ask what his name is, aren't you?
I'm not going to ask what his name is because he doesn't have a name.
Oh, good.
Oh,
It's
see,
just
'cause
Catachan Colonel.
I didn't buzz in for that one because I was trying to think what his name might be, and there you go.
No, he doesn't yet have a name, or indeed rules, because colonels don't have rules at the minute.
But his movie name is Dylan.
Or Johnson, depending on your sci-fi affiliations.
Did you like the fact that he had like the way they painted it? It had like predator blood on one of the leaves. I thought that was quite good. Blurring the lines.
I thought that was pretty good. Obviously, with only independent stockists have access to the Catachan kernel and can charge whatever they like for it. According to eBay completed listings, what is the highest value one of these models has sold for? Joe.
£380?
Joe is going for £380. Dan.
I'm going to have a more modest £115.
Phil.
530.
Flipping X, Phil.
Phil, you normally go for like 10 above mine.
Not everyone's got your
crazy.
type of money, Phil.
No, I wish I had that type of money.
Tim, what do you think it was sold for?
I'm going to go for 190.
So I can't remember entirely what you all said, and I should have wrote it down, but I believe the winner was Joe, because the answer was £410 and p.
What?
410.
Wait, I said 530. What did Joe say?
I said 380.
Yeah.
No.
For a model
pretty sure,
that will
Joe.
definitely get re-released in like 3 months.
Yeah.
Well, because the thing is, it's like a store anniversary model, so it's meant to be for the Games Workshop stores, like their yearly anniversary. So they're going to be released at some point, I think.
Honestly, if you're out there spending north of £100, I mean, crikey, if you're even spending in the region of £100 on a single GW miniature that's not from years and years and years ago that we know is definitely discontinued, you are a lunatic. That is.
I think
Also,
some of them were
army-
being done for charity, though,
Mm.
which is
But,
why
like-
they were so high.
But for an army, the rest of the models haven't been like the last ones to get released for that army were like 12 years ago.
Can I ask, is he a plastic miniature or a fine cast miniature?
I think he's plastic.
That's a good question. Let me check my eBay listings at the minute that I'm bidding on.
Oh, that you're bidding? You're trying to get one?
Well, no, I've got two I'm watching on, and one I bid on because I was like, oh, I could stretch to 70 quid. And yeah, that was all. Yeah, I went up to 90 before I realised that someone had put a much higher bid on it.
Jesus.
I'm like, I'm not paying 90 quid for that.
I saw a box of old Harlequins the other day go for £110. I was like, there is no way I'm trying to play in that flipping game.
I was trying to get hold of some mandrakes, right, which are still available at Games Workshop, right? People are trying to sell fine cast mandrakes for 50 quid. Right? And it's like 20 quid from Games Workshop. And the metal ones go for about £99 for 5 of them. And they're not even special characters or old models.
That is bananas, isn't it? Thing is, as well, with Finecast, right? Because if it is Finecast, there's a very high likelihood that you've got you could get a really shoddy cast, because that still happens with Finecast quite a lot. So drop in 400 quid on something that you might get and be like, well, look, there's a great big hole in his face, which is entirely plausible.
Well, I'm pretty sure he's plastic.
Fair enough. Well, if he's plastic, good on him. But,
yeah, I've just been looking through some listings. None of them say what it's made of, other than money.
Because
but for a bonus point, which none of you will probably guess, who sold it for £410?
I'd like to buzz, but I can't.
What are you talking about?
Exactly. There we go.
Phil's buzzed in.
Is it Glasshammer?
It was Glasshammer Gaming. Well done, Phil.
Was that the one they did for Help for Heroes?
Yes,
I'm not going to give you a bonus point, Joe, but correct, it was for Help for Heroes.
Oh, so hang on. So it was a charity thing.
Yeah, but there were people that saw that one go for Help for Heroes for that money and then just sold them for like 300 quid.
Crikey.
I mean, I hope they do get their money, because the person who won it had never... He had like a 0 on eBay, so... Like, fresh account. So...
See what happens, man.
Hopefully they got their money.
Well,
I bet that'll be the undelivered auto refund system on eBay kicking in very shortly.
Okay, so we are about halfway through the quiz now, and the scores are: in 4th place we have Tim with 1 point.
Yes.
Solid.
In 3rd place, I mean, you're still in it, Tim. You're still in it. In 3rd place with 2 points is Dan.
Yeah.
In 2nd place with 3 points is Phil.
Ooh.
And just edging into the lead slightly with 5 points is Joe.
Crikey, 5 points.
Always edging me.
Always only that was true.
Okay, question 11. Recently, Warhammer Community posted a top 10 artillery in Warhammer 40,000 article. What was the surprise number 1 in that article? Joe has buzzed in.
Was it the Whirlwind?
Was not the Whirlwind.
The cheese.
Dan.
Was it the Quad Mortar?
It was not the Quad Mortar. Phil.
Death Strike missile launcher?
It was the Death Strike missile launcher.
No, the Death Strike.
I mean, if you're thinking about a big artillery piece, it's got to be that.
I mean, if you're thinking from the fluff, it's...
Well, true. They're clearly just trying to shift a few more.
Yeah. I know one of the guys on their Twitch stream is constantly banging on about how amazing they are.
But isn't one of them like running 5 or 6 or something ridiculous?
Yeah. Something crazy.
Wow.
As someone who's won one in the past, I don't know I've ever actually fired one.
Yeah, they're somewhat underwhelming as well, even when they do get fired, is my experience.
Well, there's that stratagem you have to use to make it worthwhile.
Mm.
Okay, as a follow-up question to that one, in the same Warhammer Community article on the top 10 artillery pieces in Warhammer 40,000, which unit was conspicuously absent?
I am the cheese.
Dan.
The Thunderfire Cannon.
It was indeed the Thunderfire Cannon.
Yeah.
Is that because it's Finecast? You reckon?
No idea.
Because it obviously is the best artillery piece, therefore it had to not be in there.
Yeah.
Okay, question number 12. Lots of miniatures have been moved, miniatures and units and wargear have been moved to Legends category in Warhammer 40,000. There are a series of I'll call them codices, I suppose, documents that you can access on the Warhammer FAQs, which include all the data sheets that are now Legends categories, which means you can't use them in competitive tournaments. But which armies' Legends codices don't actually have any data sheets in them? Joe.
I've done it, and my mind's gone blank. Is it Tyranids?
Tyranids is one of them.
And Necrons.
Not Necrons.
Oh!
He says as he quickly goes to check.
No, I just threw my dice on the floor.
Well, no, you've got one wrong. Phil.
You got one wrong, Joe. You're done.
So Tyranids, Death Watch.
Hang on, let me check my answers. Yep.
Harlequins.
No, not Harlequins.
Oh.
Next we have... Well, actually, we might have jokes and go back and check on that. No. Okay, Necrons is a no, because Necrons don't actually have one.
Ooh.
Yeah, they don't actually have a Legends book thing.
Well, that should be the question then.
Yeah, but well, no, it means that I'm in the clear because the question was in the publications don't have any data sheets in them. So Dan,
I'm gonna go with the two that were right before, so Tyranids and Deathwatch, and I'm gonna add Custodes.
Not Custodes.
Oh, I was so confident.
Tim, can you name one? So there are four altogether. Can you name one? If you name at least one of these two, you'll steal.
Oh, I thought of one.
I was going to say Tyranids.
Yeah,
I mean, Tyranids is correct. You're still in the game.
And
Tim, can I give you a clue? Think of another type of Tyranid.
another type of Tyranid.
So there's
I mean,
Tyranids.
Tim, before you answer, it's not a very good clue.
Oh, okay, sorry. I thought maybe it could have been, but obviously not.
Grey Knights?
Correct. It is Grey Knights.
Ooh.
And there's one more.
And Legion of the Damned?
Not Legion of the Damned, but I will give you a point. I'll
deduct him a point for his rude language.
Oh, yes. Sorry.
And that again, what is this?
But can I say, we've all guessed one. Like, he hasn't actually guessed more than us.
Oh, Phil, come on now. You know how this goes.
Yeah, no
These are the
arguing
risks
on that.
this is the risk you take when you buzz in early.
Is it Chaos?
No, the other one was Inquisition.
Yes, the Inquisition. Well, the Inquisition technically don't have any codex.
But they do have a Legends book.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
Well, I guess they've got a White Dwarf article, so they've
true.
got a... Yeah.
So who gets the point on that one?
Tim got a point.
Seems legit.
But Tim only said one
Joe,
thing.
move on. Don't worry about it. You're well ahead.
Oh no, I see where Dan's coming from now because this brings Dan, keep Dan in the game. I'm gonna give Joe and Phil a point as well.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
Sorry, what?
Well, because we all got one each and you didn't get any,
that
so
seems
it's
fair. Wouldn't want to take one away from Dan though. That wouldn't be fair.
Why am I getting one taken away from me? I'm so confused.
You're not. I'm just saying that could have happened.
Oh, I see. I understand. All right. This has become very strange.
Next question. How many las cannons is a Terminus Ultra fitted?
I am the cheese.
Dan.
A Terminus Ultra is fitted with no fewer than 8 las cannons.
That is incorrect. Phil. How
Is it
many las
9?
cannons is a Terminus Ultra fitted with?
9.
That is also incorrect.
Oh, I know what he's doing.
Is it a trick question?
Joe, how many las cannons is a Terminus Ultra fitted with?
Is it 5?
No.
That is incorrect. Tim,
What?
how many las cannons is a Terminus Ultra fitted with?
Probably 0.
Let's go. Say 0.
It's not 0, sorry.
Can I answer it now?
There's no points for it, Dan, but what do you think the answer is?
2.
It is 2. There are only 2 las cannons on a Terminus Ultra.
Yes,
But there are also 3 twin las cannons.
Oh,
literally.
Jeez.
Oh, come on now. That's brilliant. Fair enough.
Amazing.
I mean, it got the laugh, which is all I was going for. At that
No, it got grown.
No, I got a laugh at Dan, that'll do.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Okay, next question. We're all big fans, or some of us are big fans of Dawn of War, the video game franchise on PC. If you were to purchase the Dawn of War franchise pack on Steam, how many games and how many pieces of content are in that Dawn of War franchise?
The cheese.
Dan,
It's 3 pieces.
and just to be clarified, for the benefit of everyone else, this is basically what it means is it's Dawn of War 1, Dawn of War 2, Dawn of War 3, and all of their DLC.
Oh, yeah, well, yeah. So you get the 3 games, but then in terms of the content, so you get for Dawn of War 1, you get Dawn of War Winter Assault, Dawn of War Dark Crusade, and Dawn of War Soul Wars, and then it's Dawn of War 2. Oh God, it's a Cataclysm.
I'm gonna have to ask you for a number, Dan.
Oh, okay. You just want a number, in which case
I don't want you to name all of them, and there's no bonus points for it.
Oh, okay, fine. Then in which case it is 9.
Dan's gone for 9. Tim.
Are you including the sort of the DLC you get for? Oh no, this is in the franchise collection, isn't it? So it would include. Sorry, I'm basically debating if it would include the little add-ons you get for the Last Stand in Dawn of War 2. So
I didn't look
I'm
into
going to
that.
say. I reckon it does. So I'm going to say 25.
Tim's gone for 25. Phil.
Ooh, it probably is something high. I'll say 12 though.
It's probably something high, and you're going to say 12.
Well, I don't know how high it's going to be.
Okay, and Joe.
I'm going to go 40 because there is a heller amount of skin packs in that.
Ooh, yeah.
So the correct answer was 26.
Oh,
Tim was 1 out, so point for Tim there.
Well done, Tim.
nice one.
You're going
Love
to tell
Dawn
us
of War.
what all of it is now, Rich?
No, I'm
Oh,
not going to tell you.
It's just a bunch of
if
skin
you'd like, I can read it all out.
No, it's fine. It's fine. We'll trust the answer is correct at 26.
I mean, at least that is how Sega have bundled it together.
I mean, what are they including in that for the list? Because, I mean, in terms of actual kind of like games and expansions, I don't feel like there's been 26 of them, have there?
No, it's not. It's It's all the skins
Commander
you can download.
content.
Sorry.
No,
what was- say that again?
It's all the skins you can get.
Oh, I see.
For all the different factions for the Last Stand in Dawn
Gotcha.
of War 2. That's what boosts it up.
Gotcha.
Loved Last Stand.
It is rather good, actually, to be fair.
I didn't play it. I feel like I need to.
You should. We should get on some Last Stand.
Should we do it after this? We'll do it after this.
Well, we've got more podcasts to do after this, but yeah, after that, yes, for sure.
So, actually, I'm not reading 26 things. I found
No,
those
don't
sticks
do
quite a
that.
lot.
It's fine. You don't need to justify it. We believe you.
If you have any queries, you can speak to Sega about that.
Reach out to their community team. I'm sure they'll be
Yeah.
eager to respond.
And just the people who are checking along at home, it is the Dawn of War franchise pack, and not the Warhammer 40,000 Dawn of War 2 Grand Master Collection, or the Ultimate Warhammer 40,000 Collection. Next question. Games Workshop has finally got around to releasing a new Gazkul Thraka model, and they're charging a whopping, in the UK at least, £105 for him, which seems like quite a lot. But to make him seem less expensive, they chucked in some other models in the box. Can you name all of them?
I am the cheese.
Dan.
Ragnar Blackmane in his Primaris form.
Uh-huh.
A unit of Primaris infiltrators, which could also be assembled as incursors.
How many would be in that unit?
That would be a 10-man unit
Okay.
of infiltrators. Then you get Makari, who may or may not be included in the actual Gazkul thing when they release it individually, but I'm taking from what you were saying that Gazkul is an individual model and Makari isn't included with him. So Makari, his banner bearer.
I mean, just to be clear, the whole thing is a joke that the only reason you're buying the box is because you want to get Gazkul.
Well, indeed. And then additionally, you get a knob squad of 5 models, which does also come with ammo grots. So those are probably some extra models in there as well, because they were little token grots and things you get with that. And I think that's it. Or maybe there were some mega armored knobs in there as well, but I can't remember for certain. In fact, no, I'm going to say mega armored knobs as well to throw it in. So you get 3 mega armored knobs and 5 knobs, and then there's probably 2 ammo grots and Makari. Sound about right?
Sorry, boys, there's no opportunity to steal that because Dan got it all.
Well played, mate.
Yes!
It was Gaskell
Well played.
Fracker, obviously. Makari. So on the Orc side, Makari, 5 knobs, 3 mega armored knobs. And there was the what was the steal opportunity was there was 2 grots, an oiler, and ammo runt. And then Ragnar Blackrain and 10 infiltrators.
To be pedantic, didn't Dan say there were just the ammo runts and not the oiler?
But he did say plural. He did say plural, so I let him.
But they're 2 different types.
Come on now, Phil. That was
Come on,
impressive
Phil.
that I remembered that those existed.
I'll let him have it. I'll let him have it.
Well, he's getting.
But
I mean, you say that, but he's
hard
getting 2
working.
points for that
Ooh, fancy.
Solid.
Take it back.
because he mentioned that the infiltrators could also be built as incursors.
There you go. Look, attention to detail, everybody. That's what Rich demands.
Okay, and we're going to the home stretch of the questions here. All to play for all of you, in fact. Although you're going to have to knock it out of the park, Tim, just to
Okay.
Okay. What was the opening line of the very first Lookout Sir 40k podcast? And who said it?
I am the cheese.
Dan has buzzed in.
Hey guys, how's it going? Dan.
So you're nearly there. Tim.
I would have gone, hello everyone, and it would have been Dan.
You're going with hello everyone. Phil.
Welcome to the show, and also Dan.
What podcast is that? Welcome to the show.
Well,
I thought you might have done a bit different from.
Do you want me to do the full line, Rich?
Well, no, because I know exactly what the line was.
Well, let me
You weren't
try
exactly right.
Let me try it exactly to see if I can impress you with this.
Well, no,
hey
if it
guys,
was-
how's it going? Welcome to the first ever episode of the Lookout Sir 40k podcast, recorded no less.
No. Well, it's not. It's good, but it's not right.
Oh,
Joe.
Hello and welcome to the Lookout There 40k podcast, produced and blah.
By 3 friends. That didn't come into the lexicon until a little later on.
Oh.
No, the correct answer was, "Hey everyone, how's it going?" It wasn't "Hey you guys." You weren't that friendly with the listeners in the first podcast, Dan. It was just "Hey everyone."
Because I listened to it a couple times over the last couple of years, and I always remember because it's got quite a crackly start to it. Cause
It does indeed. It does not sound good.
I came in quite heavy on that one. So I have to admit, in my mind, it sounds like, "Hey guys, how's it going?" But obviously, if it's "Hey everyone, how's it going?" then it is what it is. Oh yeah, it is. No, you're absolutely right. Yeah, hey, everyone. Yeah. Okay.
I mean, I'd play it for everyone, but I know how Phil feels about the background music.
Well, exactly. And I remember as well, that was back when we were calling it the Lookout Sir 40k podcast. The Lookout Sir Experience Recorded. That's what we used to call it, didn't we?
I mean, that's not part of the question. That's not part of the question.
No, I'm just remembering it because it was the Lookout Sir Experience Recorded, no less, because it was the Loser podcast. That was the idea, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's a Warhammer 40,000 Games Workshop hobby podcast produced and distributed by 3 friends.
Yeah.
Yeah, all 3 of you handle the distribution of it.
Well, yeah, sure.
Well,
That's
we
how
all
that
live
works.
that lie.
Yeah.
Okay.
Some of us are more friends than others.
Now, some of you, Dan, for example, might have looked up the Buzzsprout page, which you're now not allowed to look at because it could give you a hint for this next question, which is, what were the 3 main topics of the first podcast?
Ooh. Can't remember.
There were 3 features. One was more general. One was, as long as buzzing, I'll give you some clues. One was more general. One was regarding a codex which had recently released, and one involved some kind of activity you were all doing as a group.
I am the cheese.
Dan has buzzed in.
So I'm going to go with who are we and why are we doing this?
That's 1 point.
We were working up to it was a doubles tournament we were building up to. So a Warhammer 40,000 doubles tournament. Yes or no?
Yep.
Oh yes. Okay. Fine. And the codex that we were reviewing at the time was Codex Tau. I don't know. I can't remember.
It was not Codex Tau. Phil.
Was it Codex Space Marines?
It was not. No, it wasn't Codex Space.
Not obviously the new one, but the first one from 8th edition.
No, it wasn't. It was not Codex Space Marines. Joe.
Was it Codex Harlequin?
It was not Codex Harlequins.
Was it the Chaos Space Marines?
It was not. It was the New Imperial Knights Codex.
Yeah, the Imperial Knights. Crikey.
Okay, and the final question. On what date was the first episode recorded?
Recorded?
No idea.
Not when it was published, but when it was recorded.
Do we say when it's recorded in the episode?
You do say. Phil has buzzed in.
I'm going to say it was a Wednesday.
I mean, that's not. I mean, it might be.
It could not have been though. I don't remember.
It was a Wednesday with an overcast day and a pigeon was flying.
Hold on, let me check for you. Hold on. It was not a Wednesday.
Let's say it was the 25th of May, 2018.
No, it wasn't May.
So
mate.
Phil's gone for the 25th of May. Dan.
I'm going to go for the 20th of June, 2018.
Dan has gone for the 20th of June. Joe.
I'm going to go with the 20th of April.
April?
I don't know. I don't pay
Tim?
attention to what we do.
25th of June.
25th. Oh, wait, you said 25th of June. Dan, what did you say?
20th of June.
The correct answer was the 14th of June, 2018.
Does that mean I get that?
Yeah, why not?
Yeah! Points! I remembered it was June. I remembered this because as part of the conversation around this being episode 50, I was like, oh, we're also approaching our 2-year, milestone, but that's not till June. I just couldn't remember exactly when in June.
I clearly wasn't. I remember this conversation with Dan. I probably just wasn't listening very much.
I mean, why change the habit of a lifetime, maybe?
So, the final scores. In joint third place, with 5 points each, is Phil and Tim.
Yay!
Well done, boys.
Represented.
And then in second place with 6 points is Joe, which means with 8 points, our winner is Dan.
I mean, as it always should be, obviously, the reigning king of all things Lookout Sir 40k.
Well, at least for the podcast quiz, for the big quiz, it's still Joe.
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah. Obviously, for that, it's still very much Joe.
Apparently, this quiz, it helps if you listen or pay attention to what this quiz actually does and when it does stuff.
That is true, Joe, because you famously don't ever listen to the podcast.
That is true. But how can he? Because he's got so many of things he appears on these days. It's impossible for him to keep track of all of that.
And I know. I'm just a busy bee.
That's it, mate. That's it.
But Phil sold himself to another channel, lest we forget.
Have I?
Yeah, you remember you did that 40k today bit.
Oh, you mean I was invited as a special guest to be on a show? Yes, that's the same as regularly appearing on a different podcast, I'm sure.
Yeah, Phil, are you going on some other podcast and plug in this one?
I know, it's terrible, isn't it?
You monster. You monster.
How dare you?
Well, to be fair to Joe, when he appeared on Winters, he plugged us.
Yeah.
Exactly. It can happen now and again. Not often, but now and again. Well, thank you very much for that, Rich. I hope that was enjoyable for everyone involved in listening to that. It's always nice to get the quiz going back around. I thought it was quite interesting to get some questions about old episodes. Just because, I'm also quite concerned how much I remembered of my intro, just because I definitely have gone back and listened to it a fair few times, and it sort of etched itself into my mind. So that sort of probably speaks to my I don't know, my self-obsession, I guess. But there you go. Rich, would you like to do the honours of giving us a transitional noise?
So transitional noise, okay.
And that's it, everyone. Thus concludes episode 50 of the Lookout Sir 40k podcast. We hope you enjoyed this rambling tour through the wondrous world of current events within Warhammer 40,000. Obviously, today, the day the episode goes out, is the day of the big Warhammer 40,000 preview event on Warhammer Community. So for all we know, we're going to seem awfully out of date when all the other podcasts are talking about Warhammer 40,000 9th edition. Although, what do you think they're going to announce today on the preview? Phil?
I think 9th edition is probably a good option. I think they're probably going to update us on the Forge World books / indexes.
Always put the Forge World books into the mix, of course.
I think it's going to be in there. Well, just because they don't sell them anymore, so people want the rules or at least an update on it. Obviously, they're going to talk about like a new dual box set, which is going to be Necrons and probably new Marines, which is part and parcel with 9th edition. Even if 9th edition is literally, we've just rewritten the rules to be slightly more streamlined, but no major changes, which is possible. But I'd rather they do a few tweaks here and there to the core rule set. But I think that's probably what it's going to be. Probably more. I think next year going forwards is more consolidation of like the current codexes into the Psychic Awakening rules and like re-releasing them, but also expanding the range of the sub-factions. You know, we've seen a lot of Catachan models floating about. I wouldn't be surprised if Catachan gets its own sort of Space Marine style supplement. That's what I'd like to see anyway.
I mean, you are throwing out a lot of variables there.
Well, if you throw out enough, one of them will stick.
That is it, mate. That's the strategy. Joe, what's your thoughts on today's previews? What are we thinking you're going to see?
Part of me really hopes that like it's going to be really lackluster, but that's the troll in me. Like I really want it to be like we're re-releasing Kill Team, and here's the big FAQ.
Yeah,
and 1,000 nerd voices scream out in pain, kind of thing. I think that'd be quite cool. I'd like to see like a new starter box set. That's what I reckon it's going to be. So it's not going to be 9th edition. But it might. I'm hoping it's just a new box set like they did for AOS. So like new Marines versus either Necrons or Chaos. Part of me reckons it might be Chaos, just because it's easier to put into a box set. And then yeah, like Phil said, I'd like to see some proper Imperial armor books announced.
I mean, that would be super cool, wouldn't it, if they actually just were like to say, here's a load of awesome 40k rules for the whole Forge World range. I mean, that would be pretty amazing.
Yeah, because like Forge World would make a metric ton of money if they turn around and said all of our Horus Heresy range is available to use in 40k.
And it's good.
And it's good. Like all that AdMech stuff, I would love to see on the 40k tables because it's just awesome.
Or the Mastodon. I want the Mastodon to be good.
But it is good.
I mean, it sort of is good, but it's not. It's such a weird miniature. It's because of the fact that it's like they need to sort of go, there's the Mastodon, and now it can transport Primaris Marines, and then that'll be on point.
Yeah, but I think it'll be good whatever it is. But I don't want everyone to get their hopes up, because what normally happens is Games Workshop hype up something. It's not what people were hoping for. Their expectations are kind of dashed away a little bit, and they don't see the coolness of it or whatever it is. And then they just kind of lash out at Games Workshop for not releasing their factions' new models kind of thing.
I'm with you, man. So you're a glass half empty when it comes to this.
Yeah, I'd rather go in expecting nothing and be surprised.
Fair enough.
The letdown.
Richie, what's your thoughts, mate? The big reveal, the big 40k preview. What could it possibly be?
I'd almost put money on it's not 9th.
Oh, okay. Money down.
Yeah, I'd put money down it's not 9th because they're clearly building up. I mean, I've been saying for a while that I think they're building up to like the 40k version of the end times. And this was like the community post they put out today, what is today? Today's Wednesday. They put out a post alluding to that as well. I think we're going to see the culmination of the psychic awakening, or whatever that is. Whether that's a new character, whether that some kind of event's going to occur. But it's not going to. It's the end of. We're seeing the end of 8th. We're not seeing 9th. I think that's what they're going to be teasing. What that is.
So
I think a Forge World book. I think that's going to have to be part of it. I think. Because they're running out of time to do that. But I think it's just with them like coming up with some big event's going to occur, some new shocking character, something. I wouldn't be surprised if they try and like either not maybe bring the Emperor back, but something that
bring the Emperor back, Rich.
Well, no, but something that like shatters something that completely shatters the status quo.
So the only way to bring the Emperor back at the moment in story canon is for him to die. And there's only 2 people who have the ability to kill him at the moment. And that is Gilliman and Cypher.
Don't they just flip the switch?
What about Abaddon? Hasn't he not got a shot?
Oh, Abaddon's actually probably got one of the better claims because he carries Drachnien. And a little bit of fluff of you. The name Drachnien is its translation to human speak is the end of empires. So he could kill him as well.
There you go. You heard it.
I feel like anyone could walk in and just unplug the golden throne.
Oh yeah, it's that easy.
Yeah.
As if that thing's got a plug.
I imagine like if they starved him of psychers, then he might just die.
He could do.
Well, that did happen briefly, but that was more to do with the Astronomicon.
Yeah, but it turns off the light in the warp that all the navigators follow, so he'd still be alive. Yeah. So what I'd like to see is when because obviously he dies and then he's reborn. But the general premise is when he does die, he loses his control over the warp, and basically chaos goes crazy and just consumes everything. I'd like the new storyline to basically be in that gap between he's dead and before he officially comes back and reserts control, as it were.
I mean, that would be a really interesting place to frame it all, wouldn't it?
Yeah, because over the last 3 years since 8th edition was dropped, we have seen the greatest amount of story movement, as it were, like progression. There we go. That's the word I'm looking for. Than I have in the whole 20 odd years that I've been doing the hobby.
Yeah, I don't think they need to do something as big as kill the Emperor. I think they need to just kind of a bit more of a slow increase. So they need to sort of assume that the Indominus Crusade is like finished, and they need to sort of go, what's Abaddon doing next? Where's he going? What's Gilliman doing? Introduce probably a new Primarch, whether that's a loyalist or chaos one, and that will be like the cool thing for chaos or Imperium. Like Necrons are going to get their Silent King, so that's their big thing to move their story on.
But the baddies need a big win, though, don't they? To be scary.
Yeah. You keep saying this, Joe, but I do agree with you. I think it definitely does need to happen. Tim, what's your vibe? What's your thought process for the big reveal? What do you think?
I'm kind of hoping that it'll be a new Emperor's Children's kind of range, and they get the Death Guard treatment.
Ooh, I mean, they are needing it, aren't they?
Yeah, I've been saying it for years. They're the ones that are next in line in terms of the Chaos guys. Like a bit of a Slanesh Emperor's Children overhaul. Whether we get it or not at the moment, I don't know. I don't think it will be in that box set. if there is a box set. It'd be cool
that's-
if they do. Like that would be. It makes sense. Like that's what I did with Nurgle, like Death Guard last time. So maybe.
You could see that, and then you could get a demon Fulgrim as well.
Oh yeah, I mean that would be the dream. I think.
And then the next antagonist for the next lore line, as it were. But we'll see.
My broad expectations are that as they were sort of teasing in Pariah, the team are storming one of those kind of like weird Necron gates to sort of get into some kind of weird, like, I don't know, tomb world, temporal realm thing that's going on with all that nonsense. And here's my mad prediction. They get in there, and it's the squats. That's what's going to happen. There's going to be loads of squats, and they're going to be like, oh, wow, you've been here all this time. We haven't seen the sun in over, 5,000 years. And then, yeah, squats, whoosh, out into the world. Wouldn't that be something?
I mean, you've already got squats in Necromunda, so I don't think they bring them back for 40k. I think they just keep them in that niche. That's very much like Necromunda and Blackstone Fortress seem to be the places where they're exploring that old, like, rogue trader era range of models or races.
Well, Phil, I mean, it'll be that thing where they get... What's the name of the guy that collects stuff all the time, Joe?
Collect stuff all the time.
The
Necron character.
The Necron.
Trezan the Infinite.
Yeah, so they'll go into Trezan the Infinite's pantry and find a load of squats. Boosh, done.
Like, it's not unheard of. Like, he's got loads of Necrons in there anyway, and he's got Tyranids, and he's got Custodes and stuff like that.
So that's going to be it. That's my big prediction.
I have another prediction.
Oh, okay, go on then.
It's not, and I'm only basing this on the fact that they've released lots of characters for this army recently as special edition characters, limited edition characters, but they haven't done anything to the range for forever, which is Catachans.
So you think they'll find some Catachans in there?
I think there'll be. Well, no, I don't. No, not on that wall. I mean,
okay.
Just in general, like, because they've had that. They've got the new Colonel. There's that female Catachan, Sergeant, Lieutenant, whatever model it was. They teased a couple of weeks ago. Plus, there was that sergeant who had like the chainsword in an orc's head.
That's true.
Yeah.
There's been quite a few Catachan characters, and Imperial Guard is overdue like some kind of revamp. And with Cadia gone, it can't be them.
Yeah, I would like that for sure. I think it'd be a good option to do it. Part of me thinks they might not, just because, as you said, they've released a bunch of characters, but they've all been like limited edition. And the last one is brand new. So how would you feel about going, here's some new infantry units, but 90% of you can't get hold of the characters because they're limited edition?
Well, specifically that new Catachan Colonel character is a Catachan Colonel. Colonels aren't, they don't have a data sheet. A Colonel is not a thing yet.
Well, surely because normally when they ship, the boxes, they come with rules. So that model will have rules in that box, surely.
That's a good question. I don't know if anyone's actually ever opened the box and they just immediately put it back on eBay.
Well, potentially, mate. Potentially. I mean, that is the thing, though, isn't it? And this is why I'm saying, or why I said before, where it's probably a bit bonkers, because if they are going to do a Catachan range, you know that guy will be available in, like, a year's time, 6 months' time. Like, he's limited for now, but will
Eisenhorn didn't stay limited for very long, did he? Because he came back a couple times.
Oh, totally. Same thing with that Sisters of Battle by John Blanche. You can get that on the web store, at least you could before the pandemic kicked in. Obviously there's been a few miniatures that are legitimately limited, like the veteran sergeant model that they did for Primaris Marines and a few other little bits and pieces. But yeah, I don't know. It'd be interesting to see, man. It'd be interesting to see. But no, it's exciting. I mean, and again, it's going to obviously this part of things will be probably quite weird for people to listen to because ultimately, by the time you probably get to this bit, you almost certainly know what the reveal actually was. So hopefully it surpassed our wildest expectations. But, obviously if it is a squat army, I will, I won't reveal my sources. But But yeah, anyway, we'll see what occurs on that one. But there you go, look, guys. Episode 50 is in the bank, and we hope you enjoyed it. What was everyone's general vibe on the episode, those who were there throughout? Did you enjoy the 50th episode, Joe?
It was passable. It was all right.
A good effort. There you go. Phil?
Yeah.
A joy as always. A bit gutted about the outcome of the quiz. I feel like there was quite a few questions waiting towards Dan in that one.
Oh, how dare you, sir? How dare you? Richie, are you going to take that?
I mean, I can deduct more points from Phil if he wants.
I mean, it makes no difference.
Yeah, you start the next one with the handicap.
No,
I think the reality is Dan got more questions right than anybody else. So
that's how it goes, Phil. That's how
I don't make the rules of how quizzes work.
Oh no! All I was saying is that all the ones about the previous podcast episodes really favour the person who edits the podcast and listens to
Phil,
the
you
old
are
episodes the
welcome
most.
to do more editing if you feel like it.
I mean, if we feel that Dan has an advantage because he listens to the podcast.
Well, no, I think that Dan has an advantage because he loves the sound of his own voice, so he loves to the old episode.
Cut me deep, Phil. Cut me deep.
You know it's true.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, I can't deny it. I mean, there's a reason why you do this, isn't there? It's because obviously you've, people don't get into doing podcasts without some degree of, self-obsession, I guess. I'm not quite Fulgrim levels yet, or that other Slanesh guy from Age of Sigmar / Fantasy. You know, the one who had like a shield that was a mirror on the other side.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I know the one.
Yeah, exactly. I'm not like that because as much as I like the sound of my own voice, I hate my face. So you know,
that only a mother could love.
Oh no! I'm not even that, mate. Not even that. It's I'm nothing but a disappointment to my mother.
Oh,
it's fine. It happens, you know. She's horrible. I joke, of course. No, she's lovely. I can't be saying that about her. Anyway, look, there you go. Look, it's episode 50. We really appreciate everyone who listens and checks it out and has been with us throughout. And obviously, if this is the first time you listen to the show, thank you for making this far. Maybe you'd consider going out there and subscribing to us on the various platforms that these things are available on, or engaging with us on social media and asking questions and saying things and such. But regardless of that, guys, that has been episode 50. We really hope you enjoyed it, and goodbye, everybody. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Bye.
Cheerio.
Toodle pip.